Okay, and it looks like we are on the air, I hope. So everybody out in YouTube land actually can see us right now, probably, though the folks at the conference can't for another minute. Or should I say a minute and 1 second? And we will see what happens here in 49 seconds. Yeah, I don't know what happened to Gretchen and why people can't, or why she can't get into the Zoom room.
She gave me another email address, so let me just go here.
I'm actually a little annoyed because she's like, I sent her the link to the Google spreadsheets and she's like, oh, you know I don't like Google spreadsheets, send me Excel. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? Enough of this. Like, it's a live spreadsheet that we're constantly updating.
The spreadsheet worked for me quite easily.
Yeah. I've decided I'm no longer dealing with people's IT problems. They can handle them themselves. That era is now over. Except for people, of course, who are taking the conference. So, and 4, 3, 2, 1. And stream will start soon, it says. Let's see. And fingers crossed here, and let's make sure that it's starting for us in YouTube here. Okay, and it looks like we're doing fine here on YouTube, so people are starting to watch. That is good. Okay, that's looking good, and the stream will start soon here.
Okay. I just sent Gretchen the to her correct email, so she should have it, and we want her beautiful face. And thank you, everybody who's in California, Oregon, Washington, etc., for being up so early in the morning.
Oh, Steve, you have no idea.
I have an idea.
Oh, this has been a challenging morning for sure. But thank you to everyone for making it out. So yeah, it looks like the stream is running. Let me get the slide off here, since I think we look decent, and hopefully our compadre Gretchen will make it here. So let me turn this off. And hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome to CEwire2022. It is good to be back. It's been a long time since we've done this, isn't it? It's been at least since what? Since the fall when we did the NORA conference, but we haven't been on the air since. So welcome back. So today, you know, this is obviously a new era for us. If you're all watching this, and hopefully you're all in the lobby right now watching this, you can see that the software today is brand new. And, you know, what we're going to try to do today is walk you through the software this morning. And I want to just introduce my co-hosts here with us this morning, who are also going to help us through this process, because it is a process. So let me pull them up to show you everybody and what's going on here. And so let me pull this up, and I can give you a sense of who you're with this morning. So up on the screen right now, you can see we have Paul Farkas, Gretchen Bailey, and Steve Silverberg. So how's it going this morning, guys?
Okay.
Good, real good. We're on the East Coast, so it's no problem. Except Gretchen, I have 7 emails for you. Now I deleted all the other ones.
Hey, yes, they finally came through, and I'm here. Good morning, everybody.
How's it going?
Yes. Those pictures are about 3 or 4 years old, and we look younger now. How about that?
My picture isn't that old.
I don't.
Okay. Mine's 2 years old.
So I pulled the stuff off the CEwire website and or LinkedIn or wherever I could get it last night at 2 in the morning. So my apologies if they're not the pictures that you wanted, but you can tell we're a really organized operation here today. So
well, the whole team's here.
Yep.
Spit and string and rubber bands.
Yep. So let me, you know, sort of also say thank you before we get started here to our sponsors. You can see up on the screen I have the entire shooting match showing you who's here today. And you know, since everyone's in the lobby right now, you might just want to come and take a look at our sponsors today too. You can click on the link that says sponsors in the lower left-hand corner of your screen in the conference. And these sponsors, you know, help us produce the event. They each have a discussion thread where they discuss their discounts and what's going on with each of them. And we're going to be interviewing folks from the various companies today and tomorrow as well, so you can learn a little bit more about what is happening with them. So pretty cool stuff. And I'm noticing that a bunch of people are in the lobby right now, which is funny because obviously classes haven't started yet, right? It's not for another, 25 minutes? So I'm glad that we have some early folks showing up, wanting to hang out in the lobby. And by the way, if you are here in the lobby, feel free to type in that chat window on the right side of the screen at the bottom. You can start typing there, and that's the best way to get help at the conference. So if anyone gets confused or has no idea what's happening, that's really the way to go. So definitely check that out as well. And let me...
So Adam, I noticed that you're wearing a tie this morning.
Oh,
why,
right. So
why have you jumped that up so that level?
Okay, so
Long story.
the morning I'm having this morning is fantastic. So my intent is obviously never to wear a tie, right? So I had my usual just a polo shirt, right, looking decent, somewhat casual. It's easier for me because, as you know, in the afternoon it gets really hot in here too. So of course, right, because things always happen on the day when you don't need them to happen, immediately I spill all over it, right? And here it was when I started this morning, 5 in the morning maybe. So I couldn't actually go back to the place where my clothes are, where my wife is, where she is sleeping.
Oh, she'd kill you.
Exactly. Like I didn't need a knife in my neck. So I'm like, what?
She roasts you on a spit.
So I'm like, what the hell am I going to do? And then so we have in our guest room is where I keep a lot of my dress clothes, right? Because I never wear this stuff, right? Except when I go out on tour. So I'm like, well, what are my options here? I could be naked on camera. I could be, coffee covered on camera, or I could just go run and get a shirt and tie. So,
well, that doesn't explain the tie though. That explains the shirt, but it doesn't explain the tie. Oh, and I see you with your venti Starbucks. I raise you mine. So yes.
Yeah, and so that was another part of my morning. I love Starbucks. Obviously, we did that promo where everyone got one. I go there this morning. This is the one morning they pick to open up late.
So you had to scramble.
I'm sitting there at the drive-thru. I'm like, why is nobody talking to me? What's happening? This can't be happening. So yeah, they decided to open late this morning, and yeah, so I had to run back here and get everything started. So and then of course if I appear discombobulated this morning, that's because
That's okay. We're all here. You have your coffee. I just suggest taking off the tie.
Later on, he'll be.
Water.
He's wearing shorts though. I just read a study this morning, everybody, that the optimum amount of coffee to drink is 3 cups a day, and they've done cohort studies, and that will give you the greatest life expectancy of coffee drinkers with respect to none. So there you go.
Really?
Oh, I'm not doing it for life expectancy. I'm doing it because it tastes good or it wakes me up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you get the added benefit of being able to do 10,000 more cups.
There you go. And I also just read something recently that caffeine does not, or coffee specifically, does not affect dry eye. So there's something to celebrate too. If you've got dry eye, then forget it. You don't have to worry about it.
I used to put coffee in my eye, Gretchen, and my eyes were really dry afterwards.
Well, you are an anomaly in many ways, Steve.
Yes. People have called me worse.
So I want to run through this while we're here this morning before classes get started. I mentioned our sponsors here. I'll pop it up on the screen again, but I want to thank everybody for attending because literally we couldn't do it without you. As Steve mentioned, we already have 2,500 people signed up and ready to go, which is a huge number, much more than I thought we would get this year, to be honest with you, because of obviously the changes with Arbo and, hopefully the world is going to start getting back to normal soon. So I expect these numbers to rise even higher over the next several months until the conference goes on until August. So thank you everybody for showing up. Hopefully you're enjoying the new software. I haven't seen many explosions yet.
The day is still young, Adam.
The day is still young, but as of right now, the software looks like it's working. Of course, it's only working in the lobby, right? Because the classes haven't started yet. But I'm going to encourage people to chat with us.
Yeah.
And so
I find if I go into the lobby and start chatting, I do get feedback though between this and the Zoom.
Yep, and so I just asked people to chat with us to test it out because we are starting to get a lot of people here in the lobby. But let me actually put up on the screen as well a quick reminder to everyone. So you can download the schedule on the left side of the screen. You'll see a link that says schedule, probably like under the section that says links. It's 1, 2, 3, the fourth one down. If you click on that, that'll bring up the PDF schedule for today and tomorrow. If you're an old fogey like me, you may even want to print it out. It's designed for printing. So you can mark it up and know where you're going, or you can look at it on screen, obviously. So definitely something to do. And I'd also like to thank our sponsors today. Again, without them, we'd have a very difficult time putting it on. You're going to learn all about the sponsors today. So we'll just give you your first peek at them. So Luno Technology, or should I say Luno Technology / OptoView. So as many of you may or may not know, Luno Technology acquired OptoView, I guess it was a few months ago now, right? Maybe 2 or 3 months. So this was a huge deal, probably one of the biggest deals, I guess, in the eye care industry in quite some time. We know many people are Luno users, many people are OptoView users, and now they're bringing sort of these two disparate pieces together, which is really cool. So we're going to learn a lot more about that merger and what's going on with that later today.
They're also giving a tremendous discount that everybody should check out when they go into when they communicate with them.
Yep, yeah, and so if you go into their discussion thread, or if you communicate with them, you can actually see what they're up to and check them out. So it's pretty neat stuff. So MacuHealth, again, another great sponsor of our conference. They've been with us now for many, many years. Definitely check them out and their full line of supplements. Steve, I know you were a user of their supplements when you were in practice, right before you retired.
I actually still use it as a supplement myself. And our first lecturer of the day, John Nolan's going to be talking about carotenoids and probably this product at least a little bit. So you'll get some insight knowledge from a scientist, not from the company.
Yep.
And you have the added benefit of a wonderful Scottish accent.
Oh,
Yes.
that's true. His accent
Scottish?
is really
No, wait,
cool.
Irish.
It's Irish, and it's
I'm
really
sorry,
cool.
I'm sorry. That
Right.
was heresy.
And I will mention after our sponsors, I have something to mention about that, but I'll get back to that after we go through all this. So Oculus, again, makers of instruments that we all know and love, including the Pentacam, which I refer to as the Swiss Army knife, because it does so much and can be used in so many different ways in practice. Again, check out their discussion thread to learn more about their products. And I know, as the lectures unfold here today, we have a bunch of stuff on sclerals, and you're going to start seeing Oculus's equipment used a lot because people who fit sclerals tend to really maximize the use of their instruments. So pretty cool stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And Lacrovera, makers of punctal plugs, among other things. Lacrovera is one of our sponsors, I guess, for many years now. What's cool about them, too, is that they have one of those great sheets with discounts specifically for the conference, almost like a Chinese menu, right? When you go into a restaurant, a really long laundry list, because they do more than plugs. I mean, I know we think of them that way, but they have a wide variety of items as well. So if you stop into their discussion thread, you can sort of see what they're offering as well. Vision Equipment Inc., this is Leo Hadley's company, and again, I don't know what they have on offer, but this is something you're going to have to check out. Hopefully we're going to get Leo this weekend to come on and tell us. So they specialize in refurbished equipment. So as you can imagine, their inventory is constantly turning over, and they always have good deals. If you're looking to outfit a lane and not spend a fortune on it, this is a pretty good option. And some new sponsors this year. So CECOP USA. CECOP, if you've never heard of them, is a buying group, and I'm sure you're scratching your head wondering, well, who are these guys? They actually are a relatively large buying group. They're big in Europe, and they are a combination of other buying groups here in the U.S. And I know, Steve, they're located down by you in
Yes.
Florida, not far from where you are right now. And so they have a USA headquarters, and they offer really great deals. They're trying to put together programs for docs that are really compelling. So again, you might want to check them out. We're going to be speaking to the folks at CECOP later in the day to learn more about the company in case they're not familiar to you yet. They certainly will be.
Aren't they giving you anybody who signs up for them 1 year free?
Yeah, so they have this insane deal, and I'll let them talk about it as we learn about it today, so you can learn all about it. So really good guys and interesting company if you've never heard of them. It's always fun to talk about new stuff, right? It's so unusual that we actually get new stuff, and this is pretty new. So that'd be great. So Innova Systems. So Steve, I know we had a great talk with them the last time we did CEwire, all about cone contrast testing. And we're going to have them back again, and we're going to learn all about it. So this is something that I'm not sure a lot of people are familiar with. Or at least if they're familiar with the concept, they may not be familiar with the instruments that you can now use to measure this.
Mm-hmm. So, and we have Dr. Davey talking about the science of it.
Right, so Dr. Davey is going to be talking about the science of it later. I don't know if he's going to actually be coming on for an interview this time around. Maybe we'll get him, but he does have two lectures going on. One lecture on this in particular. He's doing another lecture, I think, on carotenoids. So definitely check that out. And Arctic Medical Laboratories, so they make diagnostic tests. And this is a new sponsor. We're really happy to have them. And again, I know, I will confess, almost nothing about their test. And Steve, I think you're a little more familiar than I am with it.
I've been using it for about 7, 8 years, especially when some noted practitioners were saying that zinc is good in some people and not good in some people. And it's great. It dovetails with the MacuHealth product because you could prescribe different formularies of it. So I know it backwards and forwards, so I'll help you out there. And they give you a genetic profile of your patient, their risk factors for macular degeneration, and what nutraceuticals might be beneficial specifically for that person, not just the general broad stroke publics like AREDS too.
Yep.
That's cool.
Yeah, really is.
Yep.
Well,
And so let me go on to the next sponsor, and that's the end of the sponsors. Wow, that's a pretty good
A lot of
list.
sponsors.
We do. We have a lot, and we thank all of them for being here. And I mean, it's a lot, especially considering in the context, of our conference, right, where, in a very real sense, this is not a sponsor-driven conference at all. This is a user-driven conference, and we don't actively go out and hound people to sponsor the conference. So the ones that are here, we really appreciate, and we work pretty closely with them. So.
And they pretty much contact us, not us contacting them. So we're not soliciting them; they're soliciting us. So
yeah, and I think and I like the idea of having fewer sponsors because it helps us focus on them a little bit more. We can learn more, which is great, especially for something where I don't know anything about it. Right, like Arctic's diagnostic tests. I know very little about it, but by the end of this weekend, I'm going to know a lot. So I like having fewer sponsors here.
What I like, Adam, about the sponsors for CEwire is it's a lot of smaller companies who are able to access practitioners and interact with you and all of us because you keep the price point right. It isn't like you're buying a big, huge booth at, say, Vision Expo East or West. So smaller companies can come in and have their voices be amplified and their messages heard to many practitioners out there, especially to some who may not know of some of these smaller companies. And plus the ability to come on and have a conversation as well. It's so sure you're not having people walk by your booth, but you're doing it from your home in your bunny slippers with your coffee, and it's just a great way for smaller companies to have their voices amplified and heard out there. That's what I love about the sponsors here.
Conversations.
It's even more interesting when we did NORA and ISVA, which is Sports Vision, Gretchen, because those are even smaller companies getting a targeted audience of doctors who are really interested in that. So they can never afford the big conferences and have a booth at Vision Expo, et cetera. And they really get their message across to a targeted audience. And pretty much the same here.
Too, that each of the sponsors has a room, and you can go visit that room, and there'll be somebody there to answer questions. So with the whole setup here, you may want to just describe this a little bit more. What's unique about our system now?
Sure. I can kind of walk people through it a little bit here. So let me see if I can show you this without blowing up the world, which is always good. So let me actually get it set up here. I haven't actually set up my instance of this morning, so people can actually see what's going on. And okay, let me put it up on screen so people can see. Okay, so hopefully everyone can see that. So what's unique about this? So I think the system itself, what we've tried to do is streamline it and make it much easier to use than the old one. Obviously on the left side of the screen, you can see everything that's, sort of the main functions that you need to access during the conference. In fact, I probably don't need to explain this to too many people because over 1,000 of the people who are taking the conference have actually logged in early to look around and kick the tires before the conference even started. So
that's incredible.
Yep. Yeah, so people are definitely looking. I mean, that's the crazy part, is that in the old system that we had, there was no actual way for people to come in early and look around, right? So it was all holding your breath and waiting until the conference started, as opposed to this system where anyone can come in, who's registered for the conference anyway, and look around and see what's happening, which is pretty neat stuff. So that's why it's a little bit different here today.
And the first couple hours were hell in previous conferences because people didn't log in until the time of the show and they had no idea where to go. And support is just so hard when hundreds of people are asking the same question. Here, they know what to do beforehand, so it should be pretty seamless.
Yep.
Speaking of questions, we do have a question that I don't have the answer for. So Wendy Choi is asking if she's able to stay in the same room for a few classes, or does she need to exit after a class is over and then come back in? So Steve and Adam, that's all you.
Well, Adam can answer. The answer is she can stay in the same track all day, go get lunch in between the lectures, or she can go to different tracks. The software will time her. She has to stay in the room for whatever lecture she's in, so she could stay there or go someplace else. We designed this in such a way with the 3 tracks, with the 3 weekends, that literally you can get all your credits in the 3 live shows without leaving one track, one weekend, the second or the third, or mix and match if you so desire.
But so I guess her question is, like at a live conference, you, even if you're staying in the same room, so to speak, you would need to exit and then come back in to be scanned for a new class. So she stays in that same room the entire day. She'll get all of her credits.
Adam won't say it, but he and Audencia, which is the company we work with, have built a better mousetrap. I know they don't have to do that. Am I correct, Adam?
Say that again.
If somebody's in track 1 and just stays there, they don't have to go out of track 1 after the first lecture and come back in to be timed.
Correct. Yes, the system should automatically just keep you in that room. You can just kind of sit there as if you never left the lecture hall, and it should just start the next video. However, if there's a bug and it doesn't, all you have to do is hit refresh, and then it'll just restart everything again. But in theory, it should work for you, just not going anywhere.
And in that room, you can download handouts, do the survey, all the various things you need. It's right there at the bottom of the screen. It's seamless now. It really is a much more simplified interface.
And if everybody's watching right now, you can kind of see in the chat that's on the right side of the screen, there's people with stars. Those stars are the speakers at the conference, and then there's people in blue with stars. Those are administrators at the conference. If things are falling apart for you, they're actually watching to make sure that things are working smoothly. This chat room in the lobby where we are right now is the place that you should go to get help. So the critical thing is that you know that always come back to the lobby. On the left side of the screen, you'll see a link that can take you straight back here. If you are having any trouble, come back here and leave a message. Do not send me an email, or some people's first instinct is to call my phone, which today is a terrible idea. So the best thing to do is just come on in and chat with us, because you have so many eyes on this right now. There's people from Audencia watching. There's us, everybody. So this is the room to come in. And Ken
I still don't have a star, which I'm crushed.
If they want to go into the room, how do they get there?
Into a classroom, you mean?
Well, they took a course, and now they want to chat with their buddies that took the same course.
Right. So people who are after each lecture is done, of course, there's a discussion thread if you want to actually put up a permanent message on ODwire. The discussion threads are linked right beneath the window, the conference window. So right down here, you'll see a link that says go to discussion for each lecture. So if you're sitting in Steve's lecture in an hour, there's going to be a link beneath it that says discussion thread. If you click on that, it's going to go to Steve's permanent discussion thread on ODwire, where you can ask a question, and eventually Steve will get back to you. Hopefully, Steve.
Eventually.
Now, I'm actually answering questions now. Somebody needed to know about the OE tracker. But I believe Adam has helped that out. Anybody who didn't enter OE tracker got some message, hey, please do so.
Right. So if you, if you have an OE tracker number, when you go to ODwire, you won't see any threatening messages. If you're lacking an OE tracker number on your account, when you go to ODwire and start reading threads, you're going to get this notice at the top of the screen. I should have taken a screenshot of it that says, hey, you don't have an OE tracker number. Click here to fill it out. Ooh, I just heard myself. So that's the idea, is that the system will warn you if you don't have one. And good news for everyone, if you don't have one today and you don't have one tomorrow, don't worry about it on Monday. I'm going to go through the whole system again manually, pull everybody's names where I don't have an OE tracker number, and shoot you an email. So we'll have time before we submit this to Arbo to get that tracker number in. So don't freak or panic that yours isn't in there. You're going to get plenty of warning. It'll be okay.
And the worst case scenario is for some reason you don't have one, you don't want one, whatever the reason might be, you could still print out and download your transcripts yourself.
Oh wait,
within 50.
Yeah, and let me show everybody. I can actually show people the threatening message. So you see on the top of ODwire here.
You are still threatening, Adam.
So here's the message. Notice you have no OE tracker number on file. If you'd like us to transmit them, please follow these instructions to enter one. Right? And then so if you click on that link, it'll take you to the instructions about how to enter your OE tracker number. It's really easy, right? You just click on your account profile, and then you scroll down to optional OE tracker number, and then you put something in, and then you click save. And when you do that, the threatening message should disappear when we go back to new posts. See, threatening message gone. So that's how you know.
Okay, and I just saw this Texas Optometric Board and CE broker. If anyone's concerned.
Oh, you want to get me started this morning, huh?
It's too early, Paul.
Somebody might be concerned. Does it affect them?
Sure.
You're going to be submitting those tracker numbers, no matter what Texas is doing.
Right. So I have no control over what Texas does. So for those who haven't been filled in on this drama, most states use the OE tracker, right? Arbo's OE tracker to get your credits in, right? So you've all been to this website, right? Arbo.org. And so this is the place where we submit your credits to. It's where you can look them up. It's where all the state boards go to make sure that you've actually done the CE that you claim to have done. The problem is that for whatever reason, certain states, and there's only 2 of them so far that have done this, are attempting to reinvent the wheel and have outsourced this function of keeping track of stuff to a third party called CE Broker that is basically requiring CE providers like us to create brand new systems to try to interface with it, which is really unfair to not just CE providers, it's unfair to the licensees as well, because you guys are expected to pay for it, either indirectly, right, because your state is partnering with this third-party company, or directly because this third-party company also has, quote, premium plans, right? I guess it's like the Disney Plus of CE, where you can get advanced features in your CE tracker for like $50 a year or something, which is ridiculous, right? Because this already exists and Arbo has it. So Texas decided to implement this. I don't know how they came to that decision, but what it means is that for us as a CE provider, I have to go into the system now and get our courses reapproved. And for CEwire, that's not a trivial number. So I'm working on it right now, but regardless, even if you're in Texas, I will be submitting all of your credits to Arbo, and eventually, if you want to print out your certificates and throw them over to your board, that might be a way to go as well. So
right.
we're trying.
That was my question, Adam. Is the CE not allowed if it's not to the Texas broker system, or could people save it themselves manually in Arbo and then say, if they're audited, say, look, I took 60 credits or whatever Texas requires, and show them we did it, and here are the platforms we did it under. Right.
So I asked Texas that exact question because it's a brand new system, and I'm like, look, you're forcing all of us to do this now, but if we're not set up, what's going to happen? Can the people just take their credits and submit them to you? The board never replied to my email. So
because they don't know. And we have some prominent Texas ODs who are really bright people. They don't know what to do. So if they don't know what to do and they're confused because it just happened, they pulled the rug out from them immediately. They just they're just going to take the courses here. In fact, some are actually lecturers here.
Yep.
Texas is a very big state, so we have a lot of people taking courses.
Yep.
Unfortunately, Florida and Texas, which have, I think, are the second, third biggest states in the U.S., unless Russia invades.
Right.
Well, guys, let's take a look at the time. It's 10 o'clock Eastern, just about. We've got a minute or two to our first classes.
Yep.
Yes, I'll apologize. I'm going to be muting myself to go into the classrooms, make sure the speakers are there, make sure the sound is good. So I can't be in both places at the same time because you'll get feedback on the audio. I want to make sure the audio is playing there. So if you see I'm muted, it's because I'm doing something else.
Yep.
Cool. Well, first one, we've got Clark Chang and Brandon Ayers talking about the next frontier of innovative presbyopia treatments. Then we've got Tammy Petrosian talking about back to the basics of strabismus diagnosis and treatment. And then in the third room, we've got John Nolan with the fabulous accent talking about improving contrast sensitivity with carotenoid supplementation, new results from the CREST trial. So we are kicking off CEwire 2022 right now, guys.
Yep. So,
and Bart, if you've never dealt with Jane Nolan, his wife, she's amazing. She keeps him under control. She's his administrative assistant times 10. And John just relies upon her, throws it to her, and Jane gets back to me within a minute or two. By the way, that's why he's at 10 o'clock in the morning, because it's probably about 5 o'clock in Ireland.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
yeah, I did my best to accommodate times for everyone. It was a little bit of a challenge, and I apologize again to the folks on the West Coast, for starting so early. It's just, we had very little choice in the matter. The days were so long here. On the East Coast, the days go out until something like 8 p.m. or something, later, 9 p.m. It gets pretty late.
Well, it's either early or late for somebody. You can win. And that's the beauty of taking the classes on demand. That you can.
Nothing about Australia and New Zealand.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, so somebody's always going to complain. We need to get Steve some reading glasses or something. You're doing a bunch of squinting at the screen, and you're muted, Steve. There you go.
He's going to be first online for that presbyopia treatment.
Actually, Steve got me a script. I picked it up last night, and I didn't try it yet because I have to drive later today, and I figured I don't want to try it on a day when I'm going to be driving in the dark. So I will be trying it tomorrow morning, and I will report back. So I'm actually unsure what to do after I instill the drops. Do I reapply my contact lenses? Do I put glasses on? Because it's not correcting for my refractive error. I mean, hopefully we're going to, we'll just have to try it and see how it works. So maybe I'll try one eye first and see how it goes, and then instill in the other eye. But yeah, I'm anxious to try it just because why the hell not? It's something new. I always like to try new things.
You could hear me now, Gretchen. So yes, here's what you do. You have to wait 15 minutes before inserting your contact lenses. And I assume they're not multifocals?
They are.
Ooh, then it's going to really be interesting.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't know whether I'm going to, I might still have some sphericals lying around.
So if you have single vision anything, the theory is if you have single vision glasses or contacts, that brings you back to emmetropia. And therefore, the presbyopic drop should then help your reading problems. So that's how I'm advising people who I've been prescribing. So it makes sense, doesn't it? It's bringing you back to square zero. But with a multifocal, that is what doctors might do. There's a whole bunch of things in my lecture I'm talking about. So, for example, a very young presbyope like you might wear a certain type of lens where you don't need that much plus help. But an older one might be able to wear a less powerful reading ad and see better far away with the help of the presbyopic drugs. Do you follow what I'm saying? There's a lot of ways to skin in that cat.
But unfortunately, I don't fall into that category. I'm at the high ad because I'm a hyperopic presbyope, a complete pain in the ass. So I'm at the high ad.
But
so
now you might be able to take a +1D if it's a bioaffinity, or rather than a +250N, because you can get that added accommodation or visual performance of the drop itself. And that will make your contacts work better because you're not going to get the distance vision blur with the high ad. Does that make sense?
Yep, it absolutely does. So
listen to my lecture.
Well, thank you for the encapsulated version. So I'll have to try it. I am worried about some of the effects. I'm concerned about headache because I'm prone to headache. So we'll try it and see how it goes. It might be awesome. It might suck.
Night driving, all those things are something that's why I want you. And it's actually an OD It's been very interesting. Several ODs have been taking it and reporting back with some very good results, some mixed results, and some hated it. So, but again, not to get too far into the lectures, and then Clark Chang is actually delivering one now on all the things, not just the drops, on IOLs, various surgeries, etc. But that's why I keep on calling this the year of presbyopia, and it's going to be. But there's a lot of new things coming out that probably will be better than the original drug that was just approved in November by Allergan, AbbVie.
I'm really excited to see what else is coming. And yeah, I need to at some point listen to Brandon and Clark's lecture, and then yours as well, because I'm interested in what's coming down the pike and how they're going to position it. So more to come on mine tomorrow, at least. And did you ever call one in for Adam?
No, he didn't give me the information. He didn't want me to give me his date of birth. No, he hasn't. He will, but he hasn't done it yet.
I haven't done it yet. I've been too busy here, and I'm actually.
I don't know what you're doing, Adam. You're just sitting there in your basement.
Yeah,
with your
I know.
tie on.
Just wasting time,
7
right?
computers, and I'm going to go on mute again so I can check out the lectures and sort of Adam will hear out when he hears a audio feed.
Okay, thanks for popping back on to talk about that, Steve.
And so someone in the lobby here asked, I can't get into a lecture. It says I don't have permission. So try again. That's the only person I've seen who has a problem so far. It looks like in the different classrooms, people are able to get in okay. So yeah, so far so good. And
it looks like a bunch of people have gone into lectures, because at one point we're a little over 100 people in the lobby and we're down to just under 60.
Yep.
So
yeah.
hopefully people are heading into their classes right now. So that's fabulous news.
Yeah, so things are looking up. Things are actually working, it seems, by and large. And again, I'm going to let Gina know here in the lobby, if she is having a problem getting in. Let's see if she can get in again. We anticipated, of course, in the beginning, since this is the very first hour of the very first time we've used the software, we anticipated that there would be some problems. Okay, so another person saying, I'm not getting sound in room 3. I do get it in here after I click the sound icon, but there isn't one in room 3 video. So let me actually... I'm going to actually see if I can help this person out myself here without getting Audentio involved.
Oh, we've got somebody else with an error message going into a room. And somebody else is saying people in room 1 having problems with no sound.
Okay, so
I'm wondering if with folks with no sound, if they are forgetting to raise the sound level on the streaming video in their room.
Yeah, and also what I did this morning in error is I had my headset into the computer, so I couldn't hear anything. So I took the headset out, and obviously the sound came on.
Oh, very cool. I've noticed some notifications over to the left side on the left rail of links, and I've gotten a notification that all of the rooms have gone live. So that's kind of cool to let people know that that's happening.
Oh yeah, you are correct. Yep, so they've all gone live, and
How do I get that? I don't want to blow up the screen. How do we get onto those notifications?
Okay, so question here about the sound. Apple products in room 2.
I do like that we are crowdsourcing some of our troubleshooting, that people are offering comments on things that aren't working, and other people are jumping in, offering suggestions. So that's great. Nice community feel here.
Yep, and the engineers are looking at it right now to see about the sound. They are acknowledging the problem. So yeah, everyone's saying no room in sound 1.
No sound in room 1.
In room 1. Sorry, I'm on 3 different computers here typing stuff.
No worries. We have some people saying they aren't having permission. They're having permission problems. So would you suggest that they log out and back in, or refresh their browser?
Yeah, I would say try refresh and see what happens. I don't know why certain people would get no permissions and others wouldn't, because everybody's permissions are, of course, the same. Because if you've made it into this room where we are in the lobby and I can see your name, like Lisa, I just saw you were typing, that means that you have permissions to be in the conference. So I'm just not sure.
Registered.
You're registered, and
Yes.
your account's all set up, right? So everybody's equal here. We're all registered as part of the conference.
I came back to tell you a little bit of feedback that the attendees are giving us. Chrome browser is working fine. When you go into Safari, it doesn't work for some reason. And one person said I could listen to the video on the iPad and the audio on my phone. So they're getting creative, but I'm not sure why that's occurring.
That is creative.
Yeah.
We like that.
Very few, and there's I haven't looked at the amount, but there's several hundred, I'm sure, in the rooms.
So
it's
it's useful to know which kind of computer they're on that's having the problem, or which kind of device too. So yeah, so if it is mostly a Safari problem versus Chrome, that's actually really useful for us to know too. No audio.
Myself again.
No audio in Firefox.
Firefox.
Well, some percentage of people still use it.
I haven't heard of that for a while. So yeah, I'm not throwing shade. I just find it interesting. Oh, 2 people on Firefox. Huh.
Okay. Yeah, iPad, no sound. I can only hear audio in the lobby area here. So we're working on it. We will see. Yeah.
But let me assure
So
them
no,
they're going to get
no sound on Mac.
Okay. I'm back, and then Tammy's using the same thing, saying refresh, go to Chrome, etc., and everything should be fine. So try. I'm sure Microsoft Edge probably also is going to work. It's a pretty robust platform.
Yeah. So Edge is the same thing as Chrome, actually, just with all the Google stuff removed. So.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and the sound quality is really good. Now, I don't see any mute button in the lectures themselves, because I'm trying to mute them and still come back to you, but there's no mute button for the lectures, correct?
Yeah, so there is no mute. I mean, and you should have sound from the get-go, and if it's not, I'm not sure why certain browsers are muting it. It seems like Chrome-based browsers are not. They're working fine.
It's just Safari, which Safari they're probably using on their phone or their iPad, because generally it's not on a computer.
No, I have it on my laptop.
You do? Okay.
Yep, it still comes standard. I don't use it. I use Chrome now.
Mm-hmm.
It took me a while to switch to Chrome, but when I finally did, I was a happy camper.
Okay, let's go into the rooms. I can't go into the rooms until I mute myself again.
Okay, so somebody said she left Safari and restarted on Chrome and the audio works now. So that's great that she had that option, but not everybody does. And yeah, it seems like it's a Safari problem. Oh, Richard Klompus says Safari browser doesn't permit audio. Audio works with Chrome browser.
Thanks a lot, Apple. So yeah, so that may be the problem.
I'm an Apple fan. That's a shame.
So any Chrome derivative then should work. So Chrome or Edge. So definitely go into those. I'm not sure why Apple is muting sound. I have a feeling this has something to do with them not liking to autoplay audio in videos when they come up.
Which is not a bad thing.
Oh no, certainly it can prevent a lot of annoyance, but here it's creating a lot of annoyance.
Yes.
So are the engineers working on it?
Yeah, they're working on it.
Well, hopefully we'll get something sorted.
Get the sound is that they're going to get credit for the course?
Yeah, they will. So let me actually, why don't you guys talk amongst yourselves? I'm going to actually see what's going on and try to
talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Steve, next year, it might be a good idea to get an oculoplastic surgeon to speak to the group. You don't have one this year, right?
Oh, you're muted, Steve.
Steve.
Yes, we have one this year. We've had him 4 or 5 of the 7 years. James Malidi.
Plastic surgeon?
Yes, oculoplastics, James Milite, Milite. He works for Omni and his own private practice. He's excellent. He actually took a lesion out of my daughter's lid, and
I tend to look in the mirror lately, and I think I look far better with glasses on, because one of the unfortunate parts of gravity is not only does it take the lower portion of your body, but it takes your lids down too.
Mhm.
And
Well, you can get your upper lids done for free.
Wear presbyopic glasses.
Well, we need
They're going to have to do something with their lids.
You could get it done for free. Go, Gretchen. Go.
Get some upneek.
Yes, that'll help, but it's temporary. But it's good for if they want to be a sponsor next year. Actually, Sue Resnick gave a great lecture last year on it. But Paul, if you have a problem with hooding and your lashes going down, if you take a visual field test and then they tape it and you do it again, and you could show visual deficit, the upper lids would be covered by Medicare. And it happens frequently.
Deficit, and I'm not going to let a plastic surgeon touch me.
But he's done several things. He's doing, I think, lumps and bumps this year on the lids. But he's excellent, and why don't you listen to his lecture?
I wouldn't do it just on principle. My feeling is that when you have minor aches and pains, number one, when you reach a certain age, you're almost there, Steve, that if you wake up in the morning without a pain, you're probably dead. There is a certain amount of pain, but sometimes the treatment for these minor pains is far worse than the pain. So,
I try to keep I go to the gym 3 or 4 days a week. I play golf, but it's amazing. I'll go to the gym and I'm all aches and pains. And when I leave, I'm fine. So get those bones moving is the answer to at least push things back as many years as you can.
I swim daily, so that helps that kind of ache and pain. But there's always little nudgy things happening. But certainly, you got to think twice before you do plastic surgery. I've seen some results. I'm sure it's far, far better than when I was in practice. But, New York ladies don't like to look over 40. So some will come and look like mummies.
I was going to say look worse than they, yes. The Botox works pretty well, but people don't smile very well. But you're right. Some of them, yes, they don't have wrinkles. Yes, their face looks different, but they look like they don't look good. Let's put it that way.
Well, but sometimes when they talk, not so much.
So listen to his lecture. I think it's tomorrow, and he's always interesting. And that's the thing that people, I think, realize, that we have a combination in our lectures here. We have many ODs, of course. We have many MDs and some PhDs also. So we try to get a whole wide range of all the professional fields.
Great.
Who was the plastic surgeon?
His name is Milite, Milite. James is the first name.
All right, I'm looking to see when his lecture is.
I think it's tomorrow.
Looking at the schedule. Sunday.
Got him?
Let's see, am I missing it?
I'll look at the schedule. He taped his lecture. We listened to it.
Let's see here. I'm going to start at the top because clearly, oh no, it's the tearing patient. That's today.
Okay, this day.
Yeah, it's today at 11:05 in room 3. That's the tearing patient. Don't let them drive you crazy.
Great. He's lead into my lecture at 12:10. I think I'm in room 3. So
you're right after him in the same room.
I need that great lead in. I'll lead the Nielsen ratings because of that.
I don't know, maybe not. I mean, I'm looking in room 1. Clark Chang has it all locked up from 10 a.m. to 2:15.
Yeah, I think people are going to actually stay there because his first lecture is on drops, and he has, but it's all diverse. He has a couple of ophthalmologists from Wills Eye that are lecturing with him, so they're excellent lectures. Clark always comes through.
Yeah, Clark is a great very, very entertaining, interactive, and relaxed lecturer. I like hearing him give a talk.
He just should get his stuff in more timely fashion, but I hope he hears that.
Okay, so here we go. We have some questions. So first of all, Cheryl Zimmer says she's using a Google browser on her iPad. So she is cobbling it together there using Google on an Apple product, and she's getting some sound.
So guys, in about 1 minute, everyone's going to be able to just hit refresh, and they're going to get an unmute button on their videos. I'm typing as fast as I can. I have never typed so fast in my life. So hang on.
You mean you're talking to the attendees?
Yeah. This is a bit of a challenge to get this done quickly, so I'm just trying to go as fast as I can.
So they'll get
well done.
It'll be a mute and unmute, because that's my problem. I can't go into the rooms.
So
because you'll get the feedback and you'll hit me.
I'll be on the floor rolling around. Okay, so almost there.
So we're still getting some permission challenges. And also somebody asking about the OE tracker number that it hasn't shown as loaded in. I'm thinking we just need to refresh a lot of things here.
I'm going to mute myself for a few seconds.
Okay, some more questions about sound. People are asking about that.
Okay, almost there. Getting there as fast as I can.
Yep. I'm saying telling people to hang tight. So we do have Jenny Chan asking about how to make sure her OE tracker is correctly loaded. It isn't available in her account settings for confirmation. So I'm wondering if anyone has a suggestion.
So the very best thing to do is to go to ODwire and just click around on some posts. And then if you don't get the threatening message that comes up, then you know that your OE tracker is set properly.
Okay.
It's that message at the top of the screen, oh my God, there's no OE tracker set. If you don't get that message, then it is in place. You can also go to the frequently asked questions list. It'll show you actually how to bring up, that was in an email that I sent out to everyone this morning, a link to it.
And by the way, I had problems just now hearing sound in the rooms, and all I did was refresh, and everything came up. So everybody refresh. I'll put a little note in all the chat boxes to refresh if you have no sound. So I'll be right back.
Okay, so yeah, and what you're going to get for these first lectures, I'm typing as quick as I can to get these first lectures in. This is going to be a busy morning for me, actually, typing a lot, because I got to make sure that all the other lectures look good for people. So hang on for 1 second. At least 2 of the tracks should be working now. If they hit refresh, they should be able to get a volume.
Okay, so we're having somebody who refreshed and is still having permission problems. I suggested that he log out and back in. I'm going to suggest that he quit his browser.
Okay. Hang on 1 second.
Well, that's pretty incredible, Adam, of what you're doing to get this fix cooking and so quickly. So, all right. Well, hang tight, David. I'm seeing that you're still having the problems. So let's get this sound problem fixed, and then we will take a look.
Okay, so the sound problem is fixed.
Excellent. That's great, Adam. Thank you so much for jumping on that so quickly, you and your behind the scenes team. And Gilbert says the MacBook is now working.
Yep.
Excellent.
Yeah, so everybody should have sound controls now in the videos. My apologies for that. Again, we all knew that this was going to happen the first lecture. first day. But in fact, what I have to do now is actually go into all of the lectures today and make sure that those sound controls are enabled. So if you guys want to keep talking amongst yourselves, have a great time, and I will see you in 2 weeks. No.
I put the information in also and told them to hit refresh, etc. But it should work now.
Yeah, so not just refresh also, but when they hit refresh, now they should see volume controls in the video where they can bring them up. So
let me try that, so see if I don't have to. I'm going to mute my.
Adam, since we have the current lectures fixed, are we able to address the permission problems for those who are still trying to get in these lectures?
Yep, I'm talking to the engineers about it right now.
Okay. All right, I will let everybody know. Oh, good. We've got somebody helping David.
I guess this is the problem being the first hour of a brand new system.
Yep.
That's why you never buy the brand new model car when it first comes off the line. You got to wait a while until all the bugs are out.
But you know what?
There are just so many possible bugs in any system that it's impossible until you actually start using it.
But you know what? It's annoying to not have the sound, but look at how quickly Adam and his team got it fixed. And there are a few people who are having permission problems. It could be far, far worse.
Yeah, so that's interesting. There we go. That's the problem. Okay, so this problem is a unique problem to this particular user. So some people have 2 ODwire accounts, and they registered for CEwire with one of them. Then this morning logged into ODwire with the other one. So the system's like, bud, not letting you in here. And so they can make it as far as the lobby to say, hey, I can't see anything, but they can't actually get in.
That is unusual. Okay, I guess word to the wise. Make sure you have only one ODwire account. But he must be using it, I would guess, frequently enough that he could register with one and then log in with another. Or maybe it was an auto login on whatever browser he was on.
Okay, so somebody's complaining about no sound again. And again,
okay, hopefully. All right, and Peter saying no sound in room 2. Okay, so hopefully we can get everybody to refresh. Steve, you really need to adjust your frames.
And we're still looking into the sound problems that a few people are having to make sure that it's... so this is actually one of the big issues with different browsers and different platforms. You know, there are so many of them that people use, and each one has a different interpretation of what, you know, is considered correct behavior. And so a lot of them will not automatically play sounds because, as you know, from browsing on different sites on the internet, it became a scourge of... of sites wanting to just open up sound and annoy everyone. The flip side of it is when you want it to come on, sometimes it doesn't automatically. That's why you have to click on the video and use the sound controls. So.
Yep. I just went to all the rooms. The sound's playing beautifully, and it's only the few people who are not using Chrome that they should be good now, though, right, Adam?
Yes, for now it should work. Actually, I have to get on my horse and make sure that the other lectures coming up for the rest of the day are all good with sound. So I'm going to let you guys again talk amongst yourselves while I go do this as fast as I can. I will see you probably in about 20 minutes.
And there's an easy way of looking how many people are in the rooms. And right now, there's almost 1,200 people, which is half the conference at this point, maybe a little less because people have signed up today. But the West Coast at 7:30 in the morning, I expect them to peter in a little bit later to get into the conference. So we're having a lot of bandwidth all at once. Imagine if you were in an apartment building and everybody flushed their toilets at the same time, the way Adam has described it.
Yeah.
That's what happens when everybody enters. People, if they flush their toilets, not exactly the same time, the system will work in the plumbing. But if they do all at the same time, especially in a cruise ship, but in an apartment building, whatever, you're gonna have trouble. So that's the bandwidth issues that we have. These huge servers, and they're holding up. So we have just so you know, Adam, Paul, and Gretchen, we have more people in this initial hour than we normally have in any conference in the past. People just will peter in, but I guess they were interested in seeing what was happening.
Yep, so just everybody, so I'm seeing one person has a problem logging in, and this has to do with not using the correct browser. So hang on for 1 second. I'm going to actually do something dramatic here on my end to try to help this one user.
Yeah.
So,
but realize with 1,300 people now entering, and we're having 3 or 4 or 5 complaints, that the rate of complaints is extremely low. The system's working. It's just getting these minor bugs out of the system.
yeah, so this one particular doctor has 2 different accounts, and he registered for CEwire under one of them, but not the other one. And I'm going to actually do him a favor to try to end this, and I just actually set him up on his other account.
In the past, we could not do this because we rely upon a third-party software company, and now Adam has complete control along with the people. They're here in the background, the developers of this new platform, and they're very, very helpful and very responsive. So it makes his job a lot easier. And I still have some hair, man. So I will pull it out the rest of the day. But I was listening. I could listen to the lectures, but I don't want to stay there a long time. But the sound quality was good. And I was listening to Clark Chang's lecture, and he was doing not the drops at this point, but doing all the various surgical things that you could be done for presbyopia, as well as contact lenses.
The picture quality good?
Perfect.
I will cry if the picture quality is not good, because that's the one thing I really, really pressed on. And the audio quality too, if you can actually hear anything. If your browser's not preventing you from hearing stuff, the audio quality is really good too, because I actually remixed all of the audio for every lecture.
So, and by the way, people, you're going to see Adam's face in between every lecture. You're going to get sick of it after a while, explaining the process with the new CEwire. So it's just to make sure you know what you're doing.
Yeah. Okay. So let me actually quickly, I'm going to run through, and again, I don't mean to ignore you guys. I feel bad that I can't really help you guys out, but I want to make sure that everybody can hear, and that everybody who's,
And it is interesting, just we anticipated, Clark Chang is in room 1, and more than half the people are in room 1 because they want the convenience of going through his 3 lectures in a row.
Yep.
So that you're going to get less people going in 2 and 3, but they'll take it next time.
Yeah, I don't think that the number of people who show up for the live course indicates which one is more popular or not. It might just be more popular right now. And I think where the rubber hits the road then is where people are taking the classes on demand. And because there are people who might pop on for a class or 2 now and then take the rest on demand throughout the entire on-demand period. So, and that's the beauty of this, that you can take the class whenever is convenient for you. So taking them live, you don't need to take the quiz afterward, but taking them on demand, you will need to take the quiz. But I mean, if you're sitting in the class, you'll be able to pass the quiz. It's just one more small step that you need to jump through. So, and the fact that this is on a weekend, except for those doctors who do work Saturdays, some work every Saturday, some just 1 or 2 a month. But then there's also tomorrow. And I think fewer doctors work on Sundays. I mean, there are a handful, but the timing is good. People, the majority of people, I think, don't need to take any time off of patient care to jump in here. And even if they are working for part of the day, the way that these hours span the day. So really early for you guys on the West Coast and really late for those of us on the East Coast. Hopefully you'll be able to jump in and at least get a couple of classes live today, even if you are seeing patients.
We're going to, the last lecture starts at 9 o'clock tonight, Gretchen. So even if you work till 1 on a Saturday, come home and eat lunch, you can still take 4, 5, 6 hours at a time. And by the way, you're correct. Well, I don't want to give certain speakers kudos because they know who they are, but we consistently have the best population of attendees in 1 or 2 lectures that we have back every year, and for good reason. Their content is great, their lecture style is great, and the learning experience is great. I'll mention one, Mark Friedberg, a retinal specialist, who was, he wrote the book for Will's Eye Manual of Emergency Care, with Chris Rapuano, who's also a speaker for us. But his lectures are always the most well-received, the best surveys, and the most people attending. So people go to the good content, and they've learned over the years who gives the best content.
Well, since you mentioned one, let's hear some of the others who are really popular, and that might sway some attendees' decisions on what to hear live. So who are the others who are consistent and hit it out of the park?
Okay, I would say, again, Clark Chang, like you mentioned. The lectures from the Will's Eye group, which is several of them are doing it by themselves. One of them being Chris Rapuano, who's the head cornea guy there. He's extremely popular. And of course, the icon, Dr. Steve Silverberg, he's always well received.
Now, see, I heard he's a really crappy lecturer and has all these corny jokes. Is that not true?
Not, I found that corny, but I understand his humor, so I get it. So I was able to listen to it. Let me think of others that we have back every year. Tammy Petrosian, who was voted Young OD of the Year a few years back. She's really diverse. She does stuff, functional vision with amblyopia, strabismus, also a lot of neuro stuff. She's always well received. Sue Resnick, a former partner of Paul, is very responsive, and she's always supporting us, and her lectures are always well received. And now, for example, I just got a contact lens spectrum magazine, and the whole thing is on scleral lenses. There's 17 different uses of them that at the very beginning was just for keratoconus, and she's always lecturing on that as well as other things. So those are the ones that come to, and John Nolan, because he's a scientist, he's unbiased, he has his own institute about these carotenoids that give us better vision. He's always well received. Again, maybe it's because of his Irish accent, and he's the first one in the morning. But again, he's one of the ones that we have back every year because people just love him.
There are also new names that I'm certain are going to be very popular.
Yes, well, that's one thing we try to do. As Gretchen knows, we try to rotate people in and out. We don't want the same 40, 50 lectures every year. We try to get new blood in, young blood in, diversity in terms of male versus female, and again, PhDs, MDs, etc. So you don't want to have the same, but some of the icons, people demand them back again, and those 6, 7, 8 ones who are really good that we know will draw an audience and also give great education at the same time, we're always going to try to have them back, and they always want to come back. And well, and I don't think it's tremendous honorarium we give, even though it's pretty good. It's because they like to do it, and they like the exposure, and they like the notoriety.
Also, there's no travel involved, either for the speaker or for the attendee. So the speaker is happy to record the lecture at home, and attendees can be sitting here in their bunny slippers, sipping coffee or a Bloody Mary or a mimosa, whatever they might like. And you can also take it, if you are taking these classes on demand as opposed to live, if you have small kids, you can sit in on a couple classes after you put your kids to bed. Or if you're an early riser, you can get a class in before you get up to go to the gym or have early morning clinic hours. That is the beauty of on demand, that you don't need to get up, go somewhere, or travel, fly somewhere and give or hear a lecture. So I think a lot of people in the optometric community and just the medical community at large have really embraced virtual CE. Now, as Adam has talked about in the past, medicine has handled that far differently than optometry has. But I think a lot of optometrists have really, pandemic notwithstanding, obviously we don't want that, but they really appreciated the ability to get their CE whenever they like and just sitting at home.
Another point is we required a lot more of our speakers this year than in previous years. The fact that we've integrated CEwire into ODwire, after the lecture is done, that's just the beginning. They'll have a thread on ODwire where they can have a discussion with, really far into the future about this topic, and as things change. I know my lecture specifically, but other people's lecture, the science is changing so rapidly that I'm going to have to make changes in what I said. And I'll be able to do that on ODwire. So we required our speakers to be in ODwire and to have a thread and to respond to it, which they all did. And I don't know if they're happy about it or not, but they required a lot more, at least time on their part to participate in this, and pretty much to a person, not a man or woman. I'm trying to be very political.
So the handouts are something that are universal.
Yeah, now we have handouts for everybody, PDF handouts. They're a good way. People have to take a survey, and that we use those surveys, by the way. That's one of the ways that we might eliminate a speaker. There's been some speakers in the past, Gretchen, that their content was good, but they were simply boring, and people didn't respond to them, and they're no longer going to lecture for us. And other speakers, their audio was bad. We tried to get them to talk louder, and they never did. So we try to have the cream go to the top, and there's always some new ODs that are responding to us that want to lecture, and we vet them. Art Epstein's
and MDs. Don't forget, Steve, and MDs, right? So we actually have ophthalmologists here today too. So don't forget about them, because they actually make up an interesting and a significant portion of the lectures today.
Sure, and PhDs.
Yep. We don't discriminate.
I like that. Yeah, so that goes along with the diversity that you're talking about. And I think that speaks very highly to the MDs who are part of this program, who are willing to lecture to a group of optometrists. I think that the friction between the two professions is starting to abate a bit. So kudos to the MDs who are very interested in working with their optometric colleagues. And of course, kudos to the ODs who are listening to their MD counterparts. So I really like that it's a good melding of eye care professions, and people are learning from each other, which is absolutely fabulous.
A lot of the MDs have close relationships already in that they practice with the ODs, but I have a few MDs that I just know from my local area or nationally that I invited, and they were thrilled to do it because they like the exposure and they love to lecture. The fact that we get some PhDs, I actually read a lot of journals that are outside Nature and things like that, and some of them are about eyes and whatever. We also try to have things that state boards require. New Jersey requires orals. Some state boards require a trafficking lecture. A lot require a narcotics lecture. So we try to satisfy those issues with specific lectures on those subjects. And we get the experts in the field to do it. There's a lecture this year by Dr. Valente on cannabis in the eye, and that's going to be. I'm going to listen to that, and that's something that I know very little about, and there's very little information in the journals, and she seems to be the expert on it.
Yeah, that's one thing that I do like is just the difference, all the different topics, all the different speakers. And back to your point about having the speakers have a thread on ODwire to continue the conversation. That's a value add that a lot of other conferences don't have, that interaction after the lecture is over. And then Paul, you mentioned the handouts. That's important too, that those aren't always available. And there are plenty of folks who like handouts to make notes on and refer back to them. In fact, I know a group of ODs where when somebody attends a lecture, it's a group of female ODs, and they share that information with everybody else in the group that I listened to this really great lecture on cannabis or neuro. And these are the top takeaway points that I took from that.
Right.
So I think that's really important that that continuing conversation, as well as the handouts, are available not only to reinforce that doctor's learning, but to share with others, because that's really what it's about, sharing information and learning. So the more ways that different entities can facilitate it the way ODwire and CEwire has is commendable.
Yeah, we're trying to make it so that I mean, a lot of ODs are focused on just getting their C credits, and that's it. That's where they're attending, and that's okay. That's their need. But we want people to attend because of to improve their education and to learn
Right.
about things that they didn't know about, and for whether they get C or not. And the fact that they get it is great, even though they don't need, a lot of states don't require it. So we're hoping in an altruistic way that people take some courses just because it might improve their practice. Again, I'll remind presbyopic drugs, scleral lenses, it could be anything in the field, or a discussion about trafficking or understanding it. I know, like I always say, the way when I graduated school and my last year of practice was just about a year and a half ago, I practiced totally differently, nothing the same. And would we get that information from CE and required courses as our license was expanded? So 20 years from now, it'll be the same thing. People are going to have to get their education from online or whatever live conferences they attend because you just don't assimilate it. And yet, I'll get on my high horse here, a lot of ODs don't, and they just practice the same way they did 20 years ago or 30 years ago, and those practices are not thriving for sure.
Right.
I think that was summarized in Mary Poppins, where a spoonful of sugar makes the medicine go down. And we try to put some sugar in.
Are you the sugar, Paul?
Say again?
Are you the sugar?
Am I doing?
You know what?
Are you sugar?
And by the way, I apologize if you're hearing noises.
I'm the person.
Yeah, he's no sugar. Let me tell you.
He's more spice.
I was going to say arsenic, but close. Just kidding. Actually, if you hear a lot of noise and sighing coming from me right now, this is because I am working through to try to get sound and unmute buttons on every single video in real time here. So you actually have to do it one by one. So it's going to be a little bit of a challenge here.
So
Is that something that the team can do as opposed to you?
I don't know, because they're going to have to go through the same misery as I am, and I want them to handle like real technical problems that can't be fixed. This is more of a configuration fix that I'm doing here.
Got it.
So basically, the general problem has been managed now?
Yeah, so the problems that people were having with permissions weren't really problems at all. So I see another person has a problem. So if they're getting a no permissions error, this means that they're probably logged into an incorrect ODwire account. So I'm seeing somebody who, yeah. So if somebody has a no permissions problem, what they need to do is tell me what email address they used. So then I can actually go flip on their particular account, because what's happening here is they might have two ODwire accounts. They registered for the conference under one of them. They're trying to log in on another account. And obviously it doesn't recognize them as being part of the conference, but I can quickly add them as long as I know what their email address is.
You know, Adam, that might be a good project for a rainy day, because I know you've got so much free time to go through the ODwire membership and see how many people do have several accounts, and maybe disable ones that haven't been used in a while, or you can see that somebody is logged in under account 3 as opposed to accounts 1 and 2.
Right. We have people who try to get clever sometimes because they forgot their password. They just don't even want to bother trying to reset it. They just create a brand new account like with their middle initial. Drives me crazy.
It's not that easy to start a new account, because basically they have to use a different name.
Right. That's what, yeah. So they try to.
Recognizes their name.
And Bill becomes William.
Brand new email address.
But a question for you guys. I am now in a lecture. I've muted the sound, and I'm back here with my sound on. Are you getting any feedback?
Nope.
Good. Okay, so I can do that. I couldn't do that before, so I couldn't monitor the lectures as well as be here. Now that's fine.
Going back to your comment, Paul, about people, or Adam, about logging in with another account or starting a new account, maybe that could be something as part of the signing up process that's when you try to log in with it or create a new account, that the software scans and says, oh, I see you're logging in as William. Could you possibly be Bill Smith instead of William Smith?
Right.
Another couple days of programming now. See, she keeps on giving me
Well,
more work.
I'm just brainstorming, and of course it's me telling somebody else what to do, which isn't helpful. Or maybe it's under the screening process, because I think, Paul, you research to make sure that everybody's legit, right?
So a lot of times what happens, the reason this happens, and Dad, I can tell you, because I actually watch this. What happens is people go to school and they use their school email address, and then they graduate from school and their school is like, ho ho, we are not going to let you use this email address anymore. So what ends up happening is that people might have been logged into ODwire literally for months or years under their school account. Their school account's cut off. They forget their password. They can't figure out how to log in again, right, using their school address. So then they just create a new account. So it happens all the time. And I think that's what's happening here. Like, we had one person who just tried this morning who had 4 different accounts. So,
and the most obvious is some people took out the account when they were students. Now it's 10 years later. They're now married under a different name with a different email address. So it certainly wouldn't give them a hard time to come in as a second account.
right. So, and what we're actually seeing here today too is I think the people who have been having permissions problems, some of them just didn't register at all for the conference, and they just decided to come in to watch the live stream, and they want to start watching classes, not realizing that they actually have to register for the event. So,
Well, how do you, I thought that you couldn't get to can you watch the live stream even if you're not registered?
correct. The way that the folks at Identio set it up this morning, people can come into the lobby even if they can't get into the lectures, because we wanted people to be able to get support. And so that's a lot of what you're seeing in the lobby today are people who are not logged in to the account that's authorized to be part of CEwire.
Okay, I thought that from what you said earlier, that if you were in the lobby, that meant that you were already registered. Maybe I misunderstood.
So it means that they're registered with an ODwire account at least, right? But perhaps not for CEwire. So
Got it.
we wanted to try to be as inclusive as possible this morning, right? Because we didn't want people to feel totally shut out. As it stands, you know, I'm ignoring my email box right now. So if people are trying to get me that way, my apologies. As soon as
Well, I know in previous years, the live stream was available just on YouTube.
So it is also there, but of course there's no chat there, right? They can't get this cool thing with the chat. This chat stuff is internal to the system here. So they have to be logged into at least an ODwire account to see it.
Got it.
And this is great because now a lot of people who didn't even know about ODwire have exposure to it. And I think it'll be beneficial for them and for the community, because it's always good to get new blood. We find, and I'm sure you find in all your various Facebook pages and LinkedIn, that of the amount of people that are members, probably 1%, 2%, 3% actually participate greatly. And that's what we find at ODwire. It's good to get a few more of those, I don't want to mention names, people participating.
Yeah, I mean, my hope for the conference was that since people are actually going to be seeing common material that they all have an interest in, that they'll post to those discussion threads about the particular lectures and not just about, you know, random stuff that happens to them on a daily basis. So we'll see.
You know, I'm looking at the stream on YouTube, and we actually have 2 people watching there. I guess maybe I'm one of them because I just clicked on it, but I find that interesting.
Yeah, I don't know how people would stumble across it even, because obviously we didn't promote it or advertise it there at all. We're using YouTube as a transport for this video, right? Because they tend to be reliable and they're free. So it's easy to actually stream with them. That's why we use it, but we don't really promote this live stream outside of ODwire itself. Or at least I don't. I mean, you guys can if you feel like posting the YouTube link wherever you want, you know, people can get to it.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do it just for the hell of it.
Just for giggles, yeah, sure.
The more I can pimp it out, the better.
Sure. The more the merrier. Meanwhile, I'm trying to work my way down this list of courses to make sure everybody on Apple devices has sound, so I will be very sad if they didn't. Apple really tried to do the right thing here. It's just, it's hard.
Yeah.
And
Okay,
I appreciate it.
The other people would be doing it.
What's
So
that?
The fact that there's so few people that are competitors to us shows how difficult it is.
Are we going to have a major problem at the end of February when 3G goes offline for various, like my iPad is a 3G iPad. Will it not work? I have no idea. Will my GPS in my car not work? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a bunch of old stuff, it may not work. Certain things won't. If you have an ancient like Kindle, that may croak unless you're using Wi-Fi.
Well, so buy your books now and download them so you can
Oh,
read
I
them
use
without.
my Kindle is very old, and all I use is Wi-Fi on it, and I don't keep it connected for very long because I get my books exclusively through the library.
Oh,
So
you're
if
one of
I
those.
yes,
Yeah,
and if I keep it turned off, then it won't take my book back if it's overdue.
I'm curious more about the GPS in cars. Is that going to go by the boards and you have to get a new car or some more
Well,
I would think
software
that there would
update?
be a patch. There would be some sort of fix,
yeah.
right?
The fix is buy a new car, which is what the automakers want, right? But I think most people these days, at least most more modern people, will just use their phone, right? I mean, if you look at the GPS systems in older cars, they almost look like jokes now. If you look
Oh
at something
yeah.
that's 10 or 15 years old, so most people are just connecting their phones.
Oh, I
Yeah.
use my phone, but it's kind of like watching an older movie that that CGI back at the time then the movie came out was awesome. And you're like, oh my God, look at these special effects. It looks so real. And now you watch it and you say, that looks so fake.
Right.
Mhm.
So David here asks a question in the chat. Do you have to take a test at the end? No. And in fact, in my public service announcements, you'll see if you're watching stuff live or interactive, as they call it, you do not have to take a test. You'll just get credit. If you watch on demand, then you have to take a test. So that's why we're encouraging everyone to show up here. And that's why I guess a significant proportion of people who registered for the conference actually showed up that first hour. I think Kyler just said we had over 1,400 people or something.
Yep.
Wow.
So
I just kept on counting, and that's amazing. We usually get a 10th to a 5th the first couple of hours, and I guess this is people, we've been telling them what time to come, they're coming.
Well, we're going to wind down with hour 1 and then get started with hour 2 in about 10 minutes. So we've got Clark Chang and Brandon Ayers again. They are a dynamic duo. They're talking about neurotrophic keratitis. Then we've got Tammy Petrosian talking about medical and behavioral approach to myopia management. So that's interesting. And then we've got the ophthalmologist that Steve was talking about with tearing patients. And his name is
Milady.
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 Milady. You can tell I'm not Italian.
Yeah, all the vowels are pronounced. And it's not going to be a Wordle word.
I have to tell you that I am not playing Wordle, although you'd think I would. But when something becomes a trend, I actively resist it. I do not want to be trendy. Jump on a bandwagon.
I'm playing it for myself, but I cannot take people who post every day what they did and how smart they are. I feel like putting something up and saying, I don't want to see it, but everybody's going to hate me. So I do it for myself, and my daughter will go back and forth. But it's just fun. But every day people say, look at me, look at me, look at me with their Wordle thing. And you feel like saying, yeah, I got it also. Big deal.
Well, what is Wordle? Is it where you just try to guess the word?
It's so simple that it's 5 boxes, and you have 6 different guesses to get the word. When you put a word in, let's say you put a word in like story first or something, it doesn't matter what you put in. It'll tell you that the letter is correct and the place you put it is correct, or the letter is correct and it's in a different spot. And from there, you can keep on going on.
Oh, there was a game show that did that years ago.
It's pretty.
I
It's simple.
what that was called.
But for example, today, well, I don't want to say the words because the people might have played it. You get to the point in the third iteration where it's one letter off, and there's like 4 words that it could be. So it's simply a guess. Do you follow what I'm saying? Like,
no, I totally get you. There was a game show like that. I remember watching.
Yeah. But so people are look at me on Facebook. I can't take it, but I do it for myself, and my daughter and I have a little competition with each other. That's about it. And she's a writer, so she kills me.
So Adam, we've got somebody else with a permissions problem.
Yep. So let me see what if they've registered for the conference or not, right? So that's always the thing.
You have another account. Did you register? Yeah. I need to find Steve talking about word games. I have to find the website. It was just really, really simple. And it was some word where there was an easy and a hard guess that you're trying to guess the word that the person was thinking of. And I'm not describing it very well. I'm going to have to find it. And
well, it was amazing with Wordle how it came viral so quickly, and New York Times snapped it up in a second.
Oh, yeah, for a lot of money. I mean, it happened it seemed to me within weeks, but I also wasn't playing it.
Okay, I'm going to go check things out to see how the lectures ended. So I'm going to mute.
I'm guessing. Oh, thank you, Jamie. $10,000 pyramid. Or I thought that was where you were trying to guess words in a category, like you'd say bat, man, that sort of thing. So I'm thinking that some people are coming here asking questions and aren't hearing us answer them in the live stream. So perhaps we should also be typing our answers as well. So we'll figure that out, that perhaps we need to answer that, because I know somebody was asking about a test after the class. And
we are 1 minute away from a guest. Dad, are you there?
So our guest is not going to make it this morning. So she told me that she cannot. The guest was going to be Vicky, right, from Lac Rivera. Is that right? Did I get it wrong? I thought it was supposed to be Vicky, but she told me that she couldn't make it. So yeah, so don't worry about it.
Okay, so we're free for a while.
Yeah, well, you guys are free. I'm going to continue sticking my head down and actually getting the lectures to have sound. So, and Gretchen, by the way, what we'll do later is we'll play Wordle in the live stream so you can see what today's Wordle looks like if nobody's wrecked it already for us.
Oh, that'll be cool. Yeah, I've never actually played it. I'm going to try and dig up what that other website is.
You can also play Worldle, where you can guess the country, which is fun. We've been playing that with Reed.
Isn't that kind of limited, though?
So you put down the first country, and then it tells you how far away you are from the actual country. So then you try to narrow it down.
Oh, it's geography.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is the thing where a 7th grader can like beat the snot out of you. So he does every day. So because I know nothing about geography at this point.
Yeah.
Well, I've forgotten a lot of it.
People are asking at the end in both rooms just a few about the quiz, and also iterating. You don't have to take one now, but you have to take it when it's on demand, enduring, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
People might be coming here now because they got the 5 minutes in between. If there's any questions, put it in chat in the live stream, please.
Okay, we have an hour and a half between the next speaker. What do you got on tap, Ed?
Well, we're just going to keep talking here because I want to make sure everyone's problems are fully taken care of. And actually, as I'm talking to you, I'm still working on the sound issue for all of the videos. This is, taking, as you can tell, a while, even though I type pretty quickly, to do, because the interface that I have to actually put the sound back for each one is not not streamlined, to put it mildly. So
do you need us for that?
I don't need you guys for. I mean, you guys can just go and can do stuff, but I do want to stay here live at least and keep talking to people.
Well, let me go over the next lectures to come, and we'll talk about them.
You change your background, Steve.
Yes, I want to be variable. I keep on moving around the country.
Looks like a very dry area behind the trees.
I just downloaded a few fun ones, but these backgrounds that look like this. Gretchen, I guess, went on mute. We have a lecture on neurotrophic keratitis. As everybody knows, is a drug that came out about a year or two ago that can treat it, and I used it myself in practice, and it worked quite well. It's not going to be used a lot because it's a rare condition. And Tammy's lecture on myopia management and control. It's funny, the two pillars, Paul, of optometry have always been what? Myopia and presbyopia. And this year, if you're a smart practitioner, you would have a myopia, let's say, center of excellence Were you doing all the things that you could do? Orthokeratology, certain contact lenses with orthokeratology, atropine therapy, multifocal lenses, contact lenses, and then the whole thing with presbyopia. Besides advising people on various surgical procedures and cataract surgery, IOLs, we now have the drops by Allergan that are going to be, I would expect by the time CEwire is almost over, I'll have a few more drugs to put in that have been approved by the FDA. So instead of just treating it as reading glasses or drops, if you market it correctly, you will have people coming to you in droves because you're the expert on this new thing called presbyopia, or this even newer thing called myopia. And it's always been what we did, pretty much. And now it's become to the forefront.
Right.
So we'll see.
The market now that would get attention. I guess presbyopia, for the short run, is going to be a big thing.
Well, it's going to be, there are probably more presbyopes than there are myopes. And even the myopes become presbyopes, like a Venn diagram. So we're talking.
I've always enjoyed myopia.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I don't enjoy having it.
Myopes. That was who I went out with, because they're better readers and they're usually smarter.
Mm-hmm.
And also the fact that if they don't wear glasses, they're concentrating on me and they can't see anything beyond 6 feet. So they're always better dates.
Yep. And even back in the 70s, -9 spheres worked. And contact lenses, I'm saying, was a fairly easy,
very,
amazing.
I didn't date them. So.
But no, I think with the population getting older, and we might also, again, you'll hear it in my lecture, start intervening and explaining to people at 38, 39 years old, especially if somebody's +1, start intervening with treatments to some of these new techniques actually might prevent it from occurring. They're not just miotics that make the pupil smaller. They actually make the lens be able to change its shape, if we can see this better and more efficiently with various stopping the cross-linking of proteins, etc. So if you're going to start having these conversations with young people, especially if they're on the computers more, and we're talking probably half the US population will have this problem. And if you could deal with it without the need for glasses and $500 progressive lenses and you want to get 2 or 3 frames, so it gets even more expensive, or get older, crummier optical progressive lenses that don't work nearly as well, the drops work great. Now, they're pretty expensive at this point. Oh, by the way, Gretchen, do you mind telling me how much you paid for the drops?
Excellent timing. I just had to refill my coffee. Yeah, with my copay, it was $79.
Well, that's actually pretty good. I've heard up to 100, 110. Now, you as a person, if it worked wonderfully, and you could put it in twice a day, and you can get single vision contacts, single vision glasses, etc., would you pay the $1,000 or so a year for that to use it continuously, or would you use it intermittently when needed?
Well, I have to try it first and see how it goes.
I said if it works wonderfully.
Oh, if it works wonderfully, $1,000. I'm a happy multifocal contact lens wearer.
No. But what's going to happen is, as 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 drugs come on the pipeline, that $80 is going to go by the boards. And there'll be coupons, there'll be the first 3 months free, things like that, because you're going to have sales reps inundating your office with samples to, just like, we have so many choices with multifocal contact lenses, etc. And we try various types, and it's free for the patient until we decide on it. The same thing's going to happen, as well as other fields. Myopia control, I was using atropine, as well as orthokeratology, as well as certain decentered contact lenses. Now my site has been approved. And that also generates a lot more referrals from other patients, because the practices aren't doing it and you're doing it. They're going to go to you, and your fees can be much higher, because this is a field. These are fields of expertise. They're not fields of easiness. Like the old expression, 7 in, 4 and out the door. And I'm happy to see that people even practicing in commercial environments are doing it.
I'll bet mainly Asian patients.
It was mainly Asian at the very beginning, the myopia control, but the Asian population, at least in my community, integrated with the other ethnic backgrounds, and they referred them. So by the end, it was 50-50. But at the beginning, it was 95-5. And the reason for that, Paul, is that it was approved in Taiwan and Hong Kong way earlier than the United States. So, doctors were able to prescribe it, and these people either immigrated over or they spoke to their family and they knew about it. We gave a lecture twice at the Asian Chinese school on a Saturday morning, and I think we got 3/4 of the people coming in the next day, or at least calling up. That's the right way, but you have to market that way. You just can't expect people to knock down your door and ring the phone unless you let them know what you do and how you do it. And you better be successful also. I mean, if you have unsuccessful patients, that's not going to work. So don't be a dabbler. You have to wait. Just like you were a contact lens expert, if you were a dabbler in contact lenses, people got, oh, contacts don't work. And how many times did they go to OMDs and say, oh, they don't work? Multifocal contacts don't work. And it's because they went to a practitioner who was a dabbler. Let's put it that way.
Well, dabbling isn't a bad thing in terms of trying to get started with something, but I think what you're trying to say is you can't jump in and jump out. That if you want to add this modality or some new specialty to your practice, you want to add it. Now, of course, you can grab a couple of patients and try them, maybe cut them a deal, or even tell them that you're just trying something new. Would you like to try it? Something like that. But once you decide, you can't half-ass it, is what you're saying.
But for, let's say, orthokeratology is an example of myopia control. If you don't know what to do, because there's always troubleshooting and problem solving, the first pair of lenses generally don't work. If you don't know what to do, the patient's not going to be successful. If you know what to do, eventually the person will be successful. And the same thing with multifocal contact lenses, the same thing with presbyopic drops. I mean, let's face it, it's going to be here, try it, and let's see how it works. What else can you do besides that? But as there's 7, 8, 9 of them come on the market, now there'll be a plethora of information in which one works. There might be one that works better for this profile of patient, and another one that works for better this profile of patient, one for the older patient, one for the person that needs a different working distance. So that's where the dabbling really has to become expertise. And all the other fields. I mean, scleral lenses, and now, I mean, they're using it for dry eye. They're using it for various other corneal conditions. They're using it, of course, for KC. There's a lot of people out there who probably never fit a scleral lens, and it's to their detriment. So if they're sending people in for cross-linking, etc., for keratoconus when it's mild, that's doing the patient a disservice when they could be using scleral lenses for a long period of time, if not ever. And improvements of them. Right. Like I always tell Paul, I always say to Paul, since I know him, thank God for average, because average is what makes practices who did very well do well.
Wait, tell me, what do you mean by that? Thank God for average.
A lot of professions, not just optometry, ophthalmology, they're satisfied just to be average. They don't try to improve themselves to a point, or they don't think about it. They just go to work and they do what they did for a long period of time, and they don't try to raise themselves up or seek out practice management skills of how they can do that. So they stay average. And when they stay average, they do okay, and they financially as well as in their profession. But the ones who rise above it do far better, have multiple offices, have 5 or 6 associates. So thank God for average. If you want to be better than average, you can be more successful. If you're satisfied being average, that's okay. But that's all you'll be, is average.
Okay, I follow you now. I didn't really get your thinking.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thinking. W.S. Gilbert said it in an operetta called The Gondoliers. And what he said in the lyrics is, if everybody were somebody, then there would be nobody.
Then everybody would be nobody, yeah.
See?
So if we were all the same, but our field is stratified, just like every other field is stratified. But now with, not just now, it's been happening for many years, with new techniques and new treatments coming on board, and more relationships with ophthalmologists and pediatricians and endocrinologists. For example, if you're seeing a diabetic patient and you don't send a letter to the endocrinologist of what's happening with their eyes and their internist, you're doing the patient a disservice. And after that endocrinologist gets 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 letters from you and doesn't get a letter from an OMD about it, they might refer you a patient with a diabetic condition they saw with blood in the eye or something like that. So that's what I mean by going above the eye. It doesn't take much, but you just have to do it.
Yeah.
Wise words, very wise words.
Yep. Well, I'll get off my high horse now.
And of course, the other part which the AOA doesn't seem to get yet is you want to have opinion molders that people respect and will follow their advice. If you have a kid that jumps off a roof, I don't know if for the Olympics, whatever they're doing, most people don't really care what they think about their eyeglasses, or a basketball player. They're using some basketball player. Well, no, but you don't all follow basketball. Who cares? So you want to have an opinion molder that people really respect if they're going to sell something.
And you want to have the AOA do something that we've been crying for them to do since I started practicing, and same thing with you. How many times do we hear somebody in the general public say, "Oh, you can go to an optometrist, but if you have something wrong with your eyes, you better go to an ophthalmologist." And you know how I feel about that. And especially with anterior segment eye disease, I feel we did a better job by far. I'm not going to take out a cataract. I'm not going to peel blood vessels off the retina, and I never intended to do that. But if even friends or acquaintances would say, "Well, if I had something wrong, I'm going to go to a medical doctor," and that's
Or
awful.
a real doctor, right?
Yeah,
Steve?
yeah. But it's been that way for so many years. And look, DOs were able to rise to that level. Osteopaths, and they're practicing the same practices as MDs. They're viewed the same way. Why couldn't we get to that same status with ophthalmology? It's got to be the national organizations. You could do it one by one in your local community, which hopefully I did. But that's just a few people you're going to get. It's got to be national, regional, and the word is not out yet of what the capabilities are.
The question is, would each profession be willing to give up something to do something? In other words, optometrists are far too well trained now to be eyeglass dispensers. If they're doing opticianry, then they're not living up to their training. Ophthalmologists are pretty much general ophthalmologists are doing what optometrists are doing, except for surgery. So would ophthalmologists be willing to give up the basic primary care, eye care, to just be a referral source to the optometrist?
Well, and a lot of group practices
be willing to give up eyeglasses to allow the optician to make a living.
A lot of the group practices in my area, I'm sure Gretchen's area, also have optometrists who do the primary care and ophthalmologists who do generally just the medical treatments and mostly surgical treatments.
But they are employed by ophthalmologists. That's the key.
That's what's disgusting. They should be partners of the ophthalmologist, which I believe, at least in my state, is illegal.
That is, if you're a glaucoma specialist, an ophthalmologist, that's what you do. And then optometrists would be comfortable sending their patients for glaucoma when they need surgery to this specialist. So the ophthalmologist with all this training should be a surgical specialty.
Right.
No, not a general practice specialty. An optometrist should be primary care, but should they also be willing to give up something?
Yeah.
See, the problem is no one wants to give up anything. Right?
How many people do we have in ODwire where they say, well, the person has pressures of 30, their optic nerve looks suspicious. I'm going to send it out to an ophthalmologist because I don't want to deal with it. In this day and age, I mean, there's basic science, there's a body of knowledge. If they have the same body of knowledge as the OMD, why could they not treat that person? And indeed, if there's surgical intervention that's needed, that's when you refer the person out. And it saves the system money, cost, and convenience, and you still maintain the bonding with that patient. I must have had 1,000 glaucoma patients and referred out when SLT and a few other things came available. I referred out a very few percentage for surgery because very few need surgery. And there's no There's no hidden drop that they have that we don't have, and or technique that they don't have. No, especially with OCTs and great visual fields and OCT angiography now, we could diagnose things just as well as them, if not better, if you take an interest.
How would you dress?
Yep.
You
don't think
like
Marie?
You dress like you're ready to go into the operating room, right?
I wore scrubs all the time.
You wore scrubs. So
Was that pre-pandemic?
I wore scrubs from the day I started my private practice.
Really?
Because I wanted to create a medical impression. Absolutely.
What year was that? When did you start your practice?
My professional practice was 1995, but even I owned 2 commercial practices in 1988 it started, and even there I wore it to create that impression of whatever. And the girls, of course, the technicians wore scrubs, the opticians wore shirts and ties though, with a lab coat on top. And that's part of the message you want to create subliminally. And is that wrong? Of course not. Plus, I saved so much money on clothes.
And you were comfy. You were ahead of the curve there, Steve. You were in your pajamas for 20 years before everybody else was. 25 years. But
isn't it obvious? I mean, it's something that you should do because of that, and everybody loved it. My choice every morning, should I wear white or blue or green? I mean, it was a tough choice waking up at.
Wait, you would wear white scrubs?
No, I actually wore the green and the blue, and I had a black one also, black.
Because white would be hard. I mean, I would you get ketchup or mustard or coffee all over it.
Fluorescein was the big, that's the big killer. Yeah.
Adam still has a plaque that we put up when we first moved into Manhattan. Before we bought the practice in Manhattan, we were on 48th Street in an apartment building. And the only advertising we would have is a plaque to put up. So what do you put up? And what he has there is Paul Farkas, OD, T.W. Cassello, OD. And that was the plaque on
It's right in his office. It's right to the left of him there.
Yes, but the point was, we wanted to give the impression that we were MDs, not optometrists, because there's no way in the world people would come in off the street to see an optometrist. We were on the 2nd floor of an apartment building. And the bottom line is, what made us unique and very successful is we limited our practice. We didn't do anything other than contact lenses, including refractions. People wanted to come in for eyeglasses, eye exam for glasses. We didn't do it. We would refer them out to an optometrist.
So you didn't even perform a refraction on patients coming in with contact lenses.
With the practice, my business card said practice limited to contact lenses. We did not do eye exams.
But you had to do refraction to determine the contact lens prescription.
We did refractions for the contact lens. They were just hard contact lenses. So it was a nothing refraction. You couldn't fit cylinders. It was PMMA lenses. But the point was that the optometrists that referred to us had the assurance that we wouldn't be taking their patients.
Would you write a glasses script for them?
Sorry?
Would you write a prescription for them to go back to their own OD for glasses after you performed a refraction?
No, we wouldn't do the refraction. What we would do is send them back. They needed reading glasses, for example. We would just send them on. If they didn't have an optometrist, we'd write a prescription for reading glasses and send them to an optician. Because we had referrals from opticians as well. The hard nut to crack was the ophthalmologist. They didn't believe in contact lenses in the early 60s. So
don't you have
pardon me?
Don't you have a good story about talking with somebody at a funeral?
No, the good story is, well, as a matter of fact, I just mentioned them on ODwire. My friend Marvin Guttenberg got married to his at a wedding where I was best man, and the father of the bride, the father of the maid of honor, the matron of honor, who was the sister of the bride, was an ophthalmologist. And we got to talking, and we were very friendly. This was 1959. He says, sure, I'll send you patients. There's no problem. And I got a whole bunch of buddies that would like to do the same thing. And we got in most of the ophthalmologists from the Bronx to start referring patients. So our Bronx practice took off within a year, limited. When we moved into Long Island, to Queens, those years, it was much more difficult getting referrals because the Queens optometrists and ophthalmologists were younger, and they were already starting to fit contact lenses. So we had a harder time building up. And we went into Manhattan, it was doubly hard. Manhattan was a tough nut to crack, but we were lucky enough to buy a practice of someone who had a contact lens practice that dropped dead.
I remember that. Okay, I was close. It wasn't a funeral, it was a wedding.
I just put it in.
Yeah. Contacts will kill you.
He's still alive. He's my boyhood friend, and I was best man at his wedding. He and his wife they're the Petri dish for COVID because they're going on a cruise to the Caribbean. They love to cruise every 3 months. So they had to give up cruising for a while, but now they're out. We're going to see if they come back with a disease. But if the name Gutenberg is familiar to you,
From the Gutenberg Bible.
Lost his Marvin's granddaughter.
He was his first patient.
Was Fred's daughter. Was Fred Gutenberg's daughter, who's now a gun advocate, an anti-gun person going around the country.
Mm-hmm. I remember I was meeting an OD for lunch, and I was in his office in the waiting room, and somebody called to make an appointment, and the person at the desk said, "Glasses or contacts?"
Oh, they do that all the time.
Now, in my office, they'd be fired that second. That's not what you are there for. Okay, what problems are you having? Okay, we'll set you with Dr. X for this, and we'll go from there.
You have to worry because sometimes when you hire a dummy at the front desk, I remember there was one, by the time Jordan came into the practice, he was getting a lot of people from the Council on Foreign Relations, a lot of the diplomats. And one of the secretaries said, there's a guy here, he has a red eye, and he keeps saying he's a secretary. He's a secretary. It happened to be the Secretary of State who came in. What are you looking at? Where are you going? You're looking at something.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm checking out the lectures, making sure people are having no trouble.
Sorry, Dad, we're not held in rapt attention. We actually we have a bunch of stuff going on here. We have like 1,500 people actually in the lectures, so we're trying to make sure that everything hasn't fallen apart yet. So sometimes that's why we're wandering away here on screen.
Are they still getting sound issues? Because I had none, and now I'm getting a few.
I've done 2/3 of the lectures so far. I'm almost at the bottom of this pile. It's taken forever, but I just want to make sure I've done all of them, and people should have no more problems.
What was the general mistake that you overlooked?
What's that?
The general mistake is people didn't know what to do because of two different email addresses. What was the mistake that you had in your part?
So for which part? For the sound part, you mean?
Yeah, the sound.
So what happens is on the web, I know you don't browse around that much, but on many sites, there was a trend for a long time. When you'd browse to a site like CNN, let's say, video would automatically come up and start playing sound. And it was the most irritating thing in the world. It drove people, insane. So what the different companies decided to do was, if you go to a site that has video playing, it automatically mutes the videos a lot of the time, right? So if you end up on CNN.com and they start playing you a video or a loud, obnoxious ad, the sound will be turned off by default. And they do that so people don't go nuts anymore. The browser manufacturers, Google and Apple and so forth, they created this feature for convenience, right? So people wouldn't go crazy with these loud, obnoxious videos. But the flip side is, on a platform like ours, when people enter a room, we want the sound to be playing, right? We want everybody to be able to hear stuff, but they can't because certain browsers, and in this case it was Safari, Apple's browser, by default was turning the sound off. And because of the way we had the videos configured, there was no way for them to easily turn it back on again. So what I'm doing right now is going through every single lecture and making sure that they have the facility to turn that sound back on if they need to.
And it's various bars. You can go from the lowest pool and all the way up to the highest. And it also affords me the flexibility of talking here and going into the lectures because I turn the sound off.
Right.
I don't get feedback.
I understand, but was it only Safari that gave you difficulty?
Correct. Safari, Apple is the most aggressive about suppressing those sounds. And again, it's a user-friendly feature in general. It's a really good thing. And Safari, of course, is the browser not just on Macs, but also on iPhones and iPads. So that's why it's such a big deal for people, because on those platforms, most people use Safari, right? Because that's what's built in to iOS. So that's why we need to fix this quickly.
I use Chrome, but that's just because I find it better on the phone and the iPad itself. But we're getting less things. I'm going to go into the lectures to see what's happening. Are you been in lectures, Adam, to see the chat?
Yeah, I'm almost done here with the lectures. And I've been sitting in the chat room just helping people if they're having permissions problems. The other problem that people have been having besides sound has been, this idea of they're logged into the wrong ODwire account. And literally what I'm doing for people is when I find them, asking them what their email address is, so I can make sure that their correct account has the switch flipped on so they can get into CEwire. But again, it always looks like we're having a crisis here because we're getting these complaints. But if you think about it, there are how many people? 1,500 people who are watching. So what you're talking about is a small fraction of people now who are having problems. It just feels like an emergency because everyone's in our face, but it's not really. And
people are real good. They're telling people about the sound bars. So we're being helped by the attendees because they realize what to do.
Well, it's also I was talking earlier about how awesome it is that we're integrating CEwire with ODwire, but this is an unanticipated challenge of people having more than one account that really didn't occur to anybody. But I think it's great, Adam, that you are going in and adding credentials to people's accounts. So maybe that's something to put on the postmortem list.
Well, so the fact that we have this new platform, again, that's integrated into ODwire, it makes this about 1,000 times easier to fix these problems. Not only do we have good staff standing by with Audentio to fix stuff, but for configuration problems like this, we can literally handle all of the stuff ourselves now in real time. Right. Whereas before, because the platform was outsourced, we couldn't do it. And that's why this is so superior and what a great approach this is now, because I can literally fix people's problems in real time, which makes me feel incredibly good.
Did Kyler help you with the sound, or you just did it yourself?
So, Kyler and the team at Audentio helped me diagnose what was going on, and now I've just been fixing each video. It's not even really a fix. It's more of a configuration thing to give people the control back to be able to turn the sound back on themselves because their browsers turned it off. It's not really a bug. It's just sort of a way that Apple implemented this feature. It's well, it is a feature. Like, that's the thing. It's a feature that Apple provides to prevent people from jumping off a bridge when they browse the web, but it just happened to impact us today.
What I'm going to do, Adam, is go into each room because when they go into the room, the sound has to be off, and I'm going to put a little thing in the chat. Please use the sound bar at the bottom to turn it on for yourself if you're having trouble.
Yep. Yeah, and again, most people, if they're using Chrome or whatever, it'll be on for them already.
Yeah.
It's in all three rooms.
Right? It's generic. It's for the whole platform, Paul. Yes.
It was in all three rooms. It was Safari that created the problem.
Yes, right? Correct. Yep.
So can we assure people they're going to get credit for that first hour?
They are. The software is tracking them. As long as they stayed in the room, they're going to get credit.
Whoever has been in the room, no matter what, will get credit.
If they watched it, yeah, they're going to get credit because the software doesn't. The software can't actually tell if you're muted or not. It's just checking to see that the video is playing. So.
Adam, do you have any new information about coming in and out of a room and getting credit? Because I've seen some questions about that.
Yeah, so you actually can leave and come back. What it's actually measuring is total time in a room. So people have asked me too, can I use a different browser on a different day or a different device? And the answer is yeah. It's measuring the time. So it's just a matter of time. We want to make sure people are there.
Got it. Good to know.
Yep. And again, the big problem, if you have any sort of things where the video craps out, is just hit refresh. And a lot of this actually isn't our problem of our platform too. It's the provider that's actually streaming the video on the back end, right? So we happen to use, in this case, Vimeo for the actual video hosting, right? Because video hosting takes a lot of bandwidth and it's a specialized thing. So if people get timeouts, it could be that their connection to Vimeo is not so great for whatever reason, and they just need to refresh and it'll start again.
Well, here's an interesting question. Somebody asks if you can switch between a desktop and iPad during lectures, so he can get lunch, so he can take the lecture with him?
And the answer is yes. As long as you're logged into your account, you can move to a different machine, a different browser, a different kind of device, a phone, iPad, whatever. It doesn't matter to us. As long as your account's logged in, the software is going to count you as being there.
Excellent.
And
I'm kind of putting this information about Safari and just turning on the thing in each room now, and people seem to. Okay. Well, it's amazing how many people had them. It's really much more than we ever had in the first day. I'm going to add them up now right for you because 528. I mean, you see it yourself.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't actually been looking because I've been so busy trying to fix the sound in all the videos. But
it's about 1,400 right now in the rooms taking lectures. I didn't even look at the lobby. So
the lobby
amazing.
has 52 right now.
Okay, so but we're talking about 60%, and again, the West Coast is probably going to come on just about now. At it's 8:30 in the morning, and so we'll probably get up to 2,000.
Yep.
So Adam, could the old system have handled this many people?
No, so that's the other point that I want to make. Like, people are like, well, why'd you switch? Why? So with the old system, remember, we just kind of leased, right? We outsourced this to another company, and they refused in a lot of ways to modernize their systems. And so when they would get load spikes like this, thousands of people, I mean, Gretchen, you remember, there would be slowdowns, and it wasn't anything that we could fix quickly. We would have to contact them, which was always a mad dash, and then they would do something on their end, which may or may not have worked. In this particular case, as I was working with Audentio over the past couple of days, we actually, I want to say, over-provisioned our hardware. And when we do our post-mortem on Monday with them, I'm going to figure out by how much. The machines that we have running this are absolutely gigantic. I was talking to them about it yesterday. For ODwire itself, I upgraded the server that's running it to a 50-core server, which is ridiculous. But I did it because I just wanted to make sure that there were going to be no problems today on the ODwire side of things. I wanted people to be able to log in. I wanted, when they downloaded the handouts, that there are going to be no slowdowns, right? Because if you think about how big those handouts are, and 1,000 people hitting the server at once to get them, it's ridiculous. So, and again, this was the kind of control that we never had with the old platform. I never had the latitude to say, you know what, I'm going to spec as big a server as I feel like. It just couldn't happen before.
And all of that without a huge hike in registration fee for the attendee.
Yep.
If anything was less, we gave them Starbucks cards also.
Right. For better or worse.
Also, by the way, I've been in all the rooms, and I just looked at my transcript, and I didn't get any credits. So it is timing me, and I'm not in the rooms for the amount of time I should be. I'm just going back and forth. The previous platform would make mistakes. We had to correct those errors. So that's been solved also. So great.
Yeah, we know that the time tracking of this platform works incredibly well. And we know that because of the NORA conference in the fall, it was the first time I'd ever done a conference where there were basically no mistakes in the transcripts. I got everything into Arbo, no errors. And so that I'm very confident in, that their software knows how to actually do accounting.
That was about 300 people.
Yeah, NORA was about an order of magnitude smaller, which is why I was holding my breath this morning, but things seem to be going okay.
We literally have 5 times the amount of people in the lectures now if all of NORA came at the same time. So it really is working. I think the system is stressed as much as it can be at this point. We're not going to get, unless we have another 2,000 people join.
Right, and I actually haven't been logging into ODwire itself right now to see what kind of stress the server's under. I don't think very much. Like, let me actually look. Now that I've almost done fixing the videos here, I really haven't been paying attention, but I can't imagine it's under any sort of duress.
Yes. I'm not getting any emails from ODwire about problems, so therefore it should be pretty good.
It's using a small fraction of its resources. Again, I got a ludicrously large server here to run it today, but it's running at maybe 10%. So it can clearly withstand the amount of traffic we're throwing at it. Okay, and it says 76080FV is showing now, but has a quiz available. That's interesting. So if you watched a course and the interactive version of it, there should be no quiz associated with it. And if there's a quiz, if there's a quiz link showing there, it shouldn't be, because if you're watching the interactive version, there's no quiz.
And just to add to what Adam's saying, you can't take it online enduring, it's called, with quizzes until Monday. That's been turned off. You can only watch the live lectures.
Right. We've made it so that anytime we're doing one of these live sessions, the enduring sessions are going to be turned off for the weekend, and we do that to prevent confusion, because I want to know when people send their transcripts in, I want to be able to look at a date and at a glance know if it was on demand or if it was interactive. So that's why we do it. And again, Rodney, your thing's not showing on the transcript. The transcripts take about 15 to 20 minutes to update. And I just want to make sure that he's not having any real problem.
And it's very interesting, Adam, when you go to the transcripts, each lecture has you download, or you drop down a list that tells you what you have to do to get the credits, as you well know.
Yep.
But the audience should know that also.
Yeah, so hopefully what Rodney's seeing there is just a little delay in it appearing on his transcript. And again, it doesn't in real time update everyone's transcript at the same time. It does it in batches. And again, think about the process of creating these transcripts and the achievements. The system is trying to do whatever it can to smooth out demand. So imagine 1,500 people completed a class at the same time. Well, what's going to happen? Right? If you actually tried to update all the certificates in real time, you'd create demand spikes. And I don't think that's what's happening here. I think the system does it in batches so that that's why it takes a few minutes for it to appear, but then it will. The other really nice part about the system is that these transcripts are going to be permanent and forever on ODwire. So frequently people ask me, how can I get my old certificates and transcripts? And with the old system, it was kind of a pain. The new system, it's going to be no pain at all, because they're all going to be in one common place inside of ODwire for you, even into the future. So you'll never have to ask me again. Or if you do ask me, I'll just throw a link at you. So you can get it yourself. Because up till this point, what I've been doing actually is manually creating them for people and emailing them, if they ask.
Oh my God, that's a mess.
Yep.
And time consuming. I mean, very, very generous on your part to do that, but oof.
It's been necessary, though. I don't want people to feel like, oh my God, I don't know what I'm going to do with my board. They're going to shoot me if I don't get these things, and I want people to get their stuff. So I've been doing it manually, literally for the past 6 months.
Wow.
So it's been quite a ride, and I'm very happy to have the new platform in place so I don't have to do it anymore.
Well, I think with the hiccup of the sound, which we couldn't anticipate, and then again, the challenge of people logging in with a different account, which is, let's be real, just user error, but an easy fix. It's I'm crossing fingers here. It's going pretty smoothly so far.
1,500 people, maybe we've had 15 to 30 problems. So we're talking maybe 1%, and we solve those for them. So it shouldn't be a problem for them either.
Yeah.
So this is what an investment on your part, Adam. So well done to all of you guys for coming up with this new platform. I think people are liking it, and just the integration is fabulous. So this is pretty cool.
Yeah. And I think it was an interesting idea to actually let people into the lobby without being registered for the conference. I mean, I know it's created a little bit of confusion for people, like, oh, I can see you in the lobby, but I can't get to a class. But what's great about it is that it's actually put these people in front of me so I can fix them quickly. If they had to send me an email or something, there's just no way. I couldn't get to it in real time. So I'm kind of glad we did it this way.
Right.
So, Adam, it's not as bad as you thought this morning would be.
No, I mean, it's like I said, it started out with the spills and Starbucks opening late, and this is not
could have been far, far worse.
This has not been my finest hour, but yeah, it's definitely getting better, so I'm feeling good about it.
Well, we're about a little more than halfway through our second set of classes. How are things looking over there, Steve?
They're in there now. Well, one is this one is not playing yet. Let me go to the second one. There's 400 people here, and I'm going to turn on this now just for a second.
And Steve, again, you can remind people that if something's not coming up for them, just hit refresh, and the stream should start again. That's an important thing that they should know. But it shouldn't happen to most people. Like, you're seeing 400 people already in. That means it started for them. Part of what Audentio worked on a lot with the platform was making sure that those streams start automatically. I think most people have probably seen now that little countdown timer in the beginning with the piano piece that runs before each lecture, that 60-second timer. That's what that's for, to switch people over. So again,
and right now there's only one lecture going on. That's Dr. Milides, and everything seems fine. No complaints at this time. So looks good. And it's funny, like you said, Gretchen, he has about the same amount of people now because people from Clark Chang's stream and Tammy's stream did not go over to his because they'd be in the middle of the lecture and there's no point. You're not going to get the credit. So they understand the concept.
Yeah, and again, this is because the lectures, of course, are starting at different times now. Going forward, we have 2-hour ones. This is where things start to get a little bit hairy later, where they're going to be starting at different times, and we have 2-hour blocks versus 1 hour. So we'll see how that goes.
The one thing we try to do now.
4:30.
Yeah, that doesn't happen for a while. So yep.
Yeah. One thing we try to do, Gretchen, is have 1 hour lectures. People they don't want to listen to 2-hour lectures. It's just a little too long, the focus, they want to take a little break, whatever. So we do have some 2-hour lectures, but most of them are 1 hours.
Right. So I'm looking here at the schedule. We have Mike Brown with one, Denise Valenti, Steve Sorkin. Yeah, and that's it for today, just 3 of them. And then tomorrow we've got Mark Friedberg, Melissa Barnett, and John Gellis. Oh, there's more tomorrow. Tom Cheesem, Jim Finelli, Mark Blumenstein, Deanne Fitzgerald, Carlo Polino, and Joe Pizzamente.
Yep.
And Julie Rodman. So yeah, there are more tomorrow, like twice as many 2 hours as there are today.
So that was intentional. Well, so people ask me, how did I make the schedule? And carefully,
Well, a lot
I
of
guess
it is
the
based
answer.
on speaker availability, right?
Right. Yep. Yeah. So that was the first problem. Speakers had preferences, and we had to accommodate those first and foremost, right? We wanted to make sure the speakers could make it. But secondly, then we had 2-hour lectures, and my main problem was I didn't want you. I'm putting up the schedule on the screen so people can see it. Squeezing the 2-hour lectures in is a real challenge, and in fact, you'll notice on the last day we run a little bit late towards that very last day. Joe Pismente's lecture runs till 9:35 p.m. Eastern, and the reason it runs a little bit later than it normally would have is because literally there was nowhere else to squeeze in that 2-hour lecture. So it was just, it was a challenge.
But Gretchen, listen to the names you just quoted, you just named. I mean, is that an all-star list that you just picked out randomly of ODs and MDs in this field?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that it's a great lineup. And I also like that there are a handful here, not handful, like maybe a few who I haven't interacted with before. And I like that. That means that there are some up and coming docs, some docs who are just getting started out there. So we have our powerhouse, or as I like to call them, marquee names, who draw people in. And then there are people who are not as well known, which, I mean, you have to have that, because if you're watching a Mo Raffieri retina lecture, for example, or you're watching a Joe Shoveling contact lens lecture, there are a lot of doctors who look at that and think, well, I mean, I'm no Mo, I'm no Joe. And sometimes it's great to hear from folks who have not been out there talking about a certain topic for a long time, because obviously they're experts, but new people have lots to offer as well, or shall I say lesser known people, not necessarily new. Some are younger, some aren't. So back to your point earlier about having a diversity, a range of speakers, I think is really, really important. You need that good mix.
2 examples is we have Art Epstein, of course, lecturing, but he recommended his younger associate who practices with him to lecture. And he's one of those newbies that you see. Same thing with Gary Gerber, myopia control. He has somebody who's doing a treehouse, and I think that's a good perspective to have that sort of person. And Gary gave up his lecture time for him. So you want the diversity, you want the newbies, because pretty soon, and let's face it, some are competitors. You know, Finelli and Pismente are on cruises in Europe a lot, or in the various cities, Italy, Greece, you name it.
Rough gig.
Excuse me?
Rough gig.
Yes. But they do it every year. They were stifled for a while, but they still come to ours, and we're competitors. Why? Because they like to get and they don't ever solicit people, which is great. They just do what they do, which is great content.
Right. And if we take a look now at the chat, it's been, I don't want to jinx it, but it's been about 10 minutes since somebody posed a question or had a problem. So
Yep.
perhaps some of this is shaking out. I will suspect, though, that throughout the course of the conference, we're still going to have people who have permissions problems because of logging in with a different ODwire account.
Yep.
So we're just going to have that ongoing because people are jumping in at different times throughout the weekend.
And yeah, and I'll be here to fix it, so not a problem. And in fact, what I'm going to do right now is actually get to my email. I think I'm going to start crying when I look. Hopefully there aren't too many problems, but we'll give it a shot here. And then I will get back to you guys as soon as I clear that out. So the sound problems are done. Most of the login problems are done. I'm going to check my email to make sure I didn't miss anybody, and then I will rejoin the conversation with you guys. But it's been fun listening to you while I've been working away here.
Great. We're going to sing a song next. People are asking about how they're getting their transcript credits. And again, like Adam said, because they're finishing the lectures and they're not seeing it, it takes about 15 to 20 minutes to appear in your transcript tab, and you could download it, you can print it out, whatever. But also we're going to send it into Arbo ourselves. So if you trust us, which you should, you don't have to do anything. It'll appear on the Arbo site. But if you want a second copy, you can download the transcript. So at least keep notice of it. When you look at transcripts, by the way, I want to make a point. Each course has a drop-down list, and it tells you what you have to do. Now, it's a little confusing because I'm in the first one, and it says you have 0% to pass the quiz and watch enduring video. So that's not for the live conference. That's for in between. You do have to take a quiz and pass it at 70%. If you don't pass it the first time, you can take it multiple times, but you have to do two things. You have to, again, watch it in a time way where at least 15 minutes of the lecture, you have to be there, and you have to pass the quiz. But that's not relevant for today, tomorrow, or the 2 other weekends that we're doing it. So that's just, and for completeness, it's a little confusing if I didn't know what to say. The quiz is not needed to get your credits today. Again.
Only and when you watch on demand. So if you see all of us talking heads here yapping at you, then that means that it's a live weekend, and you do not need to have a quiz to get your credits. So come hang out with us and skip the quiz.
And to show how the playing field changes, for the first 5 or 6 years we were doing this platform of online live interactive with the speakers there required a quiz. And then when COVID hit, Arbo changed the rules, at least what they thought were the rules for themselves, and state boards had to go along or not. And then you just had to listen to the lecture, and it was counted as live as if you went to Vision Expo or Academy or AOA. Now it's the third iteration where the live interactive, what you're watching now, doesn't require a quiz, but your credits will say online live interactive. And we're waiting for June 30th when they make another ruling. And what that will be is, I have no idea. I think you have to wear a Halloween costume to get a credits online, but
it will be much tougher.
I have no idea what they're going to do. And Ken Lawanda, who's a great guy, he's kind of one of the leaders at Arbo, said he'll try to do things to what's fair for optometry. So I would hope that eventually they make this live interactive platform permanently live.
We have close to 3,000 people. Where are the other 37,000 optometrists taking their courses to get credits? We make it so easy and so inexpensive. I'm just wondering where they go.
First of all, a lot of states don't require a lot of credits. Some require 20 credits every 2 years. They don't need the 60 credits. In the past, there were a lot of, at least in my state, I know in Pennsylvania, New York also, a lot of local regional things where I loved going to my meeting once a month and getting my 2 credits and hobnobbing with 40, 50 ODs, drinking wine, listening to Mark Friedberg. It was just, who cared about the $41 or $50 he had to spend for it? It was just, so there was various, there's the national, local, regional, and regionals have not come back yet, at least in my state.
The question is, when you went to these onesies and twosies from a county society, how did you get your credits? How did it go?
How'd you get it? I was the president and also the VP of MOSOP, Monmouth Ocean Society. I had a stack of 50 things that I would sign, and the VP would sign. I was the VP once, he would sign, and we'd give them out. And that was it. We didn't submit it to ARBO because we didn't have the staff, and I didn't have Adam's time to, because he has nothing to do. I didn't have Adam's time to submit it to ARBO ourselves. So we gave the people the written credits, handed them out at the end of the lecture, and they would either take, in those days, OE trackers weren't as needed, and so they would just save their credits, and if they were ordered by the state board, they would show the written transcript.
You actually physically handed it to the state board?
No. We handed it to the attendee.
How'd you do it? So once they took the course,
they walked out, and I was giving them one by one. They couldn't get that.
One by one, they filled it out, and then they held it and not sent it to any organization?
Nope, they just held it in-house in their own private setting. Yeah, because we didn't. A lot of the organizations never sent it to ARBO in let's say 3, 4, 5 years ago, just very recently. I was member director for IDOC, and we would give lectures with a contingent education credit for that. And they also would just give out a transcript in a written form and not submit it, etc. It became the vogue to do it over the last 3 or 4 years, I'd say.
So then ARBO would just spot check people and say, show me your transcript?
No, ARBO is a place to it's a storage house. The state board is what you have to show the credits to.
Did the state boards ever ask for transcripts?
I was audited a couple of years, about 10 years ago. And in those days, I don't think I had an OE tracker number. If I did, I don't remember. And I had a folder that I kept with all my credits. And I sent them into them. I don't think I even had an iPhone to take a picture 10 years ago. No. Yeah, I did have one 10 years ago. But the point is that you would either send it in some format, probably scanned it in, etc. And that would be good. They would look at it and say, okay, that's good.
Labor basically was up to the individual optometrist.
Yeah. Technology was not where it is now. Yeah.
Fill it out, store it, and send it in. So that was a factor.
I go on a lot of these online credit platforms to see how they do it. And to this day, they just send me a transcript, and they don't send to ARBO. And I like the education. It's fun listening to the lectures, but then I also, I'm just seeing how they do it, how poorly they do it, frankly. There were times, now I could really be honest, I get like 150 credits a year because of all the things I do. I would sometimes go to a lecture, take the quiz, Gretchen, and I'm a pretty smart guy, not brilliant, but pretty smart, and I'd be able to pass the quiz without taking the course, and up pops my credits. So that's not what CE should be. And that's right. We obviously can't do that because we're scrutinized more by ARBO. So people do not have to even listen to the webinar. They just, if you could take a course in whatever, diabetes, contact lenses, and pass it, you got your credit. I don't know if that's correct or not. I mean, you could do that even, there's online, I don't know if Optometry Times ever runs it, but Review of Optometry, etc., have credits online. I'm not in the magazine. And you could take the test. You don't have to read the material if you're brilliant, and pass that test and send it in. I don't think those platforms like Review of Optometry, when you got your 2 credits from the magazine, would send it into ARBO, correct?
No, I don't believe so. And Optometry Times does have something like that, and it's usually sponsored, so you don't have to pay for it, but it's accredited by ARBO, but you have to send in your own credits for correspondence CE.
Okay.
So each individual optometrist has to do it.
Yep.
Yeah. Or again, you could just save your credits, and if you are ordered by the state board, you just have to have them available. You don't have to have them. They don't just look at, for example, my MOSOP does not send in ARBO, so I have to save those credits. You say, well, that's not that many. But if there's 8 lectures a year and you take it for 2 years, that's 16, that's 32 credits. But I like more the social interaction of meeting my friends every Monday night and hobnobbing with them. And AOA members paid less for the lecture, of course, than non-AOA members. And we'd get so many non-AOA members paying double, and they just wanted the food was good. It was Jumping Book Golf Club. The food was good. Free wine, free beer.
CEwire has become a pain in the neck, that we now are making state boards work harder than they used to.
Absolutely.
Hey, Paul, can you, you're getting a little hard to hear. Can you move closer?
I'll get closer to the computer.
And I hate to say, but in 10 minutes, this famous lecture that I talked about, I'm going to have to go and be there to satisfy me and Arbo's requirements of ordering the class. So I'm going to have to leave in 10 minutes. I believe it's 10 after 12 my lecture starts.
Yeah. So I'm just looking for the issues of what's causing all of this trouble.
Which trouble? Which trouble do you mean?
No problem.
Which trouble?
No, there's difficulty. You know.
Which difficulty?
Well, this whole business with Texas, for example, is caused by the fact that the Texas State Board is being swamped with work. So they figured they would give it over to someone. But they didn't have to do this years ago, apparently, according to what you say.
It's control and power.
Check. You know, once in a while, ask an optometrist to prove that you took a course. So whatever we're doing is creating a problem for state boards, is what I'm saying.
Well,
and Adam, just a point that you've been working too hard, because now I look like you and previously Paul looked like you. I guess whoever's speaking appears in your box.
Yep. So yeah, because I'm burying myself under here. So, and I think we have our first guest is coming up, our first real guest. Forget about, you know, us guys talking. We have our first real guest. Brent Alford from CECOP is here. And let me actually let him into the room, because we want to learn all about them. So let me kill this stuff. So let's see if Brent can come in, connecting to his audio. Fingers crossed. Brent, are you there?
I am.
Woo-hoo!
How you doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Fantastic.
Excellent. So Brent, thank you for being here. You're actually our first guest today. You know, it's funny, as we were trading emails yesterday, I said I wanted to hold you off for a couple of hours because I knew what would happen this morning.
Well, hopefully Murphy didn't hit too bad.
Yeah, no, everything's working great. I mean, you know, you're always going to have teething pains at the beginning of a conference, but this is like the very first maiden voyage of this software too. So all things considered, this has been great. So
oh, wonderful, fantastic, nice to see everyone.
Yeah,
happy Saturday.
Well, you know, it's
I'm
great.
very curious here. I've been a member of IDOC. I was a member. I rejected Vision Source. What makes you better? Because I know it is better.
In terms of our group,
yeah,
I would say several different things. One is we jumped into the United States market by acquiring Combined Buying Group and Alliance Buying Group, and those groups have been around for a long time, right? So they had a lot, just great community and people going for it. But what we're doing is taking it to the next level. CECOP globally has over 8,000 practices that they end up supporting. And in the United States market, we're now around 2,000 practices that we support. And what we're trying to do is really having a passion for independent practices. Right now, in today's day and age, people feel so friggin' frazzled. It's crazy, right? They're running a small business. They're taking care of patients. They're dealing with managed vision care issues, all sorts of topics. And at the same time, they may not necessarily be making as much money they want to their bottom line profit. And so what we're dedicated to is, hey, how do we help simplify optometry? How do we leverage some technology, leverage some processes, and help them improve their quality of life as well as the bottom line profit? And so that's really our passion. CECOP was founded 25 years ago by a guy who was helping out his wife, who was in the optical industry, and started it like that. And they grew from Spain to Italy to Portugal to now they're France and Brazil and finally in the United States market. So We have all sorts of extra services and features and those sorts of things. But beyond that, there's great discounts, great buying power, and really a fantastic sense of community. This year, for example, we have 25 plus events where we're going city to city, almost like a rock star tour, where we're going and meeting with different doctors and prospects and everyone else to really talk about optometry and really talk about, hey, what are the challenges and the threats out there from the Warby Parkers of the world, the mass retailers, and how do we help an independent, truthfully thrive? So put me on the spot. I figure I'd give you a quick answer.
As you grow, do you plan to have a national meeting also?
Yeah. We're actually going to have in Boulder, Colorado, we're going to have a smaller special type of summit this year. And really do that in Boulder, Colorado, bring together like 50 different doctors and practitioners to really have more of an expanded conversation, kind of a deep dive into optometry. So that's going to be our first event that we're kicking off for this year.
That's great. As it grows also, I know a lot of organizations have like a dedicated person at their facility, which will interact with the private practitioner and tell them, go through their stats, have some integration with their software even. Will you have some capability like that?
When you say dedicated person going through the stats, are you talking about just we have a team of member engagement?
That's what I mean, sure, yeah.
Yeah. So we have a member engagement team, and we're actually investing in that. So we have 7 people now. We'll have an 8th person as of March 1st. And so for if you follow the space much, there's not a whole lot of investment. You see a lot of the big groups, they're kind of cutting back. Not all of them. iDoc's doing a bunch of good stuff in terms of launching some things, but a lot of them are, hey, how does the group sustain itself? And with some of the I would say vertical integration of some of the large pillars that are out there, some of the bigger well-known groups are kind of getting retooled and reshifted. And so what we're doing is totally investing in that. And so we're investing in technology. We have a Power BI platform. We do consolidated billing. And so people pay us and then we pay the vendors. But that enables us to have the information there to be able to go through with an account, business intelligence, and take a look at dashboards and so forth to help them to be able to grow their business and say, how do you fine tune from a consultative approach to say, where are their opportunities? Where's their money being left on the table?
Sure.
I have a question.
Yeah.
This 50 practitioner meeting caught my attention.
Hold on, my internet just cut out for a sec. So.
And speaking of using technology, have you thought about putting those 50 people and recording it and then putting it on ODwire, for example, so it can go out to 26,000?
Love it. Yeah. So I think that's a great idea, Dr. Farkas. Some of this stuff is hot off the press, right? And it evolves because we have a dynamic interaction with people like yourselves and say, you know what about this idea? What about this idea? And that's part of that expanded conversation. So I love that one. I'm going to write that one down. So.
Here's another one, Brent. I have a Facebook page called Private Practice in Optometry with about 5,500 members, and it grows every day. You're welcome to put your information up there, just not every day, if you know what I'm saying. No cost, whatever. It's a value-added service that I give to the ODs.
Oh,
Private Practice in Optometry.
All right. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Jotting that one down too. Yep. I finally went high tech in terms of my note-taking app.
Oh, that's great.
I used to have legal pads, like stacks and stacks of legal pads, but I finally got this device which stores all my notes and I can organize it very well. So.
And you're right. Different companies have to reinvent themselves because the old paradigms don't work. Vision Source is an example of charging a large percentage of your practice to them, and the better you did, the better they did. Just doesn't make sense in this day and age. So that's one example of one that I think is not doing as well as it used to. And I was a member of iDoc. I'm not a member at all at this point. I do I retired from prior practice, but I was with IDOC at the very beginning with Mark Fetter, and it was a very small local organization. It just 10 ODs from Connecticut and me and a few others, and it blossomed because he did all the right things. Then he sold out to the bigger companies, and it's getting a little bit more, doing some good things, but it's hard to move a big ship. You're a smaller ship. It's easier to do that. I have to leave because I'm giving a lecture at 12:10, so you're going to see me muted. And I know these 2 brilliant people can handle the fort at this point, because I'm required by Arbo to be in my room, or I get my firstborn gets taken away, which is
understand totally. Now, do I understand you're in South Florida as well, Dr. Silver?
Yeah, I'm halfway in Boca and half the time in New Jersey. Where are you in South Florida?
Actually, in Parkland, right next.
Next town over. If you want to meet for lunch and stuff and talk,
it'd be great.
Great.
Talk shop.
Just at some point,
I'll get Adam to connect us.
Correct. Okay. I think he has my email. I'm pretty sure. I'm kidding. Your Parkland is probably 10 minutes away.
Yeah. Perfect. So.
Okay. You'll see me muted. It's not because I hate you. It's because I have to hear my own lecture. And if I don't mute this, you'll get a lot of feedback.
You're good.
Have fun, Steve.
Okay. I have another question. There's a rumor that you're offering some sort of deal.
Yes, well, a couple things. Just let me just talk a couple of points there. Thanks for hitting the topic. One thing that differentiates us as well is we don't charge any membership fees, right? There's a lot of organizations, just to be a part of them, you have to pay $150 a month, $199 a month, and some of them even higher fees than that. And so we don't do that at all. So we want people, they're a member of ours. If they just buy $1 through our organization, they get access to free marketing software, free KPIs and dashboards type of tools, and all sorts of things by just joining us. But in addition to that, we have certain thresholds of volume. So if someone hits $75,000 in frame and lab business that they're purchasing through our group, then they typically would get a 1% rebate back on all their purchases, including contact lenses and any accessories for the office. And so as part of us partnering with CEwire and ODwire for this, we've decided to grandfather in everyone who wants to give us a try and join us. And we're going to give that 1% back from $1 for all of 2022. And so if anyone wants to join and they spend $20 with us, they get a 1% back on all their purchases. In addition to getting all the great discounts that we have, they're able to get that discount over and above, and it really no risk. There's no long-term contract, nothing like that. There's no risk to giving us a try.
Okay, and they can stick with their old. Most optometrists are slow in changing.
I know that a little bit, right? Seen that, but typically, if there's enough momentum, enough reason, then they may consider it. For example, we just picked up a good relationship with VSP Optics, and so we now have on the private pay side some of the best discounts that are out there with West Group, with Ideal Optics. We have Essilor Luxottica type of deal structures with significant rebates and programs, and just signed a contract with J&J so that we will actually, starting April 1st, have J&J, so the same as direct pricing with J&J, and people are able to do that through us and still get all the rebates and benefits that J&J has for going direct as well. So a lot of investment and time and effort in trying to bring all these great suppliers together. And we have over 140 plus vendors that we deal with on a regular basis that people can choose from any of those. And we're constantly adding to that list.
Okay. Is that a
J&J, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's been a long time coming. So been working on that one.
So I haven't died, guys, and I apologize that I haven't been too communicative, but I've been helping people in the background doing support. People are asking about their credits and so forth, so I know people get edgy about it, so I wanted to reassure them that it's okay.
No sweat.
So, yeah, sorry about that.
So Adam, you can, whatever we're talking about now, are you going to be able to record this and and put a little excerpt on ODwire?
Oh, Dad, you know I record everything. So it's all on your permanent record. So yeah. So this will all be up later. So definitely I'm going to put all of this up on ODwire so people can know about the deal, because that's really cool, and I don't think too many people know about it yet.
Nope,
Okay.
not that I know of. So
And this meeting they're having, you've recorded stuff before at meetings, right? This can be done as a program that could be put on ODwire?
Of course, yeah. No, so this is all going to be up as soon as we're done, and we're going to let everyone know, because that's, really our function here. We know that during the day, like right now, in real time, a lot of people are in classes, right? So the audience is much smaller, but definitely we're going to take an excerpt of this and we'll let everybody know about it. So,
hey, Adam, a question for you, because my internet for some reason keeps going in and out occasionally. Is there a phone number I can also call into audio-wise?
Unfortunately, it's set up right now so it can't use the phone. It's on an internet-only Zoom connection, so we're kind of trapped here online.
Okay.
But you know what? We could always have you call back in tomorrow if you want to stick around, if you can bear hanging around this conference for another day.
I absolutely can. So we could do same time tomorrow if you want. I don't know if you have someone blocked off or what.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. After tonight, I'll actually take a look as soon as I get a break here. If I ever get a break, I'll drop you an email and we can definitely set up a time.
Okay, no, that's fantastic. And Gretchen, I didn't really get a chance to meet you. I've heard good stuff about you. So, any questions or just challenges that you see in the industry that you want to put out there for as a topic of discussion?
Well, I guess my first question to you would be, what do you wish ODs knew about you but don't?
A lot of ODs feel like they're lonely and they're on an island and no one really has their back. One of the things that we took the best of what the Alliance has done is they had awesome customer service. And from that point of view, if anyone has an issue with any vendor, I'm fighting for a credit, I'm fighting for some sort of product issue that's going on my bill and it didn't reconcile, etc. What we do is they just lob that over the fence to us. We take that issue and go get it resolved. And we resolved, looking at our data, 95% of all the issues that got handed to us within 48 hours. And so
wow.
That's something that a lot of people don't know, that by partnering with a group like ours, we have their back and we can really help them be successful, and so that they can go worry about their patients, worry about the other stuff, as opposed to spend an hour on a phone trying to chase this credit down, trying to do this in the middle of their day when there's a higher value add of their time.
And what would you say would be the top challenges that these docs are experiencing? Is it like you said, they're waiting for a credit that hasn't appeared and it's just taking too long and you accelerate that process? Is that the most common problem?
Or they got billed for something on their invoice and they like, hey, I didn't get that product. I need a credit for this particular product. And I have an issue or a challenge with this vendor, or there's something going on with my statement that looks like it's messed up. Any of those credit billing type of issues, we are able to just leverage our contacts, because a lot of times a single OD, they may be dealing with the typical 1-800 number or the front desk person of the vendor on the other side. We have the higher level contacts where I can sap the vice president a note and say, hey, we need to get this resolved. Right. And so they're able to leverage an old school term, our Rolodex, so to speak, right, to be able to get our benefit of us having been in the industry for quite a while.
Got it. Well, that is a big advantage. And if I'm staying on the challenges line of thought, what would you say are the biggest challenges that optometrists, specifically your clients, are feeling today?
I think the number one, and we've done various different focus group research information, the number one challenge that comes across the board is staff management, with recruiting, with turnover, staff retention. How do I hire someone? How do I train them? Right? With this pandemic, and then people not necessarily working, they're not choosing to work that much. So have a whole bunch of members that are scrambling for front, receptionists and people to help with the running the practice. And so in that vein, what we have done is we've established and built a whole staff training and CE type of platform in partnership with University, where we built some proprietary things. And we have 3 different program tracks where people can get certified along certain program tracks, so that someone starting can go from 0 to knowledgeable in a very short time. So we're looking at that. We're also looking at certain things like, for example, a lot of people don't realize you can be with what's called a PEO. You can really end up joining with a PEO. So we've partnered with a company that helps from a brokerage perspective find the best PEO for a unique practices situation. And what that is then the payroll is done by that company, but then they have access to the benefits, and they typically have thousands, hundreds of thousands of employees that go through that PEO, so they can get the healthcare benefits, the dental benefits, all those sorts of things, as well as have a HR person on call to talk about compliance issues and different type of topics. And so people don't necessarily know that exists. And so we're bringing those sorts of things to market. Another one is just financially, credit card processing fees cost everyone an arm and a leg. And so we've partnered with another company to that they actually go and renegotiate with the current processor someone has. And in the process, they save on average about $600 a month in credit card fees after they get paid. And so a practice can save about $600 a month in these credit card fees by just engaging this company that we've identified to work with, and be able to take that cash and put it straight to their bottom line, right? And
$100 a month in processing fees.
Yeah. So on different practices, that because a lot of consumers, they're using their credit card, and so you're having to pay Amex and Visa and MasterCard, close to 3% on every transaction. And so to some extent, that money is getting siphoned out of our industry. Instead of going to the doctor's pockets, it's going to Visa and MasterCard's pocket and Amex's pocket. And so anything we could do to help on that front, put more dollars back into the industry, that's what we're excited about. And, even other programs, billing and coding and medical billing and coding, we have a consulting, a partner where we end up doing a deep dive practice review. Typically, it costs lots of money to be able to do that, but we partnered with them. Instead of paying it up front, and instead of it costing a lot of money, we're subsidizing, and we're spreading that program out over a 12-month program. And they do really a deep dive analysis of the practice and identify the opportunities in medical billing and coding. And typically, they've saved thousands of dollars for a practice. They've identified thousands of dollars of opportunity through better training, through consistent practices, et cetera. And that's one of the things that we want to do, is we want to help people make more money and just do it in a smarter way, so they're not banging their head against the wall about stuff. Other one might be marketing in terms of growth is also a challenge. People don't know, hey, how do I market my business? And so we have now a free marketing software where someone, in a very simple way, they connect their email list, they can connect social media, and they literally choose from hundreds of preset, campaigns, and they just point, click, and schedule. And it is that easy, and it automatically goes out to all their patients, right? And so we're trying to bring those tools to make life simpler for the practices.
And all this at no charge to the OD.
That is correct.
You get back a percentage of what the sales.
Yeah, I mean, not the free marketing program is correct, but the deep dive consultation, that one is a charge because we have to pay a third party partner. But the administrative fee, there is no member fee, no billing fee or anything for them to be a part of it. And then if someone wants to use a particular service that may have an expense to it, that's really entirely optional if they want to engage with that to help improve their practice. But there's a lot of it that already comes for free, just being a part of us.
Wow. Sounds like a plan.
And how many members do you currently have?
It's about 2,000 members in the U.S. and then globally, it's 8,000 practices around the world that CECOP globally supports. But the U.S. business is a little bit different in that it's more of a joint venture between really my CEO, friend of mine, and Ignacio Macias and the CECOP global entity. And we have all the autonomy to do what we need to do here in the United States. Ignacio lives in Boca Raton, not too far from Dr. Silverberg. And we're dead set on really growing this and really having that passion for independent optometry. One of the things that scares me about the industry is looking at independent pharmacists as a parallel. And if we look at what happened to independent pharmacy over the years, is they got bought out, they decided to close their doors, and there is not many independent pharmacists that are even left. And so very endangered species. And so what I don't want to have happen to independent optometry is for it to become that endangered species. And if we think about the things that will cause that, if someone is running their practice, they're not making a lot of money, and they're stressed out beyond belief, and they don't have a good quality of life, they feel they can't even take a vacation, right? Can't even take a few days off here and there, then they're going to get burnt out to the point that they're like, look, I'll go work for a corporate entity, or I'll just go ahead and sell my store and be an employee, and then I can just worry about working a certain schedule and a certain shift. But every single time that happens, there's a little piece of the soul of independent optometry that dies, right? And so we want to make sure that we do everything in our power to help prop those individuals up and help them be successful.
So how would you say that your group differs from other groups that are out there? So, I mean, just from what I'm seeing, it sounds like just the global reach is one of them. And that brings the benefit to the U.S. optometrists just from having years of experience. I don't know that I see any more benefit in a global reach, but perhaps I'm missing something. So why should a doc choose you as opposed to some other group?
Yeah, I would say that global, believe it or not, it gets us a seat at the table in all different ways. I worked at ABB Optical Group for many years and headed up strategic development and ran distribution centers, did a lot of different stuff. And for us being still a fairly small organization here in the US side, we were able to sit with all the right people for all the big brands and all the big companies because we have that global footprint. And so from a negotiating perspective and from a sitting at the table, we have a lot more clout than really a lot of the other big companies that are even here because of that global presence. And so that really does bring some benefits for CECOP USA and what we're doing.
So that's the global reach. So what other reason should an optometrist choose your group?
I think one of the things is we're not private equity owned. So we're not owned by any of the big verticals. Essilor doesn't have an investment in us. VSP doesn't have an investment in us. We actually are privately owned between a couple of individuals who are passionate about independent optometry. And what we're doing is really trying to invest in this business. Our longer term outlook, we're not governed by some company trying to flip it and try to take take it to market or do something else like that. We want to obviously grow, but we actually have patient money and we can end up growing over time and do what's right for the industry. So that's something that I think is key. Another thing would be that if you look at our unique value proposition, besides it just being global, I think that passion for our customer service and really trying to be supportive and have someone's back is something that not everyone does nowadays. You end up calling, think about Comcast, if you want to change your cable around, you're on the phone, you're waiting, and it ends up being a pain in the neck. And there's a lot of groups out there that if you ask about their member engagement team, their sales force, there's not much that even exists, right? In terms of there maybe one or two, or they're doing it through other people, but not necessarily their own employees and their own investment in what they're doing. So I think that's a unique thing that we have. The other thing is, because we do consolidated billing, we're going to have the very best consolidated billing approach, and that in itself simplifies things. There's a few other players out there that do consolidated billing, but if you think about an invoice that's coming in, and you get 20 different vendors that you're dealing with, and maybe there's every order ends up being an invoice, and so you could have 120 invoices coming in for a particular month, as opposed to having to sort through all those pieces of paper to get it to your accounting team and reconcile. You get one bill with us that's consolidated, that has everything. And then if you need any of the detail on any of the other invoices, have set up and are setting up even more advancements so that it is so easy to get the detail behind any of the statements. And so that, I would say, is unique as well. The no member fees, you already heard me talking about that. But we also are trying to put our money where our mouth is, so to speak. And we have a guarantee for new members that we started this year, that we will show a new member that's just joining our group. We will show them ways to save $10,000 a year and put that profit on their bottom line. And if we can't show a new member that, then we will pay them $1,000. Right?
10,000. So for any new member, a $10,000 savings guarantee. Is that based on?
We'll show them ways, whether it's through the consulting of doing the deep dive on the practice review, whether it's the merchant processing, whether it's hitting the marketing and being able to grow put more patients in there by leveraging some of the latest systems and practices that we have. We will show them ways to put an extra $10,000 to their bottom line, or we will pay them $1,000. And so you want to say, all right, what's unique? I know every single one of the groups that's out there, and I have never heard that from any of the groups in terms of other entities.
Let me tell you what else is unique. We'll do a pitch. You're willing to advertise on ODwire, which means that you're willing to take the slings and arrows of criticism. If you're not doing something right, it comes on, and we don't control that. So
absolutely, and
that people will be happy.
We are, and look, no one is absolutely perfect. We're still evolving and we're still growing, but I can guarantee you, from my perspective, I'm absolutely committed to trying to help people out, and I'm trying to help them be successful themselves. So, and one other thing, Gretchen, and this is kind of new information. Haven't really been hugely public about this, but in South Florida, we're actually going to be partnering with doctors and buying some practices down here, right? And so you think, you guys are a group, but you're doing practices. So we're actually in the process, less than 30 days away from owning a couple of practices. We'll have the non-clinical assets, and then we'll have doctor partners that will have the clinical assets. And we're going to be in a joint venture with these doctors so that we have a sandbox to test things out. So that's not just some business guys talking, smack and talking how to do it. We're going to build this whole portfolio out down here so that we can create really cool and great shared services. For example, we are looking at a virtual receptionist, virtual scribe for practices, so that anyone who's having labor challenges, back to the staff management, we can create a service so that they can just tap into this type of an option and this type of an opportunity. And so that's something new that we're doing in here in South Florida, that you really don't hear of other groups doing that. And we're doing it so that we can test the latest technology, the latest relationships, the vendor relationships, and we can show how can you take a practice that's still on paper, right? They haven't done an EHR, that haven't done the practice management system. How do we take that practice and level it up and be able to create certain processes and put the things into place so that we really grow that in a healthy way without killing the quality of life of the practitioners? Because a lot of the private equity companies that are out there, they end up just working those doctors a whole lot extra. They end up working them a lot extra, and okay, you got to turn the patient every 15 minutes, and that's not what we want to do. We want to make sure that we're maintaining that doctor-patient relationship, and it takes what it takes. And so we're trying to put all this stuff in place so that we can then take that wisdom and those best practices and share it back with independent optometry.
Great. I think you just got the hook because it's 30 past the hour and the system started complaining.
Yep. All right. Well, Brandy, it was great having you here. Sorry I couldn't engage you more today, but I'll definitely drop you a line. Maybe we can come back on tomorrow when my blood pressure is lower.
No worries. And if they can't make that work, that's fine. I really appreciate everyone. And this is great work that you're doing to help out optometry. And Gretchen, nice talking to you. And
likewise, thank you for all the information you shared. And I really appreciate your passion.
Thank you so much. All right. Take care, everyone.
Thanks, Brent. Have a good day.
All right. Bye. Thanks.
All righty. That was fun. Learned a lot.
Yeah, Adam, I see that you're really rocking that chat there.
Oh, you have no idea,
Time
Gretchen.
for us to take a little break to allow you to catch up there.
So maybe. I think, let me reset this here. I think what I'm trying to do is just help people through what's been going on. So one question people are having is credits. They're not seeing, so people after they finish a class, predictably and actually normally, this is a normal human response, go to transcripts to see that they've gotten credit. What is happening right now is since we have whatever it is, 1,500 people or more on the server, when everyone completes a class, the computer has to actually crunch these numbers and issue these transcripts to people. And what's happening is the process that does that happens in the background and it takes forever, right? Because we have...
And it's everybody at the same time because the classes are ending.
Right.
And everybody is cycling through.
Exactly. And so this process takes a long time. Add to that, we have more classes that finish an hour later, right? So then you have another process with thousands of more credits that have to be generated. So what's happening is we don't want to lag the servers, right? Or cause them to be under strain while all these people are watching videos. So what we're going to do is just have the crunching occur later as soon as the classes are done so that we don't actually strain the servers right now. So the bottom line is the transcripts probably won't show until much later today.
Okay, so that's something we should start telling people.
Yep, yeah. So they're not going to be in real time just because of the sheer number of people that showed up today. So,
which is a good problem to have.
It is, and I think what we need to do is reassure people that the data that we have on people watching the classes, it's all there. It's just the software has to manipulate that data to create the transcript. So don't worry about like, oh, it forgot about me, which is what people are obviously concerned about. It's not like that. The data is there. It needs to be manipulated and calculated to create the transcripts. And we're going to do it later. Well, we don't have to worry about having thousands of people on the system at once. So
that's a good plan.
Yeah.
Even though that you've got this great new software and everything cooking, it's still a lot of information that has to be parsed at once. And let's not forget how many different streams of video that are being run through it. The 3 classes, then there's us and all these background systems. So there's a lot of data. There's a lot of sewage going through a little pipe. Not that what we're doing is sewage.
Right. And so the only other problem that people are having, and that's why I've been so active in the chat, is if a lecture doesn't automatically start for the next hour, all you have to do is hit refresh, and then it will. So some people are having that problem, and it's not clear exactly why, right? There's a minority of people who have a certain configuration, whether it's the computer they're using in the browser or whatever, where it's not automatically restarting. Now, we know it's not happening to the majority of people, because if it was, my phone would be ringing off the hook, right? But it is happening to some people because I'm seeing it in the chat. But again, it's hard because it feels like when it's happening, it's an emergency, right? And to the individual that it's happening to, it is an emergency. And that's why I want to be here to help them out. But in general, things are working well. So,
do we have another speaker scheduled at this moment?
No. The next guest we're going to have is not until, wait, what time is it? It's only 9:30 our time.
9:30 your time.
Yeah, so we don't have anybody till 11 o'clock our time. So
our 12:45 Eastern time canceled?
Yeah, so again, you doing what you do and printing things out is always a terrible idea because this spreadsheet that we have is a living document that is constantly changing. So printing things out the day before.
Okay.
Is this an okay boomer moment? No?
Well, I might be getting one too, Adam, because
Did
I
you print
can't
them out
access-
too? Oh God.
No, I didn't print.
Oh,
I
I
just,
bet you-
Google isn't
I
letting me
bet
in
you-
with my,
It should go up.
with any of my email addresses.
Oh.
It's because I hate Google Docs.
Oh my God.
I hate Google Docs. I don't print it. I just can't access it.
Right. Well, I mean, that's, what we use to collaborate though. So we got to get you set. We got to get you in there.
Okay.
So,
We do. And I don't know why it's not working for me.
yeah.
How do we get ODwire on at the same time?
What do you mean? You want me to actually load up the site for everybody, or?
People that are commenting, I'm not getting that side panel.
You're not getting the chat.
I'm not in the lobby.
Yeah, you're not in the lobby. That's probably the reason. So, yeah.
I'm getting email on the other half of my computer.
Yeah. So, but the chat is actually, you probably don't want to go in there. There's probably not too much for you to see because it's mostly just technical problems that people are having.
So I should be on ODwire first and then come on.
Yeah, you shouldn't go into this chat. There's really no reason for you to be there because there's not anything that you could really do here. It's mostly just a lot of technical stuff for people who are having a technical problem. So
He can tell everybody to refresh.
well, hopefully when Steve gets back out of his lecture, then we can break the news to him about the transcripts. So at each subsequent talk that's coming up, he can go into each room and remind people about this little transcript thing that we have going on. So that's probably the biggest.
Our next meeting is at what time? Just so I know.
11 o'clock Pacific time, so 2 p.m. Eastern.
11 o'clock Pacific time.
Correct. Yes. So 2 p.m. Eastern. Yep. So, yeah, so we don't have anything really going on until then. I think what we might want to do is take a break right now since we have an hour and a half just about, and I have a webinar that I can show folks. So you guys can take a break, and I'm going to continue sitting here and chat, of course, and try to help people out. And then at 11 o'clock Pacific, 2 Eastern, we have another interview coming up. We can go from there. How does that sound?
What are you going to show?
We have a webinar, actually, of a panel that was done at Vision Expo West for people who have implemented one of Luno's systems to sort of automate their offices. And since nobody went to Vision Expo West, or I don't want to say nobody, but it was...
Hey, I did.
You went, so as you know, it was not as big a crowd as usual. But there was a lot of good content that was there, right? But people didn't see it because they were afraid to travel. But we actually have content from Expo West. So we can repurpose it and show people for the next little while. And hopefully, if any people have any problems while you're watching the video, just feel free to type in the chat window. I'll still be here even though the video is running. And then if any breaking news happens, I'll shut the video off and then I can come back in and let people know what's happening. So sound reasonable,
Well,
guys?
I'll keep this on so I can hear us, and I'll pop back on in and out. So whenever when I turn put my video camera back on, you'll know that I'm here, but I can hear you throughout my house.
So we're done until
Yes.
until 2 p.m. Eastern time.
Yes. So I will see you guys later, and we will go from there. All right. So,
Make sure you take a break in there too, Adam.
Yeah, I definitely will. No question about it. I gotta get more of this stuff. From
Oh yeah, I already recaffeinated, so it's time for more.
So, and I will advise all of you to put yourselves on mute just in case. And
Yes.
and we will see you in a couple hours.
All right. Thanks, guys.
All right,
See
thanks.
you soon.
Yep.
See you later.
Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar. Now tonight, before we get started, let me just lay down some ground rules here for everyone. First and foremost, I know everyone here is asking themselves, where is my Starbucks card? And well, congratulations on making it out tonight, and that will be emailed to you tomorrow. So be on the lookout for it, and thank you for being here. Second thing, tonight, before we get started, I want to remind everyone that this is an interactive session. And you'll see on the right side of your screen, there's a questions box. Feel free to type into that question box. I will take your questions and hold them aside. And then at the very end of the presentation tonight, we're going to have a little Q&A with the panelists who are here. And speaking of the panelists, let's just dive right into this. So tonight's lecture is all about, as you can see on the screen, growing and scaling your practice with wavefront-based technology. Now, it feels kind of strange, actually, because of the pandemic. I know most of us are not traveling, right? And it almost feels like we've been in timeout for the last couple of years, but despite the fact that we're not going anywhere, technology has moved on, right? And new products are coming out all the time. And in this past year, we actually started returning to conferences. A few of us, anyway, we dipped our toes in the water. And so at these conferences, there have been panels and a lot of really interesting talks that have been given that unfortunately many people haven't seen, right? Because so few people are traveling. But fortunately, through the miracle of technology, a lot of these have been filmed. And tonight what we're going to show you is one of these panels that was actually done at Vision Expo West, all about growing your practice with wavefront-based technology. The folks at Luno Technology recorded it. And it was a panel with some folks that I think everybody here at ODwire knows very well. We have Dr. Rasa, Dr. O'Connor, Dr. Gerson, and Dr. Hoff. You've all seen them before in other ODwire shows, and they're here on the panel, and then we're going to do a Q&A at the end. And I just have to let everyone know that unfortunately Dr. Gerson can't be here with us tonight, but you'll see him in the video. So we'll go over some more introductions in the video itself. And again, if you have any questions, just use the question box. I'll hold your question aside, and then at the very end, we'll have a pretty spirited Q&A.
Welcome, everybody, to our presentation. My name is Dan McNulty. I'm president of Luno Technology North America. Our company has brought wavefront technology to the U.S. market way back in 1994. I'm excited to have on stage with me four clinical excellence leaders, each of whom use Luno Technology products in unique and innovative ways. I'll go ahead and ask maybe the panel to start introductions. Dr. Ross, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure, I'm Dr. Rasa. I am the owner of Big City Optical from the Chicagoland area.
And I'm Greg O'Connor, and I've been in private practice in Malibu, California for 41 years.
Jeff Gerson, and I'm in practice in Kansas City.
My name is Michelle Hoff, and I'm a clinical instructor at UC Berkeley School of Optometry, where I just recently retired after 30 years.
I'm going to breeze through our introduction slides because I forgot. So there's Dr. Rasa. We met Dr. O'Connor. And if you see anything that you want to cover that we missed, because I missed the slide, go for it. Anything you want to cover? Shall I move?
You can move.
We'll move. Dr. Gerson and Dr. Hoff. Okay, so what we decided as our theme for today is pictures are worth 1,000 words. And each one of our users up here have submitted a range of pictures or images that incorporate our technology into their practice. So we thought we'd walk through different images that they provided and ask the particular person to speak to their image. Whose image is this one? Is this a Dr. Rasa? You want to speak to kind of why this image? What are we looking at?
Absolutely. So this image, as you said, is worth 1,000 words. And the way this is presenting is a typical pre-test area in my practice, downtown Chicago, where footprint is very expensive, and we want a small space and to be able to accomplish a lot in it. The way the setup works is the patient checks in, they already filled out their medical history in the portal, or when they came in, that is already visible in my EHR. They're escorted to this pre-testing area. They're first analyzed with the lens analyzer, their habitual RX. Their wavefront is ran with the eye refract, which impacts the information from me on their refractive status as far as their uncorrected VAs, the patient's VAs with the habitual RX, and also the VAs with the eye refract wavefront information. With several subjective options given by the artificial intelligence and geared by my technician. We also have the prescription that is the manifest reflection suggestion. Then the patient turns around and on the big part of the items that are required on the comprehensive exam, which analyzes the anterior segment. It gives us the idea of the patient's wavefront once more to verify what we just received. Also gives me the pachymetry, topography, anterior chamber angles. It gives me any opacities that might be visible on the lens, and also gives me the posterior segment wide image of the back of the eye. Also the NCT readings that are recorded at the same time. All of this information through my EHR within seconds. And at that point, before even meeting my patient, I already have a lot of data to review and to design in my mind the plan that I'm going to do, how I'm going to address their chief complaint, the recommendations that I will make, answer their perceived problem opinion, and also discuss unperceived reasons of me seeing, especially with the health information that is collected, and the maintenance and consultation for the patient. All of this that you see here in this setup is taking less than 10 minutes to gather and be ready for me to review on my EHR.
That's kind of amazing. It's 1,000 words. One thing I noticed about this picture, there's one chair, right? I mean, you have a lot of instrumentation. The information that you just provided is extensive. And the patient is really, they're not moving. They're just swiveling.
Yes.
Which is really, really neat. And you're not in the picture. You just get the
with the handheld Samsung iPad.
Impressive. All right. I think you got your work cut out for you, Dr. O'Connor. Is this your picture?
This is my picture.
What are we looking at?
What we're looking at is photographs taken from the two of my exam rooms in my second location in Malibu, which I opened about a year ago. I opened it to be more technician-driven and oriented towards demographic, and Luno technology fit what I needed perfectly. What you see in the photograph on the left is in the foreground, that is the Visionix VX40 lens analyzer. And it's a very simple instrument for your technicians to learn and to use every day. Simply insert glasses display that tells you everything about the lens optically, and it's just a wonderful technology for troubleshooting, particularly progressive edition lenses. Behind the instrument is the Visionix 120 Plus with the dry eye module. And as Dr. Rasa was saying, in Malibu, we as well have very high overhead. So you can see how compact all these instruments are. And in fact, the Visionix 120 Plus is basically 8 diagnostic instruments in one. So that is a tremendous space saver. In the photograph on the right is basically the iRefract system itself. My wonderful optometric technician, Jennifer, is holding the Samsung iPad that controls the entire operation. The patient has her head in the iRefract instrument itself, and she's looking into the compact digital eye chart that is very versatile. It can produce a number of different displays, including cute little videos for children to keep their attention. And all the technology is, again, done automatically. From the finding from the lens analyzer is fed in to the tablet that Jennifer is holding. She enters the age, presses a button, and the rest just happens. And then she conducts the manifest refraction based on the wavefront aberrometry in a scripted step-by-step method that results in very accurate refractive finding. And then the display has lensometry at the top, the wavefront aberrometry reading next, and the manifest refraction finding underneath it. And then unaided, if the patient comes in not wearing any prescription, and Jennifer can toggle among the different three and ask the patient what they prefer, and then she makes me aware of what they've chosen. This has really been a wonderful experience for Jennifer. She was my optometric technician before Luno technology, but you can really see her self-esteem build as she uses this really, I think, beyond state-of-the-art technology, and she feels so empowered that she's gathering so much powerful diagnostic data from the patient. And often the patients actually think that she's the doctor, and I don't really let on otherwise.
One of the things that really impresses me about you in particular is, look, you've been in the industry or in OD for more than 40 years.
Yeah.
Yet you're employing technology that's cutting edge,
right,
empowering your staff. What is the response of your patients to this? Do they question the results? Are they uncomfortable, or how do they respond to the technology?
We've had it a year now, and we haven't had a single incidence of that. The patients feel very comfortable with Jennifer conducting all the diagnostic data gathering. They're very impressed by the technology. Dan and I were having a conversation before, and the genius who created all this actually did work on the Star Wars program for the Reagan administration way back when. And I said to Dan, wow, it's amazing how many of my patients, after they experience this, go, wow, this is like Star Wars. So no, they don't miss me at all. Doesn't bother me.
You're just in the back,
well,
waiting for the data, right?
Yeah, and I love it because, as Dr. Rasa was saying, it's all the presentation anymore. That's what's important. You have so many options now to tell your patients about that I think for you to be well prepared to give the presentation is where your time and energy should be focused.
I love that. Thanks for sharing. That was great. Next up, I think we have Dr. Gerson. This is your image. Why did you pick this one, and what are we looking at?
Yeah, so luckily in Kansas City, we're not quite as space confined as you guys are, but it's obviously still an issue. But kind of along the same lines as use of space, really, for me, a really important term is efficiency. And how can we create efficiencies in our office, whether it's with our space or it's with our time or our technicians' time. And so what I really like about this picture is it shows my technician Kira that she's using the lens analyzer that you described to read someone's glasses at the same time while someone's having their autorefraction done and the eight instruments in one. And so getting all those tests done at once with one instrument, with one press of the button, takes about 90 seconds or less. And so within 90 seconds, I have autorefraction, topography, Ks, pachymetry, and some anterior segment data, lens opacity data, NCT if I want it. And at the same time, Kira is reading the patient's glasses. So right away, we have all that information in less than 2 minutes. And so to me, this really what this picture shows is just a model of efficiency. How much information can we gather in how little time? And as we've already heard, having it all put into our electronic medical record so that when I enter the exam room with the patient and I pull up on the tablet, I already have all this information. And it makes doing the digital refraction that I do so much easier because not only do I already have a starting point, I essentially already have my ending point before we ever start. So that's why I like this, just because of the efficiency that it really provides.
And I want to tease a future picture that you have with the digital refraction, but I won't because I think it's too good. But let's keep in mind efficiency and Dr. Gerson. So now this is an interesting one. Dr. Hoff, everybody knows a lens analyzer is a lens analyzer is a lens analyzer. They're boring and not that important. That's not true.
That's not true.
Right.
You're right. You're right. I do have to say I bring a little bit something different to the panel here. I am a lens geek, and I am happy to say I am a lens geek. I've been in the vision care industry for over 30 years. I started in vision care in 1984. And I just love anything that has to do with vision correction, and specifically lenses. By the way, this is my superpower. Glasses are my superpower, and I've had my superpower since I was 4 years old. And so I love to share anything I can about lenses and how lenses are made and what they do. And so when I got my VX40 lens analyzer at the university, I mainly bought it because we were putting lenses on a manual lensometer 6 millimeters apart and looking at what happened to the prescription 6 millimeters apart, spaced along. And I found this instrument and I was blown away. So a lens analyzer is not the same as a lensometer. As many of you know, manual lensometers require a high level of skill and training to get reliable information. Automated lensometers, same thing. It's a little more convenient because you can push the button and you might get a printout. It might send the information to your autorefractor or your autophoropter. But the wavefront lens analyzer that Luneau has, the VX40, is by far light years, to use the Star Wars analogy, light years ahead of itself. Wavefront is, you can measure a much larger area. As you can see, it's a 44 by 65 millimeter swatch of the lens. It's got a point matrix to it, and it's super fast. So again, you get the convenience of information in about 45 seconds. The beauty is there are 3 different maps. So you can see here that you can change the display excuse me, to see 3 different maps. The first map that you see, which is on the upper left, is the power distribution map, and that shows you the power along the lens from the distance prescription, which is in the green circle at the top there. That's the distance reference circle. The cross that's just below that is the optical center, or position of zero prismatic effect. And then the blue circle at the bottom is the near reference circle, or where the optimal or greatest add power is located. So having those landmarks is very important, and I'll talk to you a little bit more about those later. But the next map over from that is the cylinder map. We call it the delta sil because it's the change in cylinder from the actual prescription, what's happening on the lens. So that map to me is worth its weight in gold. I've learned so much about lens design and lens performance and lens characteristics from that. The scale that's over there on the left hand or the right hand side, the delta sil scale, if you think about it in terms of colors, pink, purple, and coral are really friendly colors because they're the areas of clear, comfortable vision for your patients. So if your patient's looking through pink, purple, or coral, they will have a good visual outcome. The other colors, the yellow, the orange, and the green, I call those cautionary colors. And those are where your patients are going to have symptoms of blur or swim. And so you want to stay away from, or you can predict what their visual experience is going to be if they're looking through those areas. The particular shape of the map I'll talk to you about in a couple slides later on is really important. But also the distance between the top circle and the bottom circle tells you the length and position of the corridor of the lens itself. And lastly, the bottom map is your prism distribution map. That tells you what the prism is doing away from the optical center of the lens. And so, for example, the point-by-point distribution, you can actually touch anywhere on that screen and see what's happening optically on there. And so if I have a patient who has prism at near, I can touch that and see, are they seeing the prism at near? Or I can check the power all along the corridor and see how is that power or rate of change happening along that corridor. So not only is this instrument very easy to train your staff with, you could put somebody, who came from a different industry into your office and say, here, put these glasses in there, measure them. But your staff could grow along in knowledge as they learn how to read these maps. And that's kind of what we do. I mentioned that I retired from Berkeley, but I'm retired but working. I guess that's what we say. I'm retired but working. I work with some other lens geeks at Sightline Ophthalmic Consulting, and that's what we do is we teach people how to use the technology of this instrument to its fullest extent.
So Dr. Hoff is a optical Jedi, to continue the Star Wars analogy. Yeah, exactly. We have clinical application specialists at Luneau, some of whom are fairly well tenured, and after a 10 or 20-minute discussion with Dr. Hoff, their mouths are agape and they go, I never knew all that, So thank you for your knowledge. I look forward to some more slides.
You're welcome.
More pictures coming up. Let's advance, and I think next up is again a Dr. Rasa. Dr. Rasa, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture displaying my practice and how two of my optometric technicians are displaying how to perform the eye refract readings. One thing that I have to really agree with Dr. O'Connor, this gives us a lot of empowering to our optometric technicians to be a bigger part of that comprehensive exam. And the patients definitely have a wow factor, and they see that and they enjoy hearing that feedback from patients and taking part into that more kind of important part of the eye exam. This data, of course, is in the last 2 years that I've used the equipment in seven of my locations at this point, is giving me accurate, reliable, consistent data that has allowed our practice to have a remake rate of less than 1%. That leads to very happy patients and is a very big practice builder because they refer their friends and family to come and see us. So this picture to me is really representing that ability to grow and scale our practices because of the reliable, accurate data that we get. And also the technicians too, they're able to learn how to operate this technology very fast because it is simple to use, and it has been really taking a lot of anxiety for me starting a new practice and training the new staff on how to get started fast.
So, I've spoken with each of you a little bit about kind of the labor market right now, right? We're in this funny time where we obviously have COVID and a huge disruption of our labor force, and it's had Starbucks lines are really long. You can't find waiters at restaurants, and technicians. The churn of techs seems to across the country, regardless of demography, et cetera. It's hard to keep a tech. Can you talk to me about your experience with? You talked a little bit about it's easier for a new tech or a technician to operate the instrumentation. What's your experience been in Chicago with turnover? And normally that would be crippling for a practice. You might have to train a technician for 3 months or 6 months to start refractions. What's your experience been with the instrumentation?
Refraction takes years to master for an optometrist. So for somebody who has not went through optometry school to understand the intricacies and that art of refraction is difficult. So to train anyone to do it takes time. I think the eye refract really reduces that need for time to get somebody on board really fast and produce those results that are something I trust quite a bit at this point after having the experience of using it for 2 years. Now, this technology obviously gives us a little bit of an edge to be competitive for the technicians that are looking for a job too, because we offer this technology to work with, and we perhaps look a bit more Star Warsy, and most of our patients are young professionals that have the latest iPhones, they have the latest technology, and they're seeking other businesses or places where they go to be something of that as well. So for us to get more patients and to have the staff that wants to be part of it, does definitely put us at a little bit of a higher edge than some traditional practices that might be struggling perhaps a little bit more.
And I still don't see you in the picture. You're still back waiting for the data to come, and you just trust that it comes. That's really cool.
Yes.
I like that. Any other comments, guys, or should we go to the next picture? Great. Okay, Dr. O'Connor.
Yeah, this is a close-up slide of what I had mentioned earlier, my optometric technician Jennifer holding while conducting the eye refract system. And as powerful and as this technology is, and the wealth of information it creates, the elegance of the way it displays the information in such a simple and straightforward manner, I find very appealing. As I mentioned before, on the very top, you see the information fed in from the VX40 lens analyzer. In between is the patient's distance PD, automatically calculated, brought over from the reading of the lens meter, and then below it, the PD that the eye refract system finds. So you've got the distance PD very accurately determined. The next level down is the wavefront refraction finding. And the August 2018 ARVO study found that wavefront aberrometry was just as precise as refraction done by expert optometrists, but actually more repeatable. So that is a very, very accurate finding. Below it is the manifest refraction that is rendered after the technician goes through the scripted step-by-step method that Luneau technology has built into the system. And then again on the bottom is the unaided acuity. And my technician can toggle among the different options and determine which of the four the patient prefers. Below it, we actually have the findings of visual acuity and the keratometry findings. The middle tab, measure, will actually show you, among other things, the Zernike coefficients. So if you have a patient that still, even though you've refracted in 20/20, feels they're not seeing as clearly as they feel they should, you can check the Zernike coefficients to see if maybe higher order aberrations are a factor. And then the third tab can also show you topography and things like that. So simple, elegant, and very informative.
So for all the Star Wars front-end design that people are wowed by, you're still getting information that you recognize, that's easy to interpret, and it's at your fingertips.
Yeah, and this is very familiar to most technicians. They'll come in with a little experience, so yeah, makes them feel comfortable.
Great picture, thank you. All right, Dr. Gerson, you're up. What is this colorful picture?
Yeah, so really what this is showing is on the tablet that I'm holding when I'm doing my refraction, the two different modes that I can use for actually doing the refraction. So what we're typically used to is using a manual phoropter and reaching up and turning and spinning things and doing it that way. And with this, it's a tablet that you can hold in your lap or on a desk, a counter, or whatever, and do the refraction from that. So someone mentioned social distance friendly testing. And so this makes it so refraction, you can be as close or as far away from your patient as you want, because you're not hands-on the digital phoropter, you're hands-on the tablet that's controlling the digital phoropter and is controlling the eye chart as well. So the image on the left looks kind of like a regular phoropter with different colors indicating whether you just touch it to make a change or whether you have to drag it to make a change. But so, for us that are used to using a traditional phoropter when we go to digital, a lot of times we want to do something that feels similar to what we're used to doing. So this allows us to do our refraction digitally, but on something on the tablet that looks like a manual phoropter. So really easy to control, very comfortably. And we haven't really talked at all yet about the ergonomics of what we do. And this is something that really helps take into consideration the ergonomics when you're doing your refraction from the tablet. Now the image on the right is a different way of refracting. So instead of using what looks like a traditional phoropter, I call this a more analog method, where we're choosing either the sphere, the cylinder, or the axis in either eye or both, and then using the buttons or the little dial on the bottom to change it by a quarter, or in this case it's by a quarter, or we can change that to a half or a full diopter change at a time. So it's just a different way to do the refraction. One of the things I like about this is my staff really like this. And so, yeah, the one on the right. And because they find it to be more simple to do. And so the way that we utilize staff in our office is before I see a patient, they've had all the pre-testing that we've already discussed, and we don't use an eye refract, but my staff has already done a refraction using this. So they like the one on the right a little bit better. They find it to be simpler. And it's kind of easier to teach someone how to do a refraction on that versus the more traditional phoropter that we're used to. Everyone understands buttons, right? You press a button, it makes a number go up or makes it go down. But when you introduce all these different dials, then all of a sudden things are confusing. I think maybe we probably lose a little accuracy or some of the testing we can do with some of the more dials. But that's why oftentimes I'll use the dials and they'll use the buttons. The other two things real quick to point out are in the upper right of both these images is the eye chart as seen by the patient. So I can just be looking at the tablet. I don't have to be looking over here at the phoropter, then looking back here at the eye chart. I'm looking at one thing, and I have everything in the palm of my hands. And then on the bottom right are just different ways we can control the eye chart, whether we're using traditional letters or E's or pictures, or if we want to change the contrast or put up a red-green chart. You know, most of us are probably used to doing refractions with some sort of digital eye chart, and it brings so many more options, and again, all in one place. So that's why I like this. Again, the efficiency, I use that word over and over, that it brings by having everything kind of centralized in one hub, and that allows me to do things one way and a staff member to do it another way without having to make much change.
That's really cool. And how long have you been, or when did you transition to digital phoropters? Do you remember?
Yeah, so I've been using a digital phoropter for probably 3-ish years now, maybe a little bit longer.
And now it's your kind of standard practice.
Yeah, we don't have them in all of our rooms yet. So, when my text asks me, which room do you prefer? Well, a room with the digital phoropter. That's where I want to go. Yeah. Easy decision.
Cool. All right, Jedi Hoff, what do you got?
Oh no, we're missing something. Click the button and see if it comes up.
You want me to? I think it's just automated. Do you want me to?
I don't know. Oh, there we go. There you go. Yeah, it had some animation left over from another talk. So this slide I chose because of problem solving. Problem solving can be a big issue for you and your staff. And one of the things is knowing how a lens is put together and how to diagnose it, but also how to take it apart. So I have a lecture that I give that's called Deconstructing Progressive Addition Lenses, and we pull progressive lenses apart into their DNA components or concepts, surfacing, design, aberration, drop, and then of course the power change or the corridor. And so if you have a patient who comes in and says, I'm having trouble with this lens, I don't understand why, or you have a patient that comes in with specific visual needs, you can talk to the patient, see what they're wearing, look and see how that lens is put together, diagnose it, take it apart, and then say, well, maybe Mrs. Smith, because you're having trouble reading and getting to your tablet and some of the other things, I'm going to recommend a shorter corridor lens design that's going to give you a wider field of view for your distance, but it also gives you a wider field of view for your reading. And you can show the patient that based on the color chart. You just explain the color chart to them, say, look at where all the pink is. Pink and purple are your clear visible colors, and then the yellow colors are where you're going to have not the greatest experience. You could show them how that change is going to occur and recommend specific lens designs to the patients based on those lenses. You'll notice that the two circles on the left-hand image, those circles are very far apart. That means there's a very long corridor, and the patient's reading area is at the very bottom of the lens, so they're going to have a difficult time. They're going to do what I call the chicken dance. They're going to have to move their head up and down to find that sweet spot. But the lens on the right, you can see those images are closer together, wider corridor, wider reading area. It's going to be a lot easier for them to get to where their reading level is, and it'll be a better visual experience. And as eye care professionals, you can do the best refraction in the world, but if you can't help them see with the device that they leave with, they're not going to be happy. And so to me, this is the end result. This is the superpower right here. And it sets the stage for all your referrals and your patient satisfaction and the growth of your practice. So having this technology to educate yourself, your staff, and your patients is so invaluable.
And that's what one of the things I appreciate so much about your knowledge is our focus at Visionics, or what I've learned in my 3 short years in the industry, is so much time and attention is spent on the refractive process, on things, dry eye, myopia management, all of which are super important. But when it comes to delivering the product, your superpower, we end up sometimes saying, well, just give it another week. See if you get used to it. And with your knowledge of the data that we provide, it really just is that last mile, which is the most important mile of a marathon. Is this the right delivery of the care that I've reflected or prescribed for you? And I think you just put it in such a great way. It's a really important topic, and one that I really appreciate.
Well, what's really important is that, these guys they're getting all the great data, and they're making all the right decisions. They're getting good refractions and things. And then you're following it up with this technology. And like Dr. Russa said, she has very few remakes or redos or rechecks because of the technology that she's using in the exam room. And then having the staff and making those recommendations, those lens recommendations are very important from doctors in the exam room, that follows it up with the staff in the optical, being able to troubleshoot, or it's maybe not even as much problem solving as there was before, but it's so much easier to problem solve when you have this type of information.
Great, thanks for that. All right, next up, we've got, didn't mean to jump. Hold on a second, did I jump? Sorry, I clicked too many times. Dr. Russa, this is you.
Yes, so once again, this is a lot of information on one screen, but what this screams to me is that I've changed the way I practice optometry, and I do encourage a lot of my colleagues to rethink the way they practice optometry. I'm no longer a data gatherer. I am here to consult, educate my patient from all the information that is presented to me. I can restructure my exam flow, that 30 minutes that I have with a patient, to spend a bulk of my time interpreting this data and educating them on their perceived and unperceived reasons for coming to see me yearly, by just having this at my fingertips before I even see the patient. So on the very left here, it gives me the information on the patient's uncorrected VAs, their VAs through the wavefront reading, their habitual RX, and also the suggested manifest refraction. I can put my logic together and already know what my final prescription will be for that patient and how successful they will be to see out of that final prescription. In the middle, we can see the front of the eye analysis here. In this particular case, I can see that the patient has pathology on their corneas, and I can already design a plan in my mind to talk to that patient ahead of time. On the very right side, we have a little bit more on the anterior segment. Let's say my patient is interested in LASIK. I can talk to them about their corneal thickness. I can talk to them about angles. Most of them don't even know they have anterior chamber angles in their eyes, so that's something new that they find out. Of course, any pathology on the lens, there might be some opacities. Maybe we want to talk about why they're not correctable to 20/20 vision. Maybe there is a start of a cataract. And then, of course, I can see some pathology in this case in the patient that we scan the retinal imaging here. So there's a lot of information here, and Let's face it, the eye care world is changing. There's a lot of changes that are happening in optometry and how we approach eye care today versus what it was when I first became an optometrist 2 decades ago. Today, we have more patients. We are the primary eye care physicians. And in order to really practice to the best of our abilities, we really need to have all this information already here for us in order to spend that time with the patient, educating and consulting them.
Dr. O'Connor?
Well, Dan, you said the theme of our panel discussion today is a picture is worth 1,000 words. Well, when you look at some of the displays that Visionix technology creates, I like to think when I show one of these pictures to my patients, it's worth $1,000. And the reason is, on the left, you see the product of a wonderful anterior segment camera that really captures the tear meniscus, the lid margins, the lashes, everything in great detail. Then to the right of that is the Efron clinical grading scales. And you can show the patient in terms of the level of red eye, the level of dry eye, the amount of blepharitis they have, and meibomian gland dysfunction. And so when you tell them they have these problems and they can see where they are on the scale, then your recommendations are complied with on a much greater basis. And in our second location that we developed, we put in a full ocular pharmacy. So we sell all the products that we recommend to our patients. And just for convenience sake, they usually purchase them right there. They really want to come back then for the progress evaluation because they want to see how much they've improved. And all these conditions, remember, are chronic conditions. So once they return to your office out of convenience to run in and purchase the product that you recommended, they might see a sunglass they really like. They might make an appointment for a family member. So that's how I say this can really actually produce a lot of revenue down the road.
And I think I've heard that dry eye candidates may take the first course of medicine and then you don't see them again.
Yeah, very common.
It seems like this actually draws them back in so they can see their change over time history. Is that right?
Oh, absolutely. In Malibu, dry eye is a real issue. Maybe you know from the news the wildfires we have, how dry and windy Malibu can get. But it's also sort of a laid-back community where people go, dry eye. But when you show them this and you show them and tell them this is, if you don't do it at this level, you're going to go on to this level. And trust me, this is really an uncomfortable level. To your point, Dan, yeah, they get the message.
Motivation, right?
Motivation,
That's cool.
You bet.
Great, thanks for that. All right, Dr. Gerson, you're up. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, so what we're looking at here are some comparison maps that I can show my patients from the autorefracting unit. And so the one on the left is essentially how somebody sees uncorrected. So it shows an eye chart, and then it shows on the bottom right of each of them, it's supposed to just be a point of light, but it shows how they see or perceive that point of light. On the right is showing, well, through refraction and corrective lenses, this is what your vision should be in each eye. And this is also what a point of light should look like. And actually that point of light one actually resonates with a lot of people. We'll talk about that instead of, when you're driving at night, if your glasses aren't on or if they're not right, instead of seeing that point of light, that it's kind of a bunch of rays coming out. And that's something that surprisingly people can really kind of relate to. But again, I just like this because it's really showing people the benefit of having proper eyewear. It's also sometimes really useful with parents and kids that they'll say, well, gosh, I didn't know that do they really have an eye problem? Are they really not seeing very well? And obviously this is one where it's fairly dramatic. But even in ones where it's not this dramatic of correction, even if it's only a half a diopter or a diopter, it can really illustrate to somebody how much of a difference it can make if you have eyewear that corrects your refractive needs.
And so do you use this frequently with kids to help the parent understand what the kiddo actually sees?
Yeah, we do, just so that they can understand. 'Cause, and sometimes with some parents, and I think sometimes it's even a cultural thing, they'll want to delay glasses and say, well, I want to see what happens, or do they really need them? I want them to try to work their eyes.
It'll get better, right?
Right. And so by having something like this, it's able to show them, well, this is how you should be seeing something, and this is how they are seeing it.
Thanks for that. All right, Dr. Is there animation on this one? Or?
Oh, click it and see.
There is.
Yeah, just keep clicking. Sorry, I didn't check my animation. Here we go.
I think that's it.
Right. Okay. So, we practice by evidence-based optometry, and I'm always looking for, something to support what I think or what I feel. And I think you mentioned, Dr. O'Connor, you mentioned a study that came out about wavefront refracting and how. And so this study came out from Optometry and Vision Science, and they studied the comparison of progressive edition lenses for general use to personal computer lenses. And they sampled a bunch of people. I can't remember the exact number of it. I think it was like 85 or I don't know. But anyway, the subjects, 84% of the subjects preferred occupational lenses to general wear progressives when working on computer-specific lenses were statistically chosen higher. And it's interesting because the subject said that only 14% of them were actually told about computer-specific lenses, but about 80% of them said, I wished I had known about it. And so, I guess the take-home message for me, and I'm shocked to say, is that my colleagues are not talking to their patients about their visual needs and explaining these task-specific lenses. And so there's studies out there that support that, but then we can also use not only the marketing material, which you see on the right-hand side, but you can also use the imagery from your lens analyzer on the left-hand side to describe how these specialized task-specific lenses are going to work for the patients. And so I think it's really important that we keep asking those questions. How am I practicing and how can I support the way that I practice through evidence-based, through my industry leaders, and also through the instrumentation that I have in my office.
And end up supporting your patient's needs, right?
Absolutely.
If I'm on the computer all day, I want those.
Yeah, that means that 76% of the patients are not being offered task-specific lenses. Can you imagine having to use a progressive lens and work on your computer like that? The chicken dance.
The chicken dance.
Yeah, it's awful. It's awful.
Which is great at a wedding.
Yeah.
Right. All right. So our time is running short, so I'm going to click maybe more quickly. Finally, we get to see Dr. Ross's face because so far we've seen only data, and I'm so happy to hear you talk about why that is. What are we looking at?
Yes, so this image here, I have to tell a tiny bit of a backstory here. 5 years ago, when the idea was born to start Big City Optical, my partner and I, we brainstormed a model of optometry where we imagined a neighborhood optical that provided very high quality service and easy access to eye care. Today, we span 15 locations across Chicagoland area. 5 years later, part of it is through the pandemic. And ability for us to grow this way and to provide that high quality of care, obviously technology helped, and the ability to do the remote exams. With all of the description that I described of how I'm able to have the data at my fingertips while taking a look on EHR and everything already uploaded before I even see the patient. In this case, I'm seeing the patient through a HIPAA-compliant way via Zoom. I'm in the exam room with them, and we discuss the chief complaint. I pull up on the screen all the images that I have. I discuss with the patient my plan and the recommendations that I am making for them during that visit. the entire visit is about 30 minutes. Most patients we're very concerned about their time because we live in a fast-paced world, and this has allowed me to grow a cold start without the anxiety of the very high overhead cost before I'm able to hire a full-time optometrist to take care of the schedule once it starts to build up.
So at a cold start, you might have a technician running tests. You may be at a different location. The patient goes into the exam lane and boop, you come up on the screen. That's great.
Yes, and this way I'm able to take care of multiple practices on a daily basis. I might be in one of my locations that is a mile away and take care of another location or perhaps two. When we are only seeing about 5 patients per day at a cold start, this has really allowed us to grow at a rate that we have been.
Thank you for that. All right, next up, I think we've got one for Dr. O'Connor. What are we looking at?
Dan, what we're looking at here is a wonderful feature on the Visionix VX 120 Plus or 130. It shows you the retro illumination feature that displays any opacity of the optical media. And I would just like to editorialize for a second and say I'm a great admirer of Dr. Rasa. I really feel that she's a pioneer in the profession of optometry and showing how the independent optometrist can not only survive, but thrive. So I'm going to take lots of notes and follow Dr. Ross's career. But to her point, and what I think we're trying to emphasize today, instead of just being data collectors, we need to be in a position to interpret as much data as we can and educate the patient about all their options. I think back 40 years, Dan, when I started practicing optometry, I think of the choices in spectacle lenses, basically glass lenses, standard flat top 28, 35 bifocals. Progressive edition lenses were just being introduced. CR39 lenses were just being introduced. In terms of contact lenses, PMMA lenses ruled the day. Soft lenses were just coming in. Well, today, think of all the options an eye doctor has to educate his patient or her patient about. First off, all the spectacle lens options, as Dr. Hoff has so carefully educated us about. This is important to educate the patients about. And then we have all the contact lens options today that we can help so many more patients with. We have all like vision therapy options if you have the right eye system. There's a lot of way we can help people now with binocular vision and traumatic brain disorder problems. You have all the refractive surgery options now. You, as a medical doctor, are making now medical decisions, and you have to explain to your patients the pros and cons of the different pharmacological choices that they have to address their issue. And then finally, you have nutritional options to educate your patients about. So your time should be spent analyzing what's presented to you and preparing a presentation for your patient than just collecting this data. Now, in the bottom slides there, those happen to be images of my eyes. And I think without this technology, even myself, I'd had monovision LASIK 22 years ago. Dan and I'd seen beautifully all this time, but about 6 months before this slide was taken, I knew something was different about my vision, but I'd refract myself and I still saw 20/20. So when Deidre Huff came to my location to train my staff and myself on this new technology, we discovered those are opacities, and those are the reason that I am not seeing the way I thought I used to be able to see. So subsequently, I've undergone successful cataract surgery and have had extended focus and multifocal implants, and I see beautifully. But this would be the type of thing that I think a busy eye doctor could easily miss, and just say, you'll get used to it. You'll get used to your new glass. The new prescription will make all the difference.
And if you're not screening for it, you're never going to find it.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. Great. That's a great story. Thanks for that. All right, 6 minutes, 4 slides. This one is one of my favorites.
Yes. So it's the reason it's your favorite, and you've teased me about it, is because I love to do a refraction with my feet propped up on a drawer.
You don't have repetitive stress on your ankles or anything from that?
No stress on my ankles. Because I mentioned ergonomics earlier, and I think it's great and important to be able to do things comfortably.
Yeah.
And so I think most of us, very few would argue that yes, it is comfortable to do a traditional refraction on our shoulders and our arms. And so I would tell you, I love to be able to hold the tablet in my lap, prop my feet up on a drawer, and do my refraction from there. And my assumption, of course, is the patient's looking at the eye chart and not taking a peek and seeing me propping my feet up. But it just makes work more enjoyable. I think anything that you enjoy, you're going to be better at. Yeah. And then once you're better, you also enjoy it more. They go hand in hand. So this is just kind of my way of being more comfortable and enjoying what I do more. And this wasn't just a staged photo one-time thing. This is what I do literally every day.
That's cool. That's a brilliant application of technology. I love it. Personalizes it.
Yep.
Dr. Hoff?
Okay, well, I'm going to use this as a spoiler alert or maybe a preview of coming attractions. This is kind of a lengthy description to this, but if you've been following what I've been saying about the types of lenses, and this is the delta cylinder maps that you get for the different types of lenses, you can describe, these are all my lenses, by the way, my general wear progressive, my full range near variable focus, my power boost, and my intermediate near variable focus lens. And there's a story behind each one and what I do with them, but I'm going to leave that for tomorrow at Friday between 1 and 2 over at the booth, I believe it is. We have, I could tell you a little bit more about that and how you can increase your multiple pairs prescribing using these types of slides and how you can learn from them as well. So, but I personally have every one of these lenses. I use them all on a daily basis, and I've learned so much based on this technology. So I will leave that as a teaser for Friday.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hoff, and to the entire panel for a meaningful discussion so far. I think that is our last picture. Let's see, it is. Do we have any audience question? Anybody have any burning questions?
So there we go. So thank you so much, panelists, for the great discussion at Expo, and I'm glad that we were able to record it and now show it to everyone here tonight. We'll go over a little bit of Q&A right now. So if you remember, on the right side of your screen, you'll see a little box that says questions. Feel free to type into that question box, and then we can engage the panelists, and they can answer any of the questions that you might have. As I mentioned before, Dr. Gerson isn't here, but the rest of the panelists are. So hello, panelists. How are you doing this evening?
Very well, thank you, Adam.
And by the way, we also have someone from Luno here tonight. We have Melissa Renfro, who's like the expert on all the actual technology. So if there are product-specific questions, we'll have her answer those. But the first question, and the one that I think a lot of people, it's on their minds, is sort of the ROI behind all of this, right? The cost of the products and so forth. And I think, Dr. Rossa, maybe we could point this one at you, since you're up to what, like office number 15 or something now?
Well, tomorrow I launch my 16th location.
Wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yikes. Well, so, with 16 locations, and that's over a very few number of years, it's kind of amazing. And so maybe you can speak to us a little bit about the costs of actually implementing these systems.
Absolutely. I'm sure that it's on everyone's mind when they start a practice or expand a practice. How do you justify that return on investment? For me, the biggest driver is to enhance the patient experience. For me, it justifies the practice building and also growing that brand name that I'm creating. So the technology would have to allow me to have a consistent, reliable, repeatable, and efficient way to gather these results It has to take up a small footprint, and it has to have ease of use. So those are probably the biggest pointers.
And so one other question that I think that people have or have had, you mentioned actually in the panel that learning to refract can actually take quite a while, right? It's sort of what optometrists are best at, right? Out of all the professions, this is something that optometry almost has a monopoly on. And it's something that optometrists are really proud of. One question that we get constantly, or that people ask, is, you know, if I implement one of these systems, am I going to get rusty? Am I going to forget the art of refraction? Is this something that goes away? What's it like on, you know, sort of your daily experience with that?
No, I think this technology just gives you a supercharged power to be able to do it in a very efficient, consistent, and reliable way. So it gives you that ability to shrink the time of the refraction data that is being collected and actually give it to what I perceive as a more important part of the eye exam, which would be interpreting that data and consulting and educating our patients on the different options that are out there today versus previously. So this refraction gathering via the eye refract, to me, was the missing link that I was able to incorporate into the practice. Of course, we already used retinal imaging and OCTs and visual fields and all the different type of technology before, but the refraction part was still something that I had to rely on myself being able to do in office. Now, with the eye refract available, I can shift that to my pretest area. And you really don't forget refraction because, to be honest, not every single patient is going to be 100% okay with just the eye refract. I still use my traditional 4-opters for a lot of the binocular testing, or I actually do it on the eye refract as well because it gives me those options. So myself, I still do probably about 10 to 15% of the refractions within the practice because it is a little bit more intricate.
Right. Question here sort of about setup time. And I guess, you know, Dr. Rossa, you're up to, you know, office number 16, right? So you've been really pushing these things out relatively rapidly. How long does it take actually to get one of the systems implemented and then get the staff trained up?
So the staff training is very little actually, and with the problem of labor shortage and onboarding, we want that to be as easy as possible. So that's one of the reasons I went with this technology, is because like anything, when you incorporate technology, for example, most of us are most familiar with integrating EMR. Those systems they give us a lot of usage, but initially just to plug it in and start using it, you can do it and you keep learning over time. Same thing with the eye refract and VX650. You can plug it in, you can have the staff start and collect the data and learn over time. So there really is no downtime. You can start the day of them being introduced to that technology.
Right. And I think one other question that we had here, and we've been talking about it a lot, is telehealth. You know, you have, with all those locations all around Chicago, you're obviously not in all of them every day, right? So you're able to sort of act at a distance. What's that been like for you once the system was implemented?
Yeah, so you know, the patients have to have the ability to have easier access. In order for us to take care of the increased number of patients that are out there and give them the options, it really allows us to take care of more patients. And what I've noticed recently is maybe during the pandemic is they want different options. They want to be seen either right away, or they want to be seen evening hours or weekend hours. So the option for the remote exam allows us to do that. And you know, it may not be for every single patient, but for our practice, it has been a really great option for the patient to choose of where, when, and how they want to be seen.
Right. Oh, got an insurance question here if you guys are willing. So a question about retinal photography. You know, we saw in discussing using retinal photography with these systems. Can you bill insurance when you make a medical diagnosis with the pictures that you take with the systems, and have you been billing for medical insurance? So Dr. Ross, if you want to jump in, or Dr. O'Connor, you know, feel free.
Yes, I can answer to that one. So recently I've seen a patient who is type 1 diabetic. He's young and he just wanted to come in and get the contact lens updated. He was about to do it on some sort of online platform, and we were able to get him easily into our schedule, and he came in for a remote exam. I was looking over all the data gathered, and I've noticed that he is definitely experiencing diabetic retinopathy, and changing his contact lens prescription would not do, and it would not give him the results he wanted. So we were able to right away put together our protocol to send these images to our retina specialist and have them evaluated and set up an appointment for him right away to be seen. Also, care coordination was put together for his primary care physician to be aware, and all of that is very simple when you have the EMR and all the technology available to do that. So yes, you can bill for these images to either medical or however you end up billing. Of course, for a patient like that, follow-up care is needed. So there's going to be more visits that you can start medical type of billing.
Yep. And somebody actually just made a comment here. You know, that it sounds like, you know, teleoptometry is definitely here. Perhaps it's time for a national optometric license. So I agree, but that's for another talk. But yeah, so you know, Dr. O'Connor, now you know your mode of practice is really different, right? You know, you have your 2 locations out in Malibu. And one question, you started talking a little bit about dry eye in the panel before, and I think you have the VX120 Plus dry eye. And I'm sure that we can go over sort of all the different kinds of models and stuff, but having the technology in your practice, did it really change sort of the way you manage your dry eye patients?
Absolutely. Historically, what we've had are like Schirmer tear tests and applying different dyes through strips and evaluating. Patients really, especially here in Malibu, don't like that. And so to have a totally non-invasive, easy, pleasant experience for the patient where you can really demonstrate with that Efron scale and show them pictures of their eye, it just makes dry eye management much easier for the patient and for the doctor. Once they see for themselves where they're at on that scale, you know, it really saves a lot of time. It's very difficult to try to explain dry eye to a patient or blepharitis to a patient, or especially meibomian gland dysfunction to a patient. That's why the pictures are so effective. And again, we try to make the treatment for it very accessible by having a full ocular pharmacy. We found, especially during the pandemic, a lot of our pharmacies, if people go in, we recommend an eye drop, we recommend this, or if it's prescription, the pharmacy doesn't have it. So we have it, and we make sure we have it all the time. And we, you know, so the patients love it. They love the convenience of being able to just come into our locations and get what they need to manage their dry eye, and then to monitor and see how successful they are. So yeah, it's totally changed my approach.
Right.
To the best patients, for sure.
Yep. And there was a comment here just quickly sort of about the pandemic as well and the incidence of dry eye. I think we're all kind of zoomed out at this point, right? Sort of being sitting in front of screens all day. And I don't know if you've actually seen it as well, sort of an uptick that other people are noting.
Well, that certainly sustained our practice through sort of, you know, when things were really shut down in Los Angeles, people were still, they were just, their eyes just dragged them into our locations because they were really hurting. So digital device, eye strain, and dry eye really was sort of the meat of our practice there for a while during the pandemic. And so, yeah, it's you know, and also the masks, wearing the masks, the mask-induced dry eye. That's a real issue too.
Right. And so a question here. So again, Dr. O'Connor, your mode of practice is a little bit different. You know, you had a practice that was already established where you then implemented this technology. And question about sort of staff pushback, right? So we all know that, you know, buying the piece of equipment is the easiest part of this, right? it's actually implementing it and using it and making sure nothing becomes a paperweight. So how did it go with your experienced employees, you know, who were already used to working in a certain way when you implemented the new tech?
Oh, they were thrilled. They loved it. And Deidre did such a beautiful job. She you know, it was really, really fun. The training and everything, we made it very, very enjoyable. It really, there wasn't much. I mean, it's so straightforward, really. And the technology is so sophisticated. I mean, the technicians, you know, their minds were blown too at the amount of information that, you know, they now would be empowered to gather for the doctor. You know, I never liked that term pre-testing. What was that about? Pre-testing? It's like is that pretend testing? You know, it kind of is demeaning. Oh, you go do the pre-tests. I'll do the real tests. This is very serious information that they're gathering, and they can do it in a way they feel confident in doing it. The no technology makes it very straightforward for the technician to gather this information with confidence, and so it really builds the esteem of the technicians. So it really, there's no pushback coming from my staff at all.
Right. And Deidre was physically in the location as well, or do they do a lot of the training sort of on the internet as well?
Yeah, she was physically in the location for a couple of days.
Right. And then sort of
very
afterwards.
accessible after, you know, like, here's my cell phone. If you have any questions at all, don't hesitate. And we took advantage of that, and we didn't hesitate. And she answered immediately. It was, you know, so it was really, it was a joy to implement.
Yep. And again, these instruments are mostly are entirely internet connected too, right? So they can be addressed remotely if you're having issues.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which of course leads to another question that people are asking, of course, is what happens when the internet croaks, which, you know, for some of us, our internet is not as reliable as others. You know, I'm no stranger to this, actually, you know, having Comcast here. What happens if the internet dies? Does the equipment work? I mean, how does that work if something dies?
No, it's dead, you know, so, you know, fortunately, Malibu, people are used to it.
Right.
Okay, you know, we'll just come back another day or whatever. But we also have manual backup. I mean, we have, you know, manual instruments available to do, you know, at least the baseline exam for the patient. And then they can come back at a time where the internet's up for the rest of it.
Right. And again, sort of in the same vein, you know, we saw pictures of the interface, which is tablet based, right? We saw Dr. Gerson, right, with his feet up.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think we're all experienced now with iPads. We've used them long enough. We know that stuff happens, right? You know, I've probably dropped 3 of them so far in my life. How does that actually work in your office? Do you keep extras around, or do you tell your staff to be super careful? How does that work?
We keep extras around, absolutely.
Right, and so these are kind of like standard tablets. I know somebody mentioned Samsung, I think. So these are sort of off-the-shelf tablets that they just program to work with the system.
Correct.
Excellent. And let's see some other questions. So we already mentioned sort of EMR, but actually I'll I'll ask that as well. So, we heard about the EMR integration before. Was that like a huge to-do? I'm assuming that for most EMRs, these integrations have been done before, so it's probably not that difficult. I don't know if Melissa's still around. Melissa Renfro, who's one of those great folks who walks people through setting the system up and helping them. What sort of EHRs do you work with, or I guess you probably work with them all, right? So have you run across anything that's unusual, or is it pretty straightforward?
I grabbed the right also. You were making me really multitask.
Hi, Adam.
My lecture
Usually
at the
it's
same
pretty
time as getting
straightforward.
the schedule at the same time as.
Hey guys, I'm back here too. I'm gonna Gretchen, you're gonna be eating on camera, so.
Well, no, I'm gonna stop if we're done.
No, hey, feel free. I'm drinking on camera, so hello everyone.
We're back. Tonight. Oh, I didn't know we were live.
We're back. We're live. I just wanted to come on back. So thank you everyone for hanging in there. It's been a really interesting and fun day today. So launching the new software has been different, right? We've been quite busy here this morning, going back and forth doing stuff. So, Steve, how was your talk?
It was great, and actually, I put a little thing up, and I guess Audencio put it up on top about transcripts being ready tonight. So now people should ask questions because it's going on. It's like a banner on all the lectures.
Yep.
People still having some challenges getting into the rooms and refreshing and going in and out, but it's very few. So I'm not sure what their issues are, whether it's their bandwidth or something else happening.
Yeah. So we're trying to figure that out actually over here. We're trying to figure out if it's a specific configuration, and it's very few people, right? Because with thousands of people, you have a few people who have the problem. It's seems like an emergency, but the reality is most people are doing okay. So there's some minor bugs that we're going to be working out tonight, and then tomorrow it'll be even smoother. I think the big thing that I was not prepared for today was the transcripts being delayed. I guess I didn't really think about how many people are here and how long it actually takes to generate these things.
Right. So the old expression, promise less and deliver more, to get it in 15 minutes is ridiculously hard. And that's what we promised. And so we apologize for only getting it ready by the end of the day, while other platforms take weeks.
Right. And so the other problem is, too, as the classes continue moving on throughout the day, they start stacking up on top of each other, right? Mm-hmm. So you generate 1,500 certificates 1 hour, 1,500 the next, and again and again. And so the load starts going up and up. And what we didn't want to have happen was have a bunch of processes running in the background on these machines while people are watching stuff. So that's why tonight it'll be ready after everybody leaves. So
15,000 tonight, pretty much, if not more.
Yeah, if not
more.
The
lectures are all big. I just was with Richard Whitland's. He has 600 people in it. I didn't look at the other ones. I was just helping him out, and I'm sure there's over 12, 14, 1500 people, which is many more than we have at previous conferences. So.
Yep. Oh, our guest is here. Hang on. This is exciting. We have a guest. Oh, by the way, Zoom crashed for me while we were off the air before, so let's see if it crashes again. If it does, my apologies.
Is Paul not coming back on?
I don't know where he is, actually. That's a really good question. Maybe he fell asleep.
He might have forgotten that.
I didn't know if you gave him the boot.
No, I don't know where he is, but if he doesn't come back in a little while, I'll give him a call just to see.
I changed my glasses. I realized mine weren't. I hate AR coding. My other glasses have AR coding. This one does.
Yep.
I can't stand it. It doesn't do anything for me.
You must have a really shitty optometrist.
No, it's just always hard. It gets dirty. It doesn't do anything functionally for me. So yes, that was me. Yes, that was my optician sucked more than me.
So Jerry, I think, is here from Arctic. I think. Jerry, are you here?
I am.
Oh, cool.
I can hear you.
How's it going?
Good. Buried in the snow.
Oh, that's right. You're in the Great White North.
That's right.
Excellent. Where's the Great White North for you?
Toronto.
Oh, yeah, that is the Great White North.
Well, you could be in Minneapolis. It can be worse.
Yeah, that is true.
Where's Portland? Great North.
Actually, the worst I ever had was when I was a student at Syracuse. My students didn't believe me, but they're on the wrong side of the lake, and it was just horrible. And they were laughing. They're like, why is a Canadian upset? And I'm like, I've never seen this much snow.
Yeah, Syracuse is a misery. I went to school in upstate New York. It's basically 2 seasons. It's sweltering or snowbank. There's nothing in between.
Oh, I thought it was snow or mud.
Mud is Vermont. That's the other place where we had a mud season after the snow season, followed by horsefly season.
I like Vermont. It's not that bad.
I know, I love it there too.
Horrible.
I do. So, I guess what we're here to talk about today, though, is Arctic, and I know that Steve Silverberg, Dr. Silverberg here, has a real familiarity with what you guys do. But maybe you could just give us a little, 30-second overview, and then let you guys get into it.
Sure. So we were founded on the principle of examining the genetics of macular degeneration. And that led a long time ago to prognostic testing for macular degeneration. What is the risk of the patient progressing? And that's an interesting application. What emerged a few years ago was that there's an interaction with the eye vitamins. And that really is our primary utility, is detecting the 15% of the patients who should not be on an AREDS or AREDS 2 supplement, because the zinc speeds up their rate of vision loss.
And that's, I'm sure Jerry knows, that's from the research of Dr. All, AHL, and then Dr. Sherman followed along with that. So that's why I did the test, because I would then recommend an AREDS type formula that did not include zinc for those 15-20% of the people that showed that. But in addition, your test also shows the risk of developing AMD, and was very easy to read, very easy to present to the patients. And again, when they have some numbers involved, it made them more likely to come back for OCT scans and to go on the proper nutraceuticals. So am I correct with that, Jerry?
Absolutely. So it's indeed, we also display both what is a patient's genetic risk of macular degeneration. So that's strictly telling you, basically, was I born with a good hand in life, with an average hand, or a lousy hand? So that's one, because that's static throughout your lifetime. But then the second is a prognosis that's individualized to your genetics, but also your age, your smoking status, your BMI, and your gender. So it of course, it doesn't give you a due date. It doesn't say, February 18th is the day you're going to progress to advanced disease. But what it does do is it gives you some patients who will be, for example, at a 40% risk of progressing over the next 10 years, and other patients with a similar phenotype who would have a much lower risk of progression. And that allows you to personalize the intensity with which the patient is monitored and counseled.
Yep.
And that's correct. That's why some people I would have back every 3 months, and some people, if they were low risk, every year or every 2 years, depending on the age.
Yep.
So correct.
And just back up for a second. I need to know a little bit about the science behind this. How did you even figure this out? This idea that some people don't respond as well to the AREDS formula, or could actually be dangerous to some people.
Oh, that's a really good question. So, indeed, Dr. Carl O, who was at Tennessee Retina, is really the first to ask this question. So we had our prognostic testing, macular risk, and one of the questions that was asked at the same time was, well, why is the AREDS formulation so marginally effective? We knew from prior work in 2008 and 2009 that there was some kind of interaction with these main genetic markers. So that really led them down this road of, let's take a look at the eye vitamins. And then initially it was a modeling paper. That's really what set off this whole controversy. Was Arctic and Dr. O worked together and developed a paper that used a statistical model. The the National Eye Institute, reacted rather negatively to that. And subsequent papers, both by us internally, but more importantly, by the external community. Recently, there were papers by Dr. Dimitrios Vavas, who is at Harvard, as well as Dr. Stephen Kaufman, who ran an independent real-world study, have demonstrated that this interaction is quite visible and important to act upon. Again, it's not a 1% probability of the patient being in the wrong genetic group and some kind of minor issue. It's 15 to 20% of your patients should avoid zinc. They're paying to speed up their own vision loss.
Right. And you can get products that have the AREDS 2 formula without zinc. And of course, there's other formulas on the market that contain less zinc than the original AREDS, which I believe Preservision by B&L has the full amount of zinc, and perhaps should be stayed away from for these particular patients, for sure. I even remember listening to a lecture by Jerry Sherman from SUNY. You familiar with him?
Of course.
Yeah.
Jerry and I talk all the time.
And he actually was of the opinion that if you prescribe these formularies to these patients who were genetically at risk, you were actually committing malpractice. You want to comment on that? Yeah. He actually said that.
I'd like to stay far away from litigation, if you don't mind. But Steve, your other point, other studies by the National Institute themselves have shown that the low zinc formulation has the same biological effects and the same genetic response as the high dose supplement. So a 25 milligram AREDS, or AREDS 2, is just as harmful as an 80 to those zinc sensitive. Again, and that's really what's being lost in kind of the baby being thrown out with the bathwater. Is the flip side of this argument is that for some patients, AREDS isn't just some semi-effective medication that, take it or you don't, whatever. In patients who should be taking a supplement with zinc, their risk reduction is 50% or more. It's highly effective. And that's really what's been lost in this tug of war between Arctic and the National Institute, is we love AREDS and AREDS 2 for the right patients.
Yep. I wonder though if the resistance is, just based on psychologically thinking about what it is that people might have done to their patients for all these years without realizing it.
Right.
At some level, there has to be some resistance to it, right? Thinking like, oh my gosh, did I actually hurt people?
That's one. There's a famous quote by Schopenhauer, science progresses one funeral at a time.
Yep.
We think that also applies in this case, that there is this old mantra from 1990, well, more from 2001, everybody benefits from AREDS, and that really needs to pass into history.
One question that I just popped into my mind, since it's dose kind of independent almost, what food products actually contain zinc as in their being? What vegetables, etc., and how much do you have to take to be a problem there?
That's a great question, Steve. So you have to look at the basic study of the AREDS, the basic construct of the AREDS studies. Everybody in that study was told to take a normal diet, which is 5 to 10 milligrams a day of zinc. Of course, it all varies, but that's the range. On top of that, everybody was offered Centrum Silver, which, as a multivitamin, has 8 to 11 milligrams of zinc a day. And about 80 to 90% of the patients took those free multivitamins. So when you're looking at placebo in the AREDS study, it's really patients who were taking anywhere from 10 to 15 to 20 milligrams a day of zinc in total. That's placebo, and that's in the active. Then for the active group, they heaped on another 80 milligrams a day of zinc in their supplement to get to 100. So anyway, that's the background. When it comes to zinc-containing foods, meats have high levels of zinc, but by far and away the highest, and it's really the only one, that people could be cautioned against, are oysters. And I mean, you'd have to be taking oysters every single day. So as I sometimes joke about, it's really only for Chesapeake Bay inhabitants that this is kind of an issue to begin with, because I personally, the number of oysters that have crossed my lips in my life can be counted on one or two hands. Not a fan.
Well, it's interesting too, though. These days, especially, they have been touting zinc as a supplement for men, right? It's become like a thing where you see a lot of these quote male enhancement products, and even some immune quote supplements. They're loading them up with zinc, and people don't really know probably if they're a risk or not.
True.
Even COVID, what are the two things they tell you to take? D3 and zinc to help prevent it.
Yeah.
Well, what about those cold ease lozenges that we all took, back in the early 90s, that everybody, I think it was called cold ease, that it was like sucking on a penny. Those vitamin C and zinc lozenges that we all took to try to reduce the duration and severity of a cold.
Yeah, so there's a guy in London called Abraham Lingyel who has also studied that aspect quite extensively. And zinc is a very strong immune stimulant. So, again, for colds and all that, makes perfect sense. Even for the eye, we know that one of the main systems in the eye is the complement system, which is a primitive immune system. So, does it make sense that some patients can tolerate an activation of the complement system? Of course, that would help. But for other patients, this overactivation, because of their inherent sensitivity, leads to detrimental effects. He's actually even investigated the papers are. I'm a biochemist by training. The papers he writes are so boring because they're binding studies. So he literally looks for what is the rate of precipitation depending upon the zinc dosage of complement factor H and of different variants. So it's kinetic curves, which is really about as like 1940s and 50s biochemistry as you can get. But so the whole zinc and immune function makes perfect sense with respect to the eye. And indeed, we also get that question quite frequently. And our recommendations are quite simple. Zinc, in terms of temporary immune stimulation, whether it's for COVID or whether it's for colds, is probably not going to be detrimental, even to zinc-sensitive patients. But you shouldn't be doing it chronically.
One thing to help about your logistics is I love doing the test because you fill out a form, as you will know, and the form will say whether the person is drusen, a smoker, etc., and you'd submit the paperwork to your company. We got no fee from it, and the patient knew that. We didn't get any remuneration for the test, and we didn't charge the patient anything. And the fee to the patient was at most, I believe, $50. It's still the same, Jerry?
That is correct. So
and,
it's covered by Medicare. So if you've got straight Medicare, it's covered. For everybody else, and there has been some questions about the billing, and I can be ultra transparent there. We bill everybody, all insurers, the same amount for the genetic markers. Some insurance companies pay us, some don't. Some pay us reasonably, some pay us poorly. All we do is take whatever that balance is left and turn it over to the patient and ask them for $50. And because patients can be in Maine or Hawaii or Florida or California, we can't go chase these people down. So there's a standard in the industry that a reasonable amount to go and get the patient to pay is $50. And so that's what we set our balance bill at.
Wow.
Yep. And then when we see the patient back again with their beautiful form, which is very easy for a patient to understand, they understand what your treatment approach is going to be. So it made it that much easier, and they know that we're doing it for the good of mankind. Am I correct, though? You needed to have some clinical or some history finding to bill to insurance.
That's right. So indeed, that is usually a big aha moment, is family histories of AMD are unfortunately not billable. So it's as soon as there's clinical signs, whether that's drusen or early stage macular degeneration, that those ICD-10 codes are covered by insurance. Again, it all varies by insurer, but that's the threshold we have.
Right. And I'm actually at your I'm at your website right now, looking at it. It's up on the screen. How does this actually work? So you order the kits individually, the patient does at the website, or does the doctor order the kits for them? How does this all go?
So normally, as Steve was explaining, we ship boxes of tests to practices and they do the testing. What you're looking at, Adam, is because of COVID, and it's not the most elegant solution. We're working on making it snazzier, but because of COVID, we wanted to give clinicians the opportunity to also just send kits directly to the patient's home. Because, again, the only thing the patient needs to do is swab cheeks and consent. So the clinician's supposed to fill all this stuff out, the ICD-10 codes and clinical findings, et cetera, and then we ship a kit to the patient's home because we already know all that we need to know.
Right.
So this is more of a COVID sidestep as opposed to routine practice. Routine practice is we'll ship you boxes to the practice at no charge, and as Steve indicated, you ship samples back to us and we take care of the billing. and then balance bill the patient.
Cool.
What about having a little drusen as artifact from COVID? Would an insurance company buy that?
Do you want the formal answer or the informal answer?
The informal answer.
Nobody's ever audited us, and we don't ask physicians to provide evidence of the clinical signs.
Nor could you prove that it's from COVID or regular processes. There'd be no way of telling, so might as well be safe than sorry.
Well, unless you have imaging from when you have it and when you don't, speaking from experience.
Mm-hmm.
Sure. So our threshold is, if there's a macular ICD-10 on that form, then we'll take the risk. So,
Excellent.
for example, as you may know, AdaptDX has been pushing their dark adaptation technology for kind of pre-AMD. We've submitted dark adaptation codes to insurance companies, and we can't detect a difference in response. We are not really on the insurance company radar because we're fairly small.
Well, you may regret saying that.
Jerry, what's the difference between your testing and what a company like 23andMe does for AMD? Because I've done that and I've gotten my risk factors, which were nil, which is good, I guess. Do they do or test different genes, different alleles, or you have no idea?
Oh, I do. No, so 23andMe looks at the two main genes involved in macular degeneration, which is complement factor H and ARMS2. But just to give you a mathematical example, those two genes, if you look at the overall genetic risk of AMD, those two genes together only constitute about 50% of the overall risk. So it's interesting, it's indicative, but it's not prognostically useful to look at a 23andMe test. Because again, you could have a child of 2 take a 23andMe test and come in and say, I have the genes for AMD. Well, so what? You're 2 years old. What's the point? I mean, again, don't smoke. You know, that's one of the answers we sometimes get back from retina specialists is, well, prognostic testing is kind of useless in general. You know, don't smoke. You know, eat veggies, and if lose weight, get some exercise, avoid UV. You know, kind of all the mom and apple pie statements that are out there. And then if you've got trouble with your vision, use an Amsler Good and come see me. That's kind of the naysayer approach on the retina side. And on the other side, there's 23andMe, which indeed gives you a peek at the genetic background, but it's not prognostically useful. That's one. And then two, our primary utility is not the prediction of whether or not you're going to lose your vision from AMD. It's the zinc sensitivity. And the genetic markers used by 23andMe in the CFH and ARMS2 genes are different than ours. So you can't look at a 23andMe gene report and say, I should take PreserVision or not. Yep. So I love 23andMe. They're kind of, you know, they're doing the heavy lifting in terms of popularizing genetics to the wider world, but in terms of a clinical application, it's lacking.
Right, and I have up on the screen now, the macular risk prognostic result is near 90% accurate at predicting AMD progression within the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, that's really the key point, is that it's the prognostic accuracy, so that a clinician can indeed say, you know, not just you have a 27% lifetime risk of developing advanced AMD, to which a 52-year-old patient says, huh? You know, what am I supposed to do with that today and tomorrow? But that indeed, you know, you're looking at a 68-year-old ex-smoker with a certain genetic distribution, and that patient is given a very accurate prognosis.
Right. But Jerry, then you intervene with the high-risk patient, and it becomes a profit center and a win-win for the patient and the practice. Instituting Macula Health, for example, vitamins, along with an ARADS formula, either with or without the zinc, depending on the patient's genetics. So there you have it. That's what you do to intervene, because we have nothing else. I mean, yeah, you can do anti-VEGF drugs for wet AMD, but what else do we have for people who are at risk? Nothing. And what do we have even for dry AMD, except for some stem cell research that's just beginning? We can't really do much for them.
True. No, very true. So it's I always feel that I'm stuck between a rock, which is the retinal community, and their kind of, their views, which are very conservative, and then the wider community, the eye care community, which is in between, which indeed really wants to help and treat and prevent, and then the wider patient population, which just very simply says, I don't want this disease at all. That's kind of, if I think of rocks and people stuck in between them, I think that the community is one rock, retina is the other, and the optometric community is kind of stuck in between and having to deal with those dual pressures.
Right. Well, our audience is pretty progressive in general. Obviously, they're doing their CE online, so I think they're pretty receptive to your message. And the big question is, how do people get started if they want to start testing? What should they do, and where should they go?
Well, so on the website is a form that you can fill in. You can download it, or you can just fill it in, and that gets you kits sent. What does that mean? Is we normally ship a box of 5 kits, a starter pack. We do some online training in terms of a webinar. But as Steve kind of explained, it's a cheek swab. So why are you training me for a cheek swab? It's about as simple as it can be. And it's not really about the cheek swab. It's usually about trying to explain, not to the physicians, but mostly to the staff, of indeed how to position the genetic test and how the clinician is trying to interpret the clinical findings specific for that patient. So we of course we talk about the testing in the form and the reporting, but I'm Dutch by background, so you'll note that I'm extremely blunt, and that I also like riding bicycles, and I kind of think of genetic testing as riding.
How's your speed skating?
Pretty good. Very painful, but we're doing well. But in what I mean by bike riding is, once you do 2 of these cheek swabs, the process is there. The only trick is looking at the reports and indeed understanding the difference between, what's the difference between the patient's genetic risk that they were born with and their prognostic risk. What are they actually looking at over the next 2, 5, and 10 years?
Yep.
And then what's the right eye vitamin? And as Steve indicated, where do I go get that vitamin? So, for example, I only have dry AMD in one eye, and it's early. Well, then, our test may tell you you're sensitive to zinc, but right now you should probably be on a MacuHealth or some other carotenoid formula. So that's how we fit in. That's what the training is really all about.
Excellent. All right. Well, I will urge people to go to your website. I have it up on the screen right now so they can see it. arcticdx.com right there. And, I'm sure we're going to be in touch over the duration of this conference. And obviously the conference is running through August 1st. So we'll have a lot of time to actually learn about everything and maybe have you back, and you can catch us up on the latest, stuff that's going on.
Sure. Love that.
Great.
There is some emerging science. So, we're continuing to work with independent researchers because we've been burned by being too close to the sun, or in this case, the National Eye Institute. So we've tried to take a bit of a non-Icarus approach to all of that by flying at a safe distance and really trying to help research ahead and I know you've probably heard this 1,000 times, but we really are not trying to be involved in the research at all. We just want to help with free genetic testing in that setting and have researchers do their own thing. And that's what's kind of continuing to come out.
Great.
And one last thing, very little staff time. That's why they love it. They don't really have to do anything except send it out.
That's right.
Yep. Great. All right. Well, thank you so much for being here today. And we will definitely catch up at the next CEwire as we learn more as the science evolves. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Very helpful. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Bye-bye, Jeff.
Bye-bye.
One question I have, was it Icarus or Daedalus that came too close to the sun?
I believe it was Icarus.
He had wings of wax.
What about Daedalus? What did he do? Who knows?
All right, I'm gonna have to Google it for you right
my
now.
Greek mythology.
Oh my gosh. Well, we survived another interview, and it's now 11:25 our time, or out here on the West Coast, and it looks like things are going well in the classes. Steve, I don't know if you popped your head back in there, but I was talking to the folks Talking to the folks at Ardentio, it looks like they figured out the few people who are having switching problems from class to class. I think they may have solved it. The problem, of course, was solving like big problems like that while the conference is going on. It's kind of like working on a working engine in a car. You sort of want to turn it off before you really get in there with some wrenches, but we can't do that during the conference. So a lot of the fixes that we're discovering, from the small things to maybe the slightly bigger things, we're going to have to wait till tonight, till everyone's off the server, to actually fix them up. So, but by and large, though, they're making as many running changes as they can, and I'm not seeing too many problems here yet.
Yep. Oh, and in other news, Daedalus is the father of Icarus, Steve.
Okay, so he's the one that convinced him to do the wings. Yes. I knew it.
Good to know.
Okay, yeah. Oh, I've been in all the rooms and not everything's working fine. The more simple things are working, so it looks good.
Yep. And again, there are questions about credits that I see in the chat here now. Tonight, we're going to rerun all of the batches of certificates. What's happening, as far as I can tell, is that to actually generate the certificates after a class takes a really long time. And I think it occurs in batches. I have to ask them what the process is of how they do it. But I think that like after a class, a batch runs for that class. And if for some reason the batch doesn't finish because it's taking too much CPU time, you may not actually see it on your transcript, which is why I think this is happening, where some people are saying, I see holes in my transcript, I'm not seeing something. So just put all of it out of your mind for now, because everything's going to be fixed up tonight when we can actually run all of the batches in peace when no one's around and we're not worried about actually lagging these machines out. Because that's
on Veruca Salt. I want it now.
There you go, Veruca. Yeah, well, you know what happened to her, so.
That's right. Bad egg.
Yes.
Or bad nut.
Right. So anyway, so it'll all be working today. I'm getting a bunch of emails from people too, wondering about their credits, because I know everyone's concerned about it, right? I would be too, because that's one of the reasons you come here. You want your credits, so they're all there. The data's all there. We just have to process it tonight. So, and then in the future, we'll see if we can make it, even faster. I think that I was taken by surprise by how many people showed up this first day, to be honest with you. I really thought that we'd get maybe 500 or 600, just, because it's the first day and this is going on for several months. I figured, we get a few people in. I didn't realize we would have thousands of people here.
It's also a holiday weekend.
Yep.
People are on vacation. It's a holiday weekend. And in fact, a little story, my daughter and granddaughter and son was supposed to come down this weekend, and they didn't like the fact I was doing the convention. But on Wednesday, they all got COVID. They're still sick today, so they're fine. Little fever. The little girl's fine. She's okay. My daughter and her husband are lethargic, typical mild flu-like symptoms. But the point is that they were coming down, and my development here, which is there's not that many kids, have tons of kids here now. So it must be the Northeast. Your school's closed in Philly?
No, but it is. It's President's Day on Monday.
Right, yeah, so it's they have President's Week sometimes in Jersey.
Well, we don't really get a week off. I was talking about it with some colleagues that those in San Fran or in California. It's called Ski Week. It might be starting spring breaks, but I think it's a bit early for spring break. I think it's just a long weekend. But not that I'm happy your family got sick, but maybe a smart thing that they didn't travel then to infect others or you and your wife.
Yes, and they would have been stuck here for 2 weeks or 10 days. Yeah. Got lucky. The timing was bad, but good.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so what time is it?
Your New Jersey family. Not the Florida family.
Yeah. What about them? What was your question? They better be still around.
The story is it's still around. COVID is still somewhere. It's in Jersey.
Yeah, no, it's my daughter and her husband work from home. They couldn't get it. They're not even going out, but their daughter goes to school with no mask. The kids bring it back.
Yeah. COVID's never really going away, so this is just something we're all going to probably have to get used to at some level, unfortunately. Right. So,
and they're boosted. They're everything they can do. They're actually happy now because they figure at the end of it there'll be more antibodies and they'll be a little bit more safe. But who wants to get it to be safe?
Yeah.
Well, we just started up with some other courses about 10 minutes ago. We had Art Epstein talking about avoiding mistakes in dry eye. and Stephanie Wu talking about an update in scleral lenses.
Yep.
And Dr. Syed, Zeba Syed talking about cornea surgeries, DSO and SLET.
That is
those are all 10 minutes in.
That is a really cool lecture unless you have a weak stomach. So I advise all of you who don't like surgery to stay away from that one. But if you do, it's a really cool lecture. She's a really great surgeon.
Lots of visuals then.
Lots of visuals. She is really, I think it's funny actually when you read the description of her on the website. She's fearless, a fearless surgeon, and fearless. So she's young, but she's incredibly experienced.
That's awesome.
Yeah, Harvard trained. Really competent, really skilled. If I needed surgery, I wouldn't hesitate to let her hack away. So.
Maybe hack away is the correct verb.
One lecture that was very well received was Clark Chang with Baker Megapara, talking about the interplay when somebody's going for cataract surgery between the OD and the MD, and how they interact and decide together what IOL to put in, etc., and how it should be done, rather than us just letting the surgeon decide or whatever. It was really well received. A lot of, by the way, in this particular format, many more chat. Much more chat than in our own platform, interaction between the audience and the speakers.
Well, you know what I've noticed about the chat, Steve, is that it's faster a lot of the time. Like I'm noticing here in the lobby, the chat is actually quicker to get it in.
Yeah. It's a cool feature. If I type something in, I realize I made a mistake in let's say grammar or spelling, I want to correct it. If I type it in, put in, then it won't take it. It says wait 2 seconds.
So when you are prescribing,
what was that?
That was me. Sorry.
Shame.
So you can't keep on dominating the chat, is what we're saying, by putting stuff after stuff in. It delays you once you put a chat in.
And so that was actually not even implemented for us. That is implemented for high volume chats, where people, mostly gamers or whatever, will start just vomiting out words. Everywhere, which makes chats impossible. So that's, I think, why that was implemented. But it is useful here, too, to actually have to think about what you're doing. It's caught me a couple times, actually, today in the lobby. I had to slow down. So, Yep. So anyway, I think things are going well now. I mean, I'm not getting too many reports. We had one person who had a glitch, and he tried to get back in the lecture, and it started over from the beginning. So that's a glitch. What you just want to do is hit refresh, and hopefully it'll catch you up to where you're supposed to be. Hopefully the folks at Ardentio will take a look at that. But I haven't heard, actually, in many minutes or hours of too many people having problems. The big concerns are just, where are my credits, right? And we know where they are. They're sitting there waiting to be processed. So
the big thing is they couldn't get into the room for 5 or 7 minutes, and Ardentio or myself say, don't worry, stay to the end, you'll get your credits. And they've been very good at getting back to people. If I'm not in the room, they are.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, considering this is the first time we've actually been able to do a full-scale test of the software, it's gone remarkably well. I hate to, call everybody here a guinea pig, but in a very real sense, they are. Because, I mean, there's just no way to actually simulate how this is going to work until you do it for real. We can try, but, you don't know until you do it.
When we get up to 25,000 viewers, then we'll worry about that problem now.
Right. So the other, the issues that we're having are small ones. So for instance, like when you enter a chat room, the normal expectation is you'll see some of the older chats in the room. Like right now when you enter, you'll notice there are no chats there, right? They've all disappeared. That functionality is supposed to be there. When you enter into a chat room, you should be able to see at least the last several messages or be able to scroll back. And
what you do is at the top, Adam, you can press previous chat and it'll come down.
Right, so that has been broken actually for participants. I don't know if it's fixed yet. I know it worked for administrators, but for most participants it was broken. Let me actually show you guys what I'm talking about.
Yep, I've been doing it, yep.
So you can see how I have a huge history here. If I went out and came back in, this would disappear. So that's going to be fixed tomorrow.
Okay.
So you'll be able to press that button and get the old chats.
Okay. Because it's good to see, because if I'm in another room and somebody asked a question about the credits or whatever problem, and I came back in, I can't see that question until...
well, exactly. I mean, I answered, like, where are my credits so many times in the lobby because I had to, because people were panicking coming into the lobby, couldn't see the old chats. And we're like, where are my credits? I'm like, okay, so for the 85th time, here I'm going to type.
But you see the purple screen on top? The purple banner
Yep.
that they put in for me. Is that you or me? That I wrote it also.
Yeah. So
I'll be right back, guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, so that's what's going on there. So the credits will be fixed. The chat stuff will be fixed. Switching from room to room will probably be fixed even more robustly than it is now, because I'm not sure what they did to make it work for everyone, but it seems to be going. So these just minor things they're starting to work out, and I'm really happy about it. So that's great.
Mm-hmm.
And people are still registering for the conference, by the way. So if you want to know something that grinds my gears, can I go off on a rant? Is that okay? Is anybody listening? No one's here, right?
I'm just there.
It's only 40 of us, right? So I can go off on a rant, right? 40 of my friends. What grinds my gears is that people waited so long to actually sign up and get in to the conference. I mean, I'm appreciative that they're here, but I feel badly because if they have a problem when they register, like when they registered at 6 o'clock this morning or they registered 10 minutes ago, I can't be there for them to help them. So it's so much better if they register early, because then if there's a problem, I can help out. Or like I've been telling people over this past several days, log into the conference beforehand, right? That's one of the great advantages of our new software. You can log in days ahead of time and make sure that it works. And so many people didn't take advantage of it. Only about 1,000 people, I think, took advantage of logging in early. And I just wish everyone else would, because it makes everybody's life so much easier.
And we always get that big blip of people registering the last minute. I mean, it happens every conference we ever do. They register at the very beginning because it's exciting and it's 2 or 3 months in advance, fine, whatever. And then we get that big lob of people coming in at the very end and during that day, which is amazing that they're actually coming in after the conference started.
Yeah, and so we had a glitch this morning with the software. Again, my fault, because it was the way the software was configured, where it wouldn't let people register after the conference started. So I had a whole bunch of people emailing me that I only saw, an hour later, hey, I can't register, what's going on? So we fixed that, and now they're registering. But again, if you register a little bit ahead of time, it gives you some leeway so that we can fix problems before they even start. So,
I have to admit that I am one of those people who are guilty of sometimes showing up right as something starts. So I totally get it.
No, I get it too, because I do it sometimes as well. But it's just personally, as the person who's providing a lot of this back-end support in the days before the conference, it helps me a lot more if people register early, and it just makes the process smoother. I mean, I've had people now emailing me, help, I can't get in. And it's like, gosh, and I've actually had people call me here while we're doing the live stream, physically call my phone, asking for help. And it's like, well, it's kind of hard to do, right? When you got all this other stuff going on. So had you actually gotten set up days before, it would have been much smoother. So that's my warning to everyone. And now with the software that we have, you can get set up early. We can let you in early. You can download stuff. And people have actually emailed me saying, yeah, I downloaded all the handouts yesterday. I used Google Calendar to get set up. So they're not missing anything. So,
yeah. Well, what are the platform? I've never been in one where you can enter a few days before, check out the landscape. Nothing was ever like this. So people aren't used to us trying to do the right thing the right way. Yep. It's difficult. I mean, I know I'm going to be at the Javits Center, Gretchen. I know you're going to be there also. Yep. And I know there'll be a line of people to register there rather than doing it easily online 2 months, 3 months before for the same fee, if not less fee. And same thing at the Academy and AOA. It's always people, last minute procrastinators. That's human nature, unfortunately.
Yep. So I'm going to do whatever I can for the next go around of CEwire, just to, in March. Just to remind people, please, please, please log in ahead of time, download the schedule, download the handouts if you can, make sure your account works. And again, that would have actually prevented a lot of the problems with people who had multiple ODwire accounts logging into the wrong one and then not being able to get into the conference. So those problems would have been completely eliminated had they come in 2 days beforehand. And they could have told me, oh, yeah, I can't get in. We could have fixed that straight away. So again, these are just sort of like teething pains. We learn every time we do this. So I'll just learn to be more aggressive.
It'll be better because if we have half to 3/4 of the people that registered be here this weekend, obviously there's not that many newbies for March and less for May.
Correct. And in fact, because as you know, if you use ODwire, it keeps you logged in, right? Most people go literally months or years without ever typing in their password again. So, and because this is part of ODwire, when you're logged into ODwire, if you come over to CEwire, it'll just log you straight in. So you don't even have to enter your credentials again. So, cool stuff.
Try to explain that to people. They don't. they don't know the integration. They don't know that how the platforms have been migrated together. So
Yeah,
they're
and
not aware they can do it.
and it's been a huge challenge actually when people register for the conference. They try to get the loyalty discount or whatever they because they've done this many times before. They ask me, how come the system doesn't recognize me? And it's like, well, it's because the system is all new. You need to put in your ODwire account, and it took a little bit of explaining and conceptually until they got it. So now people are starting to get it. But this again, short-term teething pain for long-term gain. Now in future conferences, or if we hold other small conferences using the software, people won't have to actually enter in all that information again. They just register for that specific event. So the whole login problem goes away permanently. So,
and for you newbies, what Adam said, if you probably passed over you, anybody who came to any of our previous conferences gets a nice loyalty discount for this conference, and you'll get it for future ones. So now you'll be a loyal person, so come back and it'll be even less expensive.
Yep. Yeah, we try to keep the price as low as we can. And again, the intent behind this platform too was not just to hog it for CEwire, right? It's not supposed to be like a football stadium that's used 8 times a year, right? We want other people to use this, and I would love to work again like with Nora, like we did with them in the fall, and these other perhaps smaller groups who don't or can't go through the misery of creating a conference infrastructure like this themselves. We may as well get some good use out of this. So I don't know if anyone's going to approach me. I hope they do, other than Nora, of course. But I think it would be fun to repurpose the software for much smaller events too.
Maybe the Doctor Alliances, like the one that's with us, might want to do a conference on it. And other Doctor Alliances that don't want something in person or want something in addition to their in-person national meeting where people don't want to travel.
Yep.
I don't know if you were aware of it, Ed. I spoke to Steve before. Did you know that up until now, in the past 3 years, that the state boards didn't actually get the CE credits that they were held by the optometrists? And the state boards would just pick people at random to see if they met their CE credits.
Yeah, so lots of states operate that way, where you don't actually have to submit anything. You just submit the idea that, or you attest to the fact that you've completed the credits. And then if you get audited, then you have to prove it.
So what happened during the past 3 years, because so much online occurred, the state boards started to have to get these things in.
Right.
And that's why it's a problem now, which means that if they're going to allow more online credits come July 1st, each state board is going to be busier.
Yeah, but not necessarily. I mean, they're busier, but if they accept Arbo, right, and the OE tracker, actually monitoring who's done what is brain dead simple, right? Because if you are saying that all these people need our COPE credits, each board can go right to the Arbo website and query somebody's account. It takes a matter of seconds. I mean, it would take them a matter of seconds to download every single credit of every licensee in their state if they use the OE tracker.
But I know, Adam, from New York and New Jersey, I can take credits. It says NJSDO approved. So they don't even go through Arbo. They don't even pay those fees. They get it approved by the state board of that particular state, and they get a printed transcript, which is not submitted anyway. You just hold it until you're audited. Hopefully, you never will be.
Right.
So I don't know what other states. Pennsylvania, you might know, Gretchen. Do they do it that way? Do they have?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know.
If New York and New Jersey does it, I assume some speakers want to get something approved right away. They're very well known. They contact the state board, submit something, whatever. I've done it, and I've talked with Tammy at a lecture where we lectured on myopia control. We got it approved in one day.
Wow.
We never got a COPE number, never got an Arbor number, because it was for New Jersey ODs, and it was no problem.
Well, the more hoops you have to go through, the bigger the bureaucracy. And I think getting something COPE approved, usually they're pretty fast, but yeah, I mean, they're an organization like anybody else. And I guess if the talk is geared primarily for people in New Jersey, and you're fairly confident that you won't have people who need those credits to apply to another state license renewal, then you're okay.
Yep.
But it also, I think, almost defeats the purpose of having a national repository of this information,
I agree. And well, as we see now, Texas and Florida feel that way also.
Well, yeah, I mean, someone needs to put a stop to that quickly, because if you are a licensee in multiple states, those states are now trying to make your life miserable, right?
But how many doctors are licensees in multiple states? I know a chunk are, but in reality, how many people does that affect?
Don't know.
And right now, it might only be a few states who are trying to go around ARBO, but
right.
next year there might be more.
But they need to stop it, and here's why. And it's not that I love ARBO. I have probably submitted more courses to ARBO over the past decade, literally, than any other person. I was thinking about this the other day, right? I have submitted hundreds of classes to them, so I understand their process pretty well. And they have actually, as much as people like to say, oh, ARBO, they're terrible or whatever, they're not. I mean, they've refined the system for getting CE approved, right? For getting the licensees to be able to easily query their data, to getting these courses out to reviewers easily in a systematic way, and to letting providers like us, right, get things approved in a relatively straightforward way. And by having each state go their own way, it's going to be a disaster. It's truly going to make things so much more difficult, and it's completely unnecessary, which is what makes things even more maddening. Like that, this thing was architected and it works, and it's staffed by I don't even know how many people, maybe 5 or 6 full-time administrators there. They understand eye care, right? Optometry is all they do, so they understand all of our issues. Versus the CE broker nonsense, where it's like there are plumbing associations and boards and stuff when you look at it. Electricians, right? And there's some, CE brokers located God knows where. If you need help from them, forget it, right? You're going to be calling a call center someplace. They have no idea who you are. Whereas with ARBO, if you have an issue, you literally can get a human being here in the United States who has a real name, who will get back to you, and you can work through it. And it's a very special thing, and I think that a lot of optometrists don't appreciate that, because a lot of fields don't have that.
And Gretchen, I don't know if you're aware of it, but their staff is about what you see on the screen. They don't have an army of people.
Yeah.
So,
how many states would you guess you are using our system versus allowing just their state board to spot check?
So everybody uses ARBO. I don't know how many actually require the doctors to submit all of their credits versus just auditing them later. You'd have to ask individual docs.
Doctors go to state meetings.
Yep.
So that would be a factor.
yeah, it's a question of time, Paul. Let's say a speaker cancels at my monthly meeting at MOSOP, and I'll get a call from the not president anymore. I'll get a call from the president. Hey, you have a lecture prepared? Deliver the lecture. I'll get it approved by the state board, and you do it that night. So it's kind of that's a very local, regional approach. So there's some immediacy for that. I think it's not a bad thing on the local level, but that's how it's done. I've got that call 2 or 3 times. Can you deliver the lecture tonight?
Right. So my problem with the local level is that it is rife for shenanigans, right? If you start dealing with these issues individually on a state level versus national, I can see all kinds of, not so great things popping up. Part of the reason that people criticize ARBO is because their process for getting classes through is relatively rigorous. And I know that some people hate that. They hate it. They some businesses or some companies hate it. They hate to have to keep at arm's length. But the process is there for a reason. And I would hate to see this sort of revert back to more local control where anything goes. And that's, I think, what would happen.
Some things are overregulated, like the format of the quizzes. I don't know if you're aware.
Oh, well, that's ridiculous. Yes, for sure.
You can't have a quiz, have all the above, none of the above, A and B, no not answers. And our speakers never look at that, and they submit quizzes with all those choices, and we have to get them to change it.
So basically, when you go to a national meeting, for example, and you take a course, they just hand you a form that you have to fill out and hold right now.
They actually submit your courses to ARBO as well. They should. So they should upload all of that information to ARBO a lot of the time. If they don't, that's surprising to me.
Yeah. And ARBO is it costs me, I think, $20 here to, you can go on the site for free to look at stuff, but to look at your own transcript and to print it out or download it, it costs you $20 here, which is extremely reasonable.
It's totally reasonable for the amount of work that they do to keep everything straight. But again, I feel like the people who are aligned against ARBO aren't necessarily always transparent with their motivations and what they really want. I know what a lot of people want, right? They want anarchy in a lot of ways for CE. They want anything to go. They want the old days to come back, right? I mean, Paul, you remember the old days. You
should to St. Thomas cruises.
Yeah, this is what they want, and I just don't know if that's in the best interest of the public, which is really what this is all about.
Yep. Well, we'll have Mike Olson here to talk more about it.
Yeah, I mean, and I hate taking tests just as much as anybody else does, but I also realize that taking a test is probably the best way to show that you've actually stayed awake. So. I mean, if I'm putting on my sort of public health hat, I want people to take tests at the end of these things. Now, we're not doing it this time around because Arbo said there's no tests for interactive CE this year because of COVID. But in the future, I would have no problems putting a quiz on the end of each one of these talks.
And they're not impossible quizzes.
No, they're not. We look over each of the answers to make sure that they're solvable, right? That the actual content is covered in the talk and so forth. They don't want to make it hard. You just want to show that the person learned something.
Well, also too, attendees are expecting quizzes. I mean, how many questions have we gotten today about it for being here for a live class? So people are expecting a quiz.
Yep. Yeah.
Which means they don't really read. They got a lot of information that how Arbo changed their rules, but nobody looked at it, or not. Some people did not look at it. So they didn't realize that for this particular format, you don't need a quiz except if you take it on demand, which I'm not quite sure of the difference. Just because the speaker's not there to answer questions, you have to take a quiz.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that is. Like, I don't know how that actually helps with outcomes. Like, why is it okay to waive a quiz now for interactive? Is it just because they're trying to be nice, like to make it so providers
they're trying to make it easy.
They're trying to make it easy for providers who can't figure out how to proctor a quiz, I guess, right? Because so many people are like, oh, I'll just load up Zoom and whatever happens, happens. So I guess they wanted to phase that out, and now they're going to become much stricter starting in June.
Right.
Yep, I think so. I'd love to have them make it such that quizzes are required, but online live interactive is live. The same as going to a conference with no quiz.
And I think that's going to be the case. We're going to find out in June what their new standards are going to be. But and if they hold us to a higher standard, and by the way, that was part of the motivation of rewriting the software, is that it can hit a much higher standard than we had before. If you guys had attended the NORA conference, anybody out there who's listening to me, all 40 people in the room, the NORA conference was 3 tracks just like this, but they were live. They weren't pre-recorded videos. They were actually teams actually, 3 people giving in each track, giving a talk at the same time. It was like a 3-ring circus running with actual live speakers doing this online.
But they were great. It went seamlessly. And some of the speakers as a team were in different locales, talking about things, advancing the slides themselves. One person showed up a little bit late, and so they vamped and one presenter presented his or her slides until the other person showed up.
Right, and so our software, part of the motivation for creating this new software was something like that. It's a higher standard, and so we're ready for it if Arbo is actually ready to take the plunge. So we'll be here to do it.
And how many other people are?
I don't care.
We like that.
Not my problem.
That's my point. That's my point.
We have the capability. They don't. They have to.
They have to build it. I mean, it's not not brain surgery, right? They have to build it. If this is what Arbo wants, they're going to build it. But I think that it's a useful thing. If they want to assert that, okay, a speaker needs to be there live and talk to you live, fine. If that's what it takes to get the same as being there in person, let's do it. Yeah.
Do you think we could have run this live with 3 tracks the way it is now, live?
So not with this number of lecturers. I would have jumped off a bridge. What has to happen, actually, if we're going to do this live, we're going to need fewer speakers to do more hours in a block. So for instance, if we could get somebody who has a great degree of stamina to give 4 hours in a row in a track, then that becomes doable. But people constantly switching in and out, almost impossible. Because we actually, on our end, because as you mentioned, we had tracks where we had 3 speakers in 3 different geographic areas giving talks at the same time, each controlling the slide deck. So we had essentially 9 speakers going at the same time, 3 in each track, all sharing one slide deck and each controlling the slides. We had to set up that back end for them. I have pictures of it so you can see it. I had multiple computers sitting out in front of me. I was running between them, talking to the speakers, getting them set up, going to the next track, talking to them, getting them set up 3 times.
And the speakers had to be pretty set. They had to have 2 computers in front of them. They had to be tech savvy.
And so it's much more effort than this. So we could still do something like that with CEwire, but the format would be a little bit different, where I would have an expectation that each speaker would do like 4 hours in a row if they could hack it.
Yeah. If we do that, we could actually do kind of a pseudo wet lab where they're doing actually stuff with patients, etc., rather than talking about things.
Yeah, I mean, if they were skilled enough, if they had the IT capabilities, could move cameras around and felt comfortable doing it, sure.
Yeah.
So we can do all kinds of stuff like that. We just haven't had to yet, but if push comes to shove, we will.
Okay.
I think that would be fab.
A 2-hour break now?
Well, let's see. I haven't looked at the schedule in a while. I've been too busy blabbing.
Yeah.
But
We should talk about the sponsors. We really haven't gone over
Yeah,
that.
we haven't, but let's talk about the sponsors, and then we can take a break, and I can actually answer some questions here because I'm getting more emails. So let me pull up the sponsors here just to let people know about them. And again, I apologize for being a little more disorganized at this one than I usually am. I had my reasons. It's been a challenge, but you know,
You aren't disorganized. I think you're doing incredibly well. It's a new platform. There's a lot of people. You're doing great, Adam.
Well, thank you. It's just been hard. I like to, always play up the sponsors and let people know what's going on with them. It's just been challenging today, but let me just quickly run down what's happening. And we thank all of them for being here. You'll recognize most of the names on this list. We have longtime sponsors that work with us. I think our sponsors know at a conference like this, the conference is really about the people who are coming to hear the lectures. And the sponsors, are there, and we appreciate them being there. And they give discounts to the folks who show up. So I'm asking everyone who can hear my voice, please check out the sponsors' threads and the discounts that they're offering and all the kinds of stuff that they have, because it's really helpful. We try to provide the sponsors with value. After hearing what other conferences are charging sponsors, I think our value is pretty good.
More people and far less cost.
Because again, we don't charge sponsors a lot. We want them to be part of the process and to have fun with them. We don't want to make this into a big rah selling event. So we just want everyone to have a good time here. So no pressure. So again, thank you for attending today. We couldn't do it without you. Again, download the schedule if you haven't already. Take a look at it. And on we go. So Luno Technology, maker of instruments that you know and love. And again, they merged with OptiView a couple months ago. And so many of you have OptiView OCTs. You may or may not be aware of this merger. So Luno itself, for those who are unaware, is also a merger of a bunch of different companies. Visionics, Brio, Weco, to name 3. So they've come together as sort of this overarching company. And OptiView was the one piece. They didn't have OCT. So if you look at their product offerings, that was the one thing they were kind of lacking, right? And so they're like, why don't we pick best of breed and industry leader and team up with OptiView? And that's what they did. So you're going to be hearing a whole lot more about this in the coming months, about what they're going to be doing with them. So thank you to Luno for sponsoring today. Check out their discussion thread. And again, maybe I'll bring that up too so people can see what I'm talking about with the discussion threads. You can see on the left side of the screen here, there's a link that says sponsors. That'll take you right back to the discussion threads on ODwire. And each sponsor has their own discussion thread that you can see here, right? So if I click on Luno, you can actually start talking with people at Luno, right? So you can see Ciara here started this discussion thread, and then we're posting things, old movies, talking about what's happening with the company. We're getting some feedback actually from other people who are participating at the conference, talking about OCT. So this is a place where you can go, and then specials, obviously, because they're offering specials to CEwire folks. So definitely come and check out what they have to offer. The folks are very friendly at Luno. You can actually, if you want to privately contact someone, all you have to do is click on their name, and then you can send them a private message. So it's pretty straightforward stuff if you want to get in contact with them. So you see I just hovered over Ciara's picture there and just sent private message. And that'll go right to them. They'll get an email, and you can start a conversation that way. So reaching the sponsors at this conference literally could not be easier, because you're not just reaching like a generic sponsor email address. You're literally reaching out to the right person that you need to at each company. So take advantage of it for sure. So hopefully that was a good plug and made sense to people. So Luno, MacuHealth, again, we were discussing them earlier, talking all about supplementation for your macular health. Steve, you used this product before. I actually have. They sent me a few bottles here. I'll bust out the props later to show people what it all looks like. The one thing that I was really impressed as a patient from my side of things, the one thing that I was really impressed by is that these things aren't horse pills.
No, they're not. They're easy to take.
Yeah, they're small. So I really appreciate that, especially because they also sent me an omega-3, and I'll bust that out later too, so I can show that to you as well, which, omega-3s, if you've taken them before, sometimes they can smell not so good. They're kind of big. These are neither of those things, so pretty cool stuff.
Yep.
So check them out. They also have deals running again. Go to MacuHealth's thread to check them out. Oculus, makers of instruments that we all know and love, including the Pentacam, the Swiss Army knife. And so many of the talks here today, when you're watching them, particularly around scleral lenses and keratoconus, you're going to see a lot of pictures of the output of Oculus devices. And there's a reason for that, right? People who practice at a high level tend to use their equipment. In fact, every scleral office that I've been into where someone does it seriously will have Oculus's instruments there. So definitely check them out as well. Black Rivera, makers of punctal plugs, among other things, they are offering discounts specific to CEwire, and let me see if I can bring it up on their thread. I'll eat my own dog food here and go to the threads. So Vicky, who is in charge of their sales and marketing, left a couple of PDFs here for you, so you can see what their discounted price lists are for the conference. And you can see that they're offering deals for CEwire people. So definitely go check it out. Vision Equipment Inc. This is Leo Hadley's company. They refurbish equipment. And again, I haven't spoken to Leo in a couple days. I don't know what he has in stock. I should probably actually get him to post to the thread to show what he's got going on because he always has new equipment coming in because it is refurbished. So if you're looking to update a lane and you don't want to spend a fortune doing it, Leo's a guy to go to. Every piece of equipment that he gets, he thoroughly checks out and, sort of restores it to like new conditions. It's hilarious if you see him at trade shows and you see some of his equipment that intuitively is, old. You see CRT screens and stuff, but it looks new. It's almost like you're in I don't know, it's like a movie prop or something, right? Seeing something from the old days that's actually been refurbished and works perfectly. So definitely check him out. CCOP, we spoke with Brent Alford before, who's the basically their chief operating officer here in the U.S., and he told us all about their buying group and the deals that they have going on. So definitely go check them out as well. If you're looking for a buying group, you may not have heard of them because their presence was really huge in Europe with thousands of practices, and now they're making a move here in the U.S. And Steve, I was too busy. I was frantically typing, but did I hear him say they're buying practices here in the U.S.?
Yes. And
Yep.
so they're really becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. So I think they can be a big player in the next year or two.
Excellent. So this is your introduction to them, and they have special deals running at CEwire as well. So definitely check them out, and we can, if you need to get in contact with them, you can always ask us as well. We're always here to help you, reach out to the different sponsors. So pretty neat stuff. And Innova Systems, right? So they make color contrast testing systems, and we have a lecture about it. I think when is it? Today? Tomorrow? I don't even remember. About this idea of testing a patient's sensitivity to color and contrast as an indicator of how their visual system is doing. So interesting instruments, definitely go check them out. And you can go to their thread as well to see what discounts they're offering and so forth. And Arctic, we had Jerry from Arctic on before, so we learned all about what they do and how they do it with their tests to see if your patients should or should not be taking zinc, and that you can actively harm your patients if they're sensitive to this, and they should not be taking zinc. And so as we learned, the tests, you can order them straight from the company. It's a simple cheek swab, and it is billable to insurance. So critical things to know. So definitely check them out as well. And that's it. So those are our sponsors for this conference, so far at least.
Thanks very much for those supporters.
Yes, we couldn't do it without them for sure.
Just one question, Adam. When you click on sponsors, you don't really like CCOP is not available in the ODwire thread. So how are people getting?
Yeah, so this is my fault and my problem because last night at 2 a.m. as I was getting everything else ready, that's the one thing I didn't finish. So CCOP needs to go up and Arctic needs to go up. So my apologies to them because I ran out of time. I was actually literally up till 2 a.m. last night getting everything tied down for the conference today.
So up at 6:30 or online at 6:30.
Online at 6:30. I was up at 5 actually. I had to go to Starbucks only to find it dark, and I was so upset. This is like you deny an addict their fix at 5 in the morning. It's like, come on, open up.
And you're the best customer this year between you and 2,500 attendees.
Oh my God, I've never spent so much money on coffee in my life. It's been.
You know what we're talking about, Gretchen?
No.
Okay, for the first while early bird specials, and people would be smart to sign up early, they got a $25 Starbucks card. And then later on, we go for the $10 Starbucks card. So we're talking thousands and thousands of dollars we gave to Starbucks with no advertising on their part.
Yeah, it was.
Did you get any stars, Adam?
I didn't. Which is but I'm not going to criticize them because, we bought so many and Steve's underplaying it. I mean, we spent tens of thousands of dollars on Starbucks cards for CEwire folks because the idea behind it was, besides we wanted people to sign up early, like I mentioned before, the earlier they sign up, the happier we are. I always felt like with these CE conferences, the online ones, one thing that we were lacking, you know how you go to like a real conference and they give you one of those silly coupons for the lunch in the back?
Oh, right. The box lunch.
I always felt like, if they can do that, we can do that. And then I started thinking, I'm like, okay, how are we going to do that? What possible place is there that's everywhere, right? Where I know that no matter where somebody is here in the US or Canada, they will be able to find that particular food. And Starbucks was the answer.
I have to tell you, during the pandemic, I think it was the first year, CooperVision had a press conference and they sent us all a lovely little package, and it had a Lume Cube light that sticks onto the back of my laptop screen, and it's like a little tiny ring light. And in addition to that, they sent us all an Uber Eats voucher. So because normally they would have a press conference and we'd get a little whatever, and then they'd give us, we'd have lunch or drinks or whatever. So we got an Uber Eats voucher so we could do that while attending their virtual conference, which they certainly didn't need to do any of that. But I thought, wow, how classy. So I totally get it that you want to give Starbucks gift cards, but you didn't physically go there. Like you just bought the codes, right?
Yeah. So I bought the codes and emailed them. Yeah. It would have been a challenge to do it, any other way, but it was, I hope people liked it. I mean, I know I used it this morning because I had to.
As did I.
But Starbucks outside of McDonald's, like I couldn't think of anywhere else that has universal coverage, right? I mean, I was thinking like Canada, well, I could get Tim Horton cards, but then I'd have to figure out how to only do it for Canadian people. Like, I'm like, no, I can't do that. Gotta just go with Starbucks.
What about Domino's Pizza, where they can actually order it during the conference? I don't know if Canada has Domino's, but
Domino's is like cardboard, though. I wouldn't insult people with that.
And at least if you don't drink Starbucks coffee, you know somebody who does. Either your significant other, one of your kids, a staffer, a colleague. Somebody will take that from you.
Right. Yep. So that was the intent. So I hope people liked it.
We've all been to conferences with Joe's Coffee. There's 2 people in front, and Starbucks has 3,000.
Right.
Online.
Signups worked. We got a lot of early signups.
We did. Yep. So I guess we'll do it again next year. I guess people liked it. So awesome.
Value-added service.
Yep. All right. So let me see what's going on here at the conference. See if there's any problems.
Yep. I was in all the rooms so far. No big deal.
I do have one question about Texas in the lobby, but we haven't had anything else.
Yeah. So my Texas friends, here's what we're going to do. I couldn't get all the classes into CE Broker because it physically would have killed me. If I had done it yesterday, I literally still would be doing it today. So I'm going to get all the classes into CE Broker. I'm not sure what good that is going to do you or us. Because then, as Sharon in the chat here has indicated, For me to actually submit your classes to CE Broker, I'm going to need everybody's Texas license number, which is something we don't collect usually. So what may end up happening is I may just give you your certificates, right? You could download them from CEwire, and then you're going to have to hand them off to Texas yourself and say, you guys deal with this. You created this problem, Texas board. It's now your problem to deal with all these certificates.
Well,
And
maybe if enough Texas ODs complain about having to handle it themselves, then the Texas board would rethink their decision on how to administrate their CE.
that's exactly right. I think that it's not going to be up to me to make affect any change. It's going to be up to the doctors who are annoyed by this, because ultimately this is going to make CE more expensive, or it's going to limit the number of choices because smaller providers will not want to deal with this nonsense for individual states.
Right, right.
So yeah, but anyway, we're going to do our best for you in Texas. Know that no matter what happens, I'm submitting all of your credits to Arbo, and so at the very least, you can tell the folks at the Texas board, hey, these are all with Arbo. Yeah.
On ODwire, there's one thread, one comment by one of our speakers who's also a Texas OD who wants to start a petition complaining about it.
Good.
He or she will be nameless.
Good. And I think
it shouldn't be the individual OD that sends it to the board. It's going to get lost. The Texas State Board should be sending out a mailing to every Texas optometrist.
Well, they do.
A form that they should have to send back.
I don't know. The board is the one who actually implemented this nonsense. So they're not going to be cooperative at all. So, yeah.
So don't do any work for them. Let them do the work. And so don't let the individual optometrist do it, because as you can see, how many people showed up for our orientation? It was only a fraction.
The difference is, though, this is for people's licenses. They're going to do whatever the board tells them to do because they have to. And the board is...
Let Texas have a form for them. Let them do the work is what I'm saying.
What I'm telling you is that Texas doesn't want to do any work. They don't want any paperwork. They want every doctor to sign up for CE Broker. And if the doctors don't do it, then they can go pound sand, is what they've said.
Why make it easy for them?
What I'm telling you is this. Doctors in general don't like to stand up to their state board. And if the board says you have to do this, most doctors will do it, is all I'm saying.
Right, they don't want to get on state board shit list.
To get the doctors to do it, because then they won't be happy about the whole situation.
I'm telling you that most doctors will not stand up to their board. However, some loudmouths, and we all know who they are, we know a few in Texas.
They won't stand up.
They will.
They will.
Yeah, but they'll be the few.
You don't seem to understand, Dad. What they need to do is email it straight to the board. We have the email addresses of everyone at the board. I can't do it because I'm not licensed in Texas. They don't know me from a hole in the ground and they don't care. But if their licensees start bombarding them with emails saying this is crap, then they might do something. So take it from someone who gets bombarded with emails all the time telling me I'm crap. It's really bad when it happens. People don't like it, so they might affect some change.
Got it.
Especially when it's a last minute thing. I don't know when the biennial starts, when people's credit starts, whether it's calendar year, but just institute it with no prior warning is silly.
Yeah, so I don't know how much warning the Texas licensees got.
Oh yeah,
this.
we don't know. Yeah, because you don't practice in Texas, you didn't get any of their information.
What's surprising to me, though, is how the licensees that I have talked to were not prepared for this, right? So perhaps the board did not do a super great job of letting people know what the new requirements are. So I don't know. So, and I think if people knew what was happening, they'd be pissed. To have this extra layer of bureaucracy, and not only that, but a private company, a large private company that has nothing to do with eye care. Like I said, they handle like plumbing and electricians and stuff, their licensing boards. Mm-hmm. To have that extra layer on top when it's completely unnecessary is crazy. So anyway, rant over.
You got to follow the money and see why it happened.
Well, yeah, I mean, that we'll probably never know. I have my ideas about what happened there, but I'm not going to publicly state them.
Okay. So it's lunchtime here.
Yep. So how's everything going here? So far we just have another question about credits here. I don't see certain credits on my transcript. again, Lucy, if you're listening to me, I'll probably type it in a minute too. We're rerunning all of the credits again tonight. It's a whole process that has to get done in the system, and it's very computationally intensive. So we're going to rerun all the credits tonight. So don't worry if some are missing right now or if you have holes in your transcript. You'll get everything that's coming to you. All the data is safe. We just have to run that process again tonight. We don't want to bog the servers down while everyone's using them today. So.
Can you make a statement on ODwire?
Yeah, in fact, when I get off here, I could probably just post something. Not that anyone's really reading it right now. The problem with making these grandiose statements, and I wanted to send an e-blast to people too, but then I just thought, like, nobody's looking, right? Nobody's actually checking their email till later.
Yeah.
There's
another point. I got credits to 2 lectures. One was mine because I had to be there when I kind of went back and forth. But they have to scroll down. It's at the bottom of the page, so they might even have gotten their credits, but they might not see that they got their credits.
Right, because some of the processes, the processing might have finished for some of the lectures, but not others. That's why they're seeing holes and gaps, and that's why we just have to wait till tonight when it's all straightened out.
Maybe, I don't know if it's hard to change the software, because it's just way to put it on the page, the HTML, or whatever codes you use, but to put the ones that have passed up and the ones that are to come below.
That's actually a very good idea, and I'm going to actually write an enhancement.
Because I couldn't find one. I kept on clicking on it, and I thought, no, I don't get it. Then I just scrolled down really 15 seconds ago, and there they were.
Adam's going to do some coding on the fly.
I'm sending a letter, actually. I'm reminding myself, because that's an important one that I think that they might be able to pull off tonight, because that's just a sort. So they might be able to do that. Again, we can't do too much big stuff to the server while we're using it today. It's like working on a running car engine. You have to wait till everyone's done tonight. After we're done here and all the lectures are done, I'm probably going to have a debrief with Audentio for about an hour tonight to go over what works, what's broken, what we need to fix for tomorrow. And I'm going to add that to the list. Hopefully they can get that done.
So I really suggest that you send out an email to all the people taking the courses.
Yep.
Letting them know, because they're coming back tomorrow.
Yep.
It's going to be the same problem.
Absolutely. No, I'm going to e-blast everyone tonight with updates on what happened at the show today. I'm going to create a new thread in ODwire in the private CEwire2022 area, and I'm going to link to it in that e-blast. So if people want to chat about what's been going on today, or if they have questions, they can put it right in that thread.
Good.
I sent you a screenshot. I think you know what I'm talking about, though. I sent you a screenshot of my, in quotes, transfer page.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. It's a complete mess, because there's, however many credits we offer, 60 hours or whatever, and the courses are all over the place. And completed ones are, might be at the bottom. I don't think it's a huge deal to sort by what's been completed already. But.
By the way, they give you a little trophy next to your name.
Yeah.
Woo!
So as you may have surmised, or maybe you didn't, or didn't think about it, the system was not actually built for us initially, right? It's designed for all kinds of achievements, not just for course credits, and that's why there's the trophy there too, right? It's designed for gamification. This platform, I mentioned it yesterday, I don't think people believe me. They actually built it for, like I said, rock stars, right? They have clients who are musicians, famous musicians or gamers. That's what this was built for. And it just so happened that, we speak the same language, because the platform that ODwire is based on is something Audentio is very experienced with. So I've worked with them for many years on little pieces of ODwire. So I knew them already, and when I saw what they'd built, I'm like, bring it on over. We can adapt this, and that's why that happened.
What a find!
It was very lucky, because building this from scratch would have been challenging.
Can't imagine it. How many bugs you'd have to fix, and without any stress tests, how hard it would have been.
It would have been bad, and Audentio is highly skilled. They've been doing this for a long time. Their client list is huge, and some of the largest communities online, they actually help run behind the scenes, right? They keep the software running. A lot of the modifications that you see on these sites, they make them. So they had this expertise. And again, I wanted to integrate everything much more tightly with ODwire, and I knew that if we were going to do it, this was going to be the only way.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you did that. I think that you'll be really happy in the long run that you did that.
Yep, absolutely. Well, cool. All right.
Okay, so we've got Mike at another hour and 10 minutes or so.
Yep, yeah, in another hour and 10 minutes. I think what we're going to do is take a break here, because as Paul intimated, it's 12:20 our time, so time to eat. I may rerun that webinar. You know what I want to show again, by the way, Gretchen? Our little trip to the Contact Lens Museum.
I love that.
Because so many people here haven't seen it yet. You'd be amazed, right? Because you think everyone's seen it, but like, no, not everyone has seen it, especially the people hanging out in the lobby. So maybe we could show it again.
That was a really, really great time.
I loved it too. And I feel like that was like the last moment of normalcy that we had before the world turned to shit.
Yep.
So for those who don't know what we're talking about, Gretchen came out to visit us and we went to the Contact Lens Museum at Pacific University. And that's a real thing, Contact Lens Museum, and you can go visit. And it basically has the history of contact lenses and all the devices, and you'll actually see it in this video. So, yeah, but that was the last thing I think we did right before the pandemic.
Yep.
So anyway, why don't I play that? That's about an hour long, and then I'll come back and I might start a webinar as well. And I'm going to continue to be here while I eat, answering questions if anything comes up in the chat. So if anybody needs me, I will be here.
Okay. Me too.
All right, guys. See you on the other side.
See you in a bit.
Pat, would you tell us how you came about this idea? What prompted you and Craig to start a collection?
Well, you know, like most collections, you start collecting things one at a time, and then one day you wake up and you find you've got a museum sitting in your home, in closets, garages, and we found ourselves in that situation, and then decided that we were just going to open up a contact lens museum.
How long did it take you to curate the collection in here?
A long time, and that's an ongoing endeavor. You know, trying to do something of this magnitude while you're working full time and everything else, got full curriculum, and back there it's been very busy, as you can see. It's just such a joy. It just brings so many smiles to so many faces when you bring your practitioners through here. Because, yeah, but it really, it's so true. Yeah, that's right. We'll put you in the chair.
There you go. That won't be creepy at all.
No, it won't be creepy at all. But no, you're so right. It's just so many memories then come back to all of us that were touched by contact lenses. You know, it's when you think about how contact lenses have changed so many people's lives and changed their lives. All those keratoconus patients, irregular cornea patients. It's humbling, you know, to be a part of having this history. So we felt that.
Hello, where'd you go? Because as you know, it started to rain.
Yeah.
Experience.
You know,
I was on the driving range thing, and then it started pouring, but I didn't get wet.
So you kept.
I kept playing.
It kept on hitting.
Lying around.
I kept on hitting, so did everyone else.
Now I'm in the practices. Would you be interested from hearing from them?
The card must have gotten soaked though.
Very interested. That's where we pick up a lot of.
Hello.
I liked
every
it.
practitioner.
So I'm fine. You're fine.
I cracked up and I saw it poured.
Given to them by
it was a downpour. I did not get wet. I was in the perfect spot.
I can't believe it works that well. I guess it wasn't windy, so that helped.
Right, it was straight down, so it wasn't affecting
somewhere.
Anybody. Everybody stayed. It just kept doing their thing. Like you heard all the water.
Not knowing what to
But nobody was outside the awning?
Yeah. They came to the other side or left. I don't know.
They can't throw it
But I mean, it actually was fun. I was like chuckling the whole time.
I have these 4 guys who waited here for a half hour, 45 minutes on the T13, and now the team walked by.
This is the place to send it. So
they put the sides down. I don't want to put the sides down. They're a pain in the ass to get out.
Oh, I'm not even getting wet. I'm right home.
Okay, see you soon. I have an hour break now, so that's good.
What?
I have an hour break.
Are you gonna have a break? Okay, we can discuss dinner.
Okay. Okay, bye.
We were planning, we picked a restaurant, but none of the restaurants, you can reserve a spot. So, and Saturday night, she said outside, it's like, gotta wait.
I don't want to do that.
This place with Lenora's, And it was a good menu for you. It's right on the
items to be
blades.
displayed
You
here.
can get it on
accepting
TV.
Financial
The
contributions to
Muradas.
support
Yes,
the
very
But now
much.
I'm wondering if we should
I have to do something here.
It really
Okay,
is.
bye.
It's a
Love it.
lovely charity for individuals in the eye care profession that want to see, the history of contact lenses preserved. So you can see here we encourage donations, and so we love it. When people can, when they win the lottery, send us some of that, and so we have fun. But it's, we get, believe it or not, our biggest support from patients. So they feel this incredible emotional, tie to these lenses.
Sure.
Now, this is actually just part of the collection. A lot of it still is in storage right now. We needed we opened this up in July. This has been just a passion for Chris and I, this collecting. Fortunately, we have wives that understand. That's what it is. It's truly, it's insane to be doing that. But, Craig and I have been blessed so much, like you have, like we all have, by the eye care industry. That,
very much so.
Yeah, that it's just been a humbling experience to be a part of it. So this is our payback, or this is our legacy that we'll leave, so.
And it's a beautiful one.
It's a start. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful start. And so we're real happy, very, very happy with it all.
Excellent.
So many, many years ago, as you can imagine, it's really myself and Craig Norman who kind of put this all together. The story begins over here. I'll sort of walk you through. This is kind of the evolution of contact lenses. All of these lenses here are made of glass. And so these were the earliest contact lenses in Germany and Zeiss. So they were the three making glass scleral lenses at the time.
When did Oberg come in?
Oberg came in the 1940s. How do you know that name?
I used to live with him.
Oh my. I was just reading a book this morning, his textbook from 1945 on contact lenses. It's really one of the earliest.
Yeah.
And that is, what a coincidence. So
Are these companies related? It's
no,
Muller Sohn
they were
and Muller
different.
Welt?
No, they were different families.
Okay.
Yeah, they had no relation. And so these, like I said, it's the largest collection of glass contact lenses in the world. So it's they're hard to find, very rare, wonderful to feel because they're incredibly heavy.
Can I touch one?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, you can touch the one that is yours. We wanted Craig, and I wanted you to have this. This is a glass
Really?
scleral lens.
Wow.
And it's all the contributions you've made to the industry. You deserve that.
Oh, you are so kind. Thank you.
Yeah, it's,
Look at this
it's
thing.
kind of neat to have. You can see kind of how rough the optics were.
Very rough.
And, but, you know, they got better with time. That's a real early one.
Would you like
What
to see?
year?
This would have been probably early 1900s, so between 1900 and 1910. But you could feel how smooth the glass
The workmanship was wonderful.
But yeah, it's that's definitely one we wanted you to have.
That's very nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
This would be a real challenge to apply and to remove.
Yeah, it really is because of the size. These were about 22 to 24 millimeters in diameter, so they were pretty big.
And then I see that they're fenestrated as
Some
well.
of them were, and that's kind of unique, the number of them that were fenestrated. You can imagine drilling a hole in glass can be a little bit challenging. And,
A lot of breakage.
Yeah, but I'm always surprised when I'm going through the lenses, the number of them that have actually been fenestrated.
And that would have been a challenge as well, not only drilling the hole, but making sure that the edges are smooth enough.
Oh,
Because
yes.
that would have been quite painful had you applied a
Yeah.
fenestrated lens that wasn't smooth.
But then you look at these Zeiss lenses, the optics are absolutely perfect and they're incredibly thin. Those broke. It wouldn't take much
That would have been
to
a
shatter
really big
those, yeah. But that was unique of the Zeiss lenses at the time. They were incredibly thin.
Do you know who made this one? The one that you gave me?
That one, yes, I do. That one was from the Mueller-Weld company.
Those are the molds right there?
Those are the take you through. Say it's 1920.
May I sit in the chair?
Please, you sit in the chair again. Get comfortable in here. And now the molding process began by just simply mixing this compound. And we would mix it in one of these containers, and then it would be placed into a syringe. And this mold then would be placed onto the eye, and the moldite comes through here, and then it would take a perfect mold of the anterior segment. So the molding compound would harden in about 90 seconds. So you had to be real efficient with your time. You had to load this, inject it, and be pretty efficient.
So you have to do that on a board exam, right?
Absolutely. 1950s.
Jeez.
And then what happened next was we had that beautiful mold. You would mix this next compound called cast stone, and that cast stone then was just like a concrete, but incredibly fine powdery concrete. And then you would let it harden, and you would have this beautiful impression of the eye. Now, back in the day, before World War II, a second mold would have to be made of brass. And the reason for that is that when the lens was actually turned into a contact lens, it was made of glass, and the glass would just simply, the heat of the glass would destroy the moldite, so it had to be turned into a brass mold. Then it was taken over here, and this is probably the highlight of the museum, and the fact that we have the only remaining glass contact lens making apparatus in the world. This is it. This is the only one left.
Does it work? If you wanted to create a lens,
oh,
you
yeah.
could?
Yeah, we've had it fired up, and you could see we've destroyed part of the table from the firing it up, and it makes a lot of pops and noises. And now there was this vise was on the stand. We don't know what its function was, but it must have had some function. The problem with this instrument is that nowhere can we find anything written on how to manufacture the contact lens or how they were manufactured. So we're having to piece it together little by little. Now, the
if I push this, is something going to happen?
Yeah, push it.
Push it?
Yeah, push both of them. This one.
Oh my God!
It still works. That's the amazing thing. We fired up these motors, and they were still working.
This is incredible.
So, now, the way it worked was you attach the mold, the brass mold of the shape of the eye here. Top two, I think. Perfect. Now, the bottom, yeah, no, you got it. You got them both. Good. And what would happen is you had natural gas and oxygen that were mixed together. Those were, it wasn't propane. Propane hadn't been invented yet, so they actually used natural gas back in that day. And so the gases were then mixed up here to the appropriate concentration, and these valves controlled the amount of oxygen versus the amount of natural gas.
It looks like it's a very non-precise process.
Exactly, very non-precise. Then they had these 2x2 wafers of glass that were set right here. And then this was just simply brought around once the glass had been molten, and this just brought down and an impression made of the contact lens.
And that's the mold right there.
That's the mold.
So you would
of the
swap
eye.
that out depending upon the
Yeah.
patient you're creating this for.
And then in this little container, when I got the instrument, it was just filled up to about here with asbestos.
Oh, excellent.
So that made it all complete. So then you would bring it back here, drop this mold, and because it was flaming hot from being in contact with the glass, and it would fall into the asbestos where it would be cooled. And now with these little tools here, the residual glass would be broken away. And then you saw over here how the edges were rounded, and then the power placed on the front of the lens with this. Now, the only thing we can think of here is that this was actually operated by hand to oscillate the application of the power on the front side of the lens. That's all we can actually kind of surmise. We don't know how else it was driven. And but everything came with the unit. It was intact. And it's actually from, of all places, Perth, Australia.
Don Ezekiel.
Yeah, Don Ezekiel.
And if anybody would have something like this, it would be him.
It'd be him. And you'll see as you go through the museum, many of the pieces are from Don's collection. And it was probably the largest in the world. And he gave it all to us. So we're really super fortunate to have that.
And he got his basement back.
I'm sorry?
He got his basement back.
Yes, he had his garage. He had it in his laboratory, but when he sold the laboratory, it moved into his garage. So he was kind of grateful, but again, sad to see it all go away. And but to have the only one remaining, now this is for this.
A mechanical tool then, nothing to do with creating the contact lens.
No, just strictly for changing out the gas.
If you wanted to, is there gas in there? Could you make one?
No, we keep the live ones in my garage at home, but these are actually empty. And
So you have filled ones if you wanted to?
yes.
I mean, I don't know that I'd put asbestos there, but you could create a glass lens?
We're the only ones in the world that can make glass contact lenses if you need one.
Have you tried it?
Oh yeah, we've tried it and it's incredible. Just, there's a lot of experimentation, getting the temperature right, getting just the exact amount of natural gas and the exact amount of oxygen. But you could see that it would be very easy to accomplish. Now, when PMMA came along, things changed rather dramatically because now it was possible to just simply use the mold itself rather than turning it into a brass mold. And what was used at that time then were these PMMA wafers.
That's actual PMMA?
Yeah.
I thought it was cardboard.
No, it has this protective coating on it, and you just peel this away, and then there's this beautiful piece of acrylic plastic.
Wow.
For scleral lenses.
That's really cool.
Very cool. And now, it didn't take any temperature at all to melt that. That was not like melting glass. So I think we even have one here that might be, there we go.
Oh, so that's it.
That's it.
So Darren asked the question, when you were in school, did you ever see anything like this?
Yes, well, with the way it worked in school, our contact lens course was one person with keratoconus that was handed down from class to class. And we had it was at Columbia University, and we had Isidore Finkelstein was the professor, a very bright guy, but that was it. And he had this one guy, and every time they had to do something to wash the lens or something, there was no sink. The Fink used to walk in to the bathroom and wash it and try it on. And this guy never succeeded, but he kept coming back from class to class.
Oh.
And that was the contact lens course in the 50s.
Oh my gosh. That's so interesting you mentioned that name. I read his name for the first time last night. Finkelstein from Columbia University. And the reason I came across it, I was doing a story, as I'll show you down here, on Dennis England, who helped invent the first corneal contact lens. But I came across an article written by Hank Knoll from Bosch & Lowe on this gentleman from Columbia University. And it was the first time I had seen his name. So it was really
Yeah, so that was the
kind of neat.
That was the contact lens course.
Oh, my
period. End
so
of story, and then whatever you learn happened afterwards.
Yeah.
It happened afterwards. But the academy required, in order to become a diplomate, you had to be able to fit a scleral lens and using moldite. And what happened, as basically we smuggled in some anesthetic because there's no way you can put that shit in your eye.
Yeah, no kidding. And say, stay still now. Because you can imagine if the patient's eye was moving during the molding process, you have a pretty bad mold.
Yeah, I mean, so.
What year did you earn your diploma?
In 1965, I think.
And so that was
67,
being required at that time?
Yeah, it was a very large class. The word was, you better get it now because it's going to get much tougher to do. But that particular part was separating the men from the boys, because you had to learn not only to do it, but then to adjust it. And I was always very unhandy. I figured I'd cut my hand off with the bars that they used.
Oh my!
So
wonderful.
So we have glass lenses.
Glass lenses, and then.
In fact, we.
Oh boy.
Boris and I suffered.
Oh my.
So here we go to PMMA sclerals.
PMMA sclerals, and you know, it was very plastic was very slow to get involved into evolve into the contact lens industry. It was only after World War II that plastic really did replace glass.
As
World War II. Huh.
The plastic first started on airplanes.
Mm-hmm.
I see up there Ernst Abbey.
Yeah, Ernst Abbey.
Does that have anything to do with the Abbey value?
Yep, it sure does. That is it right there. He was the mathematician, the brains behind the Carl Zeiss Corporation, and he was a brilliant mathematician. He developed this machine right here. This was
like an early lensometer?
It looks like an early lensometer, but it's called a refractometer, and what it did is just measure the index of refraction of the glass. And because when they were manufacturing glass at the time, they could never control the index of refraction of it. So each piece had a different index, and so what they had to do is read the index of refraction, and then they knew what radius to put on the front to create the power.
There was a lot of math involved.
There was a ton of math involved back in those days. Wow. And, but he was the one who really kind of was at the forefront of that.
Now I see back here there are corneal lenses as well as scleral lenses.
Yeah, it's just like CDs and VHSs. You know, there's that time in space where the two cross over, and this was really it. In the 1950s, it was unsure which of the two modalities was going to really take over. Was it going to stay scleral, or was it going to go corneal? And so you see a number of these fun sets that have actually both in them. Now here's the Theo Olbrich sets out of New York. The one in the back is scleral lens set, and then the one in the front is one of the later sets.
I like these glasses down here. The world of contact lenses. That is really cool.
Bizarre.
So WJ made them.
Well, Newton Wesley was the man responsible for kind of bringing contact lenses into the mainstream. So in the early 1960s, he marketed everything to get contact lenses.
But I remember they used to hand out ties.
Oh, I've got
Christmas.
One.
It says contact lenses on it.
Yes, it's so funny you should mention that. You're the only one I've ever known right there from the Newton Wesley company. And but he was just this incredible marketer.
Yes.
And it was just so cool what he was able to do.
That's good. Somebody needs to get the word out.
Well, you know, and little known fact, it was Newton Wesley who founded Pacific University College of Optometry.
I didn't know that.
Yes, he... And then over here, we have one is the icon. This one that went into the back of a scleral contact lens.
What is Micon?
And you know, it's I'm not sure. I think it's a sodium carbonate system. What does it say there? I looked it up.
2% sodium. You were right.
I was. Sodium bicarbonate solution.
So where did Micon come from?
Now that I don't know. It was Vision in Chicago.
House of Vision.
House of Vision, yes.
It sounds like a sketchy place.
It does. It's like a haunted place. Now, next to it here is another one of those Wesley Jessen. This was a research lens. And patients were losing their lenses pretty easily when they switched to corneal. So what they did is they impregnated the contact lens with graphite particles. And then you would just pick it up with a magnet or find it.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, so it was a magnetic
contact
lens, and that's what it's actually stuck to, is the magnet right there.
Oh my
Did
gosh.
that affect vision by having that into the plastic?
It's sort of like fenestrations in the lens. They never really affected acuity very much, and just a clever idea. So, but they never did it or anything, but it's just kind of cool to have one of their
lens.
Wow.
Some patients may like to have that option available.
Oh gosh, I thought it was so clever, you know, but it just shows you, you know, you've got a problem, you know, this is how we're gonna fix it.
Who was the optician that brought the, I forgot his name, that made the lens popular?
Kevin Toohey?
Toohey, yeah.
Yes,
The Toohey lens.
Kevin Toohey.
That was the first one.
We've got some of his early things over here as we evolve from.
It took lids of steel to adapt to those.
That's for sure. Then we went from the sclerals into the.
We have a TUI contact lens fitting record back there.
Yes. Yes, now that's kind of interesting. That's
Robert
Ryan. Now,
is that a HIPAA violation, Pat?
Yeah, it's a definite HIPAA violation. Now, he was a famous actor.
Oh, sure.
Back in the 50s. And
another famous person was Ronald Reagan.
Ronald Reagan.
Highly myopic.
Yep.
Wore contact lenses.
Wore contact lenses. So we have some pretty interesting things.
Oh, so here's the little scandal, I guess, with Dennis England. He applied for the first U.S. patent.
In 1945, I've got the original patent. Craig, I've got a Xerox copy, but Craig has contacted the patent office, and we're going to see if we can get the original patent, that patent application.
And Kevin Toohey preceded him.
Yeah.
Oh, no,
he
sorry.
Followed.
Okay.
He followed him by 2 years, 1 month. Was 2 years later, Kevin Toohey took out his patent, or applied for his patent.
That was in the 50s, I think.
Yeah, 1950.
And then Bill Feinblum also got involved with scleral lenses.
Yeah, and there's Bill's diagnostic set.
Yeah,
You'll notice those green lenses there, and apparently someone told me that those were actually developed for treatment of an nystagmus. Now, that I have no idea.
And his main specialty was low vision.
Yeah.
Right.
And he was able to magazine.
Yeah.
And he was on Park Avenue, and again, the low vision didn't work. But but he kept coming in.
I've got that Life magazine. That's his story, the Feinblum story. It's
This machine, the
yeah, it's the only one I've ever seen. It's again another WJ product from the 1950s, and you turn those dials, and it would you would build your contact lens. Each one of those dials put on a different radius of curvature.
Wow.
So you design both the anterior and posterior surface of the lens with that little, they call it computer, but it's just roller device. And a very, very cool thing. But
Did you ever use one?
no, never used one. It's the only one I've ever seen.
Yeah, those tinted lenses are also very interesting.
Yeah, those are from England.
Change your
Yeah,
eye color.
yeah, Caprice PMMA lenses.
Oh, God. Somebody needed his eye color changed.
Yeah.
I forgot his name already.
Well, I recognize something down
George
there.
Siegel,
Oh,
the actor, yeah. So
George
he came in, he
Siegel.
was young, and he had to play an actor. So he had to play in some sort of film he was in. So Columbia Pictures sent him in. He was in New York in those days. So we had to give him one of those lenses. So I gave him the lenses, and I gave him a bottle of anesthetic. When he was shooting, because he suffered with those. They were thick and they were terrible.
Oh,
so he had to have dark eyes for the shoot.
Did you see the movie afterward?
No.
No.
Maybe it didn't even come out, I don't know.
It could be.
Who knows, many
Maybe
of them
don't
didn't.
make it.
I see a bottle of Playa-Gel down there. I haven't
Yes,
heard that name in a long time.
Yes, Applied Gel, and the ones behind it, the yellow ones are called LC65. They were big items back in the 60s for PMMA.
And what happened in the 50s and early 60s, these lenses were very thick. And somebody came up with the idea of what if we fenestrate them? And they put 4 little holes in, and they called it the vent-air contact lens.
Yeah.
So vent-air, and then became a marketer for the thing. They did a tremendous amount of advertising, and they ended up with offices all over the country.
Wow.
Vent-air was one of them. There was one other company from Chicago that also.
Yeah, there was a Spirovent.
Spirovent had one.
And
You just happen to have some of it right here.
Yes, yes. Here's an original TUI brochure. And let's see, I don't know if I have my vent-air out there. No, I guess I don't.
After that, the lenses were so thick that the people were terribly uncomfortable, and that's when I went into practice. And Ted, my partner, worked for Ventair down the street.
Oh, boy.
And he sent people over to me.
Yeah.
And then we came up with the idea, says, hey, if they're so uncomfortable with thick, why don't we make a thinner lens?
Oh, boy.
So we formed a company called Micro Thin Contact Lenses. And we got one Orthodox Jew to work in Brooklyn in a lab. And he was the micro thin maven. He was the one that did it. And we had a thinner lens. And because we had a thinner lens, we were able to succeed where Ventair failed. So we built up a very large PMMA practice in those years.
How did Ventair feel about Ted?
They didn't know he worked for us. And then after that, he left there because the practice got big enough that we were able to.
Now, over in this cabinet is the early evolution of soft lenses. Soft lenses were developed by that gentleman there, Otto Wichterle, in Prague, Czechoslovakia. He started working on the material in the early 1960s. He actually started producing contact lenses in 1966, and those were the first soft lenses. They were called SPOFA, S-P-O-F-A, SPOFA lenses. Right there, right in front of you, is the first soft contact lens brochure ever produced. That was in 1965. These lenses here really do represent the first key mount for first soft contact lenses. I've got one hydrated there. The rest are stored dry.
Wow.
Very kind of neat to have those as part of the collection. These were the original SPOFA cases from 1966. And about the same time, a company in upstate New York and Toronto started this Bionite company, which was a Griffin lens.
Oh, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, that was the high water content lens. It had about a 55% water, but you see it goes back to that same time frame as the Otto Wichterle lenses.
Oh, and there it says they were purchased by AO.
Yep.
And then became SoftCon.
Yep, and then became SoftCon, exactly.
And then B&L marketed them very differently. They had salespeople, and the first sales manager insisted that all their salespeople come in dark suits. So they were very, very formal,
very unique,
very businesslike.
Yeah.
With the Bausch & Lomb lens.
And now we're into the salt tablets and heat units.
Salt tablets and then heat units. This is the
scepter unit.
Range of the scepter units. The first one you see right here was the original Bausch & Lomb one, 1971. The FDA had no idea on how to disinfect these soft contact lenses, so this is what Bausch & Lomb came up with. If you look kind of closely, that heater unit there was actually a baby bottle warmer. They purchased them from Gerber Baby Food Company and then modified the top lid to hold a contact lens case. So you filled it up, you remember the distilled water that you put in there and push a button.
And actually, it was a marvelous way to sterilize lenses because after that the cold sterilization came in, but unfortunately they put thimerosal into the solution.
And that was this one right here. This was the first.
And the red eyes started.
Red eyes started big time. So you'll love these names here, Paul. The Normal, Flexol, and Preflex. That will resonate with you. Those are just so cool.
Alcon Swirl Cleaner.
Yes.
That sounds like toilet cleaner.
Well, it does sound like
Sorry,
it.
Alcon.
The scepter unit was something that the patients had individually. However, the office had very large units.
Right.
So you can
No,
see
right
all
down
those
here.
lenses, there they are.
I remember
And
those glass vials, cutting my
And
fingers
that
on them.
particular one ended up with a short circuit over a weekend, and our office burned down.
Oh, no.
Boy,
The staff
yeah.
forgot to turn it off before they left.
They lost
So
many
we had
an
a
office
fire.
with that unit.
Wow.
And,
That was when you met me at the door, said, "Dad, you can sleep late tomorrow." And when I came back from the lecture, I said,
you know, this was, you'll notice that a lot of different cleaning systems were developed because at the time, we had to make soft lenses last a year.
Right.
They were replaced on a yearly basis, so a lot of heroic things were developed to try to extend the length of time.
Matter of fact, we had one scheme. We met the developer, a woman who developed the contraceptive sponge. You remember this Seinfeld Sponge-Worthy?
Right.
It was a contraceptive sponge.
I remember that.
And it was FDA approved, and it had the ability that if you would rub a contact lens on it, you could clean it. And we say, this is what we're going to do.
So how did somebody come up with that concept that this is a contraceptive sponge, I'm going to put my contact lens on there? I mean, where did that come from?
Say what?
I mean, who would think of that?
So,
And the chemicals, because it was a spermicide,
Yeah,
right? So,
but-
I mean, wonder what the chemicals would do to the lens.
We started dealing with this crazy woman who had some company in Europe and Germany, and it cost us at least 6 figures by the time we figured out it's not going to work, and then she conned us, and so that another scheme.
Okay, so I'm glad to hear that that
You
was.
talk about my West Indian land, that was even worse.
But, so that actually, nobody ever really did that, so she
No,
took
we
you for a ride, okay, I'm
Yeah,
glad to hear that.
absolutely,
I mean, not that you were taken for a
No,
ride,
no,
I'm not
I-
glad, but that nobody
I
was
haven't
cleaning their
taken for many
lenses on a
rides.
contraceptive
That was
sponge.
only, that was only one of the many rides.
I see CSI lenses back there, and now what else did I see?
Yeah.
Lens Plus, now we're getting into things that I remember.
Yeah.
Those terrible vials that you cut your hand on.
Yeah,
Yep.
and do you have there it is.
The crimper.
The crimper, I remember those things, and those very light, the caps.
Caps that
They were light, and then you
aluminum.
put it on, and then when you try to pull it off,
Yep, there goes your finger.
yep.
And so it's just so much fun. Then lenses that never made it, the 3M lens called the Advent lens, lasted in the marketplace just a few months, and it was a pure fluorocarbon contact lens, very oxygen permeable. They teamed up with Allergan to promote that lens, but it never made it. The Epicon was another one that never quite made it in the marketplace. And then the Nike Maxite
I
down
remember that.
here.
You have any So Soft in there?
Silsoft is right here.
Yep.
Another one that worked beautifully, 100% oxygen permeable,
Yeah.
way too thick. So
Yeah.
it was terribly
And so
uncomfortable.
hard to remove
Yes.
too. It was that rubbery
Yeah,
thing.
it was Dow Corning owned it.
Yep,
and they
Dow
gave-
Corning, way to go.
You
Man,
can
this
ask
has
Joe.
gotta be weird for you.
Yeah.
All these things
I
coming
love it.
back. And
Yep.
just, you wonder where all that garbage is being stored. You know, I always ask myself, where is
Well, are you
it being
kidding?
stored?
I mean, I've got these Gilbert and Sullivan operettas up here that.
Oh, my.
You know,
Oh,
so.
that's, yeah.
But I can't remember what happened to them yesterday.
Yeah, me either. That's the truth.
Well, you've got a DMV in there,
Yeah, we do, and.
and it looks like you have a designer case.
Yeah, we do.
There was a short period where Revlon bought out one of these companies.
Hydrocurve.
Bought out Hydrocurve.
Fort Barnes
And they
Hind.
got themselves a really serious PR firm in New York, and they sent me around the country to talk about their particular product. They were interested in tinted lenses in those days and changing eye color, and but they got me on morning shows all over the place by using a great PR firm.
And that's when you did Phil Donahue.
You know, Phil Donahue came through that as well.
These you'll remember. Now these were called medical alert bracelets, and they were developed for PMMA lens wearers who had been involved in auto accidents and maybe in a coma, because what was happening is people were wearing PMMA contact lenses. They'd be in a 2-week coma. They'd finally look at their eyes and find a huge ulcer sitting there. So these medical alert bracelets made everyone aware of the fact that they were wearing contact lenses. And then these old Shiatz tonometers, you'll remember those. Both you and I were trained on those back in the day. And,
wow.
Really beautiful instruments, and obviously replaced by applanation tonometry. And so...
You know what you need? Oh, you do have it over there. I see. You need. I was looking at this trial lens set. You need a lens cabinet.
Oh yes.
I have a friend at one of the practices where I worked, and she had one of those old. It was a big piece of furniture with the lens. It was beautiful. I wanted it.
Oh no, I wanted. Those are, they sell for a lot of money now, as you can imagine, because they are just beautiful. And read this Barbie doll thing.
I saw that. Does it? Why does it say "looking for Ken"?
Yeah, I just put that in there.
It's a little sexist, Patrick.
A little bit, but.
Oh wait, on loan from the Craig Norman Barbie doll collection. That's totally awesome.
Yeah.
We need to find out what other Barbie dolls Craig has in his collection.
We really don't know.
And you've got eclipse glasses in there.
Yeah, it's part of our history. 2017.
That was really interesting that we had done a story about how to protect your eyes during an eclipse, and there was so much interest drawn during that very short window of time of people talking about that and vision and blindness and looking at the sun. So it was a great news hook and great PR for all of eye care.
It was a wonderful opportunity for eye care to tell the story. And then we have a collection of eye cups there, and this was kind of the original treatment for blepharitis. And I don't know why it went out of vogue, because it's still perhaps one of the better treatments for cleaning the lids and lashes, and very popular in the 30s and 40s. As you can see, a lot of different styles came out. And
well, maybe it will come back into vogue, because neti pots are coming back into vogue.
Yeah,
similar concept.
Yep, exactly.
I mean, that looks like patent medicine, though. What is that, McElroy's lotion? What is that?
Some of these were mixtures that you would put into the eye cup, and not sure what some of these actually had within them, but you'll see in the forefront the bicarbonate of soda tablets. That's what was usually used.
Baking soda?
Yeah. And
this is really cool. And I see some instrumentation up here too.
It starts over
Placido
here.
discs.
These are all from the early 1900s. These are all keratometers, ophthalmometers.
They look like satellite dishes of today.
There were still some in my school.
Yeah, just like that. And,
position. You had the axis on.
Yep, and they rotate, and I swear that they could still be used today. They're the electronics would just have to be redone, but other than that, they're fully functional.
Yeah, there's the old slit lamps too.
Yeah, the old slit lamps, and you really realize that very little has changed in the optics of eye care. Optics are just such a fundamental thing.
So this says circa unknown for this clock, and I'm guessing 60s.
Yeah, you know, some of this stuff I'm still trying to track down, you know. I need to get out to Bosch and Lohm. So much of the history of optics in this country originated there, and I've been in contact with their curator there, and a lovely person, lovely woman.
American Optical still do?
You know, that's the other one. American Optical and Massachusetts are still around. That I am not sure of. And if they're still around, AO was a big. Some interesting things. One, this is our little humble life. What we do is also all of the books ever written on contact lenses, and any articles, brochures, anything related to contact lenses, we're trying to archive and save as well.
Does the AOA library have?
You know, I'm surprised the AOA does not have a very complete collection. I've always been kind of a little taken back by the fact that they haven't taken their kind of the history of optometry a bit more serious. And
in Indiana, also, they have the Historical Society.
Oh, yeah.
They should have.
Yeah. So we need to get involved with all of those folks. Now this, here's a company you'll remember. Milton Roy company. It's American Optical. And this was the original inventory system for fitting contact lenses. And they came in two diameters, 8.2 and 8.7 diameter lenses, all PMMA. And then, but still a fairly complete set. So now.
Brother wore them.
Really?
She wore PMA for a lot of years.
And then, of course, this is the bathroom, but of course we had to deck it out with all of this antique stuff. And so this is really quite fun. And so really anything historical related to eye care, we jump on, Craig and I. This is something you might remember too, the old Leslie Jessen photo periscope. PEK is what it was called. And again, that was another WJ product.
And these are the projectors I used for many, many years.
I know. I know. Sure. See, the thing is that back in those days, that equipment never wore out.
No,
it's like these old greens refractors. Yep. You know, they still are 100% functional today. The workmanship that went into all of these instruments was just unbelievable. And then the other thing that was always amazing to me is how heavy all of this stuff, because it was all made with cast iron, especially this chair. Yep. This is pure cast iron, and from the 1950s, and an old B&L keratometer.
What do you think, Dad? Do you think you could still work it?
I bet you he could. It would come back to you.
This is a slit lamp. It's not.
Yeah, it's just the
And there's the Burton lamp.
Yeah,
You used
the
to
Burton
put
lamp.
black light.
Yep.
People used to use
This one I
fluorescent.
thought was very unique. It was on a mobile stand, and you would wheel it around, and
Fluorescent in and lit up the lens.
whole lot.
So this is the phoropter? Look at how tiny it is.
Yeah, that was one of the real early
That's an
four
early one.
opters. Now here's one of the original four opters, the Zhang four opters, and what you did here is you use your loose lenses and you would put them in here, and then your auxiliary lenses, the prism, would move into position, Maddox rods, all of these things. So this was the earliest of them. And then they evolved into that one there.
Wow.
So,
This had a joystick already.
yeah,
So this is a
Yeah.
newer model.
that's a newer 1950 Zeiss.
Newer.
So yeah,
Newer, yeah.
That's what I had.
1950.
As a matter of fact, most optometrists didn't use one. I remember when I was in the 60s, I joined the, they put me on the committee, the contact lens committee. There were very few people that limited their practice, so even though I was very young, they put me on there. And basically there was a problem because opticians in those days were the leaders in contact lens fitting, and delivery. But the optometrist said, no, they didn't like that idea. I said, well, one thing you could do is make it the state of the art that everyone has to have a slit lamp examination when they wear contact lenses. And then the AOA in their wisdom says, we can't do that because many of our members don't have a slit lamp and you'll estrange them. So not only didn't they have sinks in their exam rooms to wash their hands, they didn't have a slit lamp to examine eyes. But people survived.
Yeah, they made it somehow. Goes back. Hey, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
See you tomorrow.
You betcha. Sounds good. I love it.
So is this yours or is this the school's?
No, this is mine. Mine and Craig's. Completely. And now the story here begins actually in all places, China. China was the first country to produce spectacle lenses. And these are some of those early spectacles. Many of them made of tortoiseshell, and some made of brass. They found their way to Europe, and they think through the adventures of Marco Polo, that he actually then kind of brought back the concept. So they were introduced in the late 1200s.
So Marco Polo brought the concept of eyeglasses, spectacles, in addition to spaghetti.
To spaghetti, there you go. And both have had a big impact. And then here are some of the earliest glasses made in this country in the early 1700s. These were made by blacksmiths at the time. And so they're made of iron, but they were shaped, and these are all from the mid 1700s. So
What are wig eyeglasses?
Wig eyeglasses had these little extenders on them. You'll notice the little bars, the second bar.
To stick in the wig, to stay on.
To stick in the wig.
Interesting.
So they were just referred to as wig glasses. And then in the late 1700s were these models that were available.
So we're moving away from the entire round shape. We've got some rectangular shape.
Yep, we
oval.
sure do.
Interesting. So even then, we're getting into different lens shapes.
Yep. But still, the jewelers didn't get involved. And you can tell as soon as the jewelers got involved, because the frames got incredibly elaborate.
They're rimless.
Yeah, they
rimless?
were rimless, but
Wow.
they were glass. They're all glass. Plastic hadn't come about until the 1920s. So very, very slow on the uptake.
Oh, and there's Franklin's bifocal.
That's an original 1700 Franklin bifocal.
Where did you find that?
Again, been collecting my entire life, and
That's incredible.
yeah. The only thing that I miss about these glasses, and same thing with the contacts, you just wish they could talk.
Oh, of
And
course.
just tell us your history and tell us where you've been. Would be just so absolutely fascinating. And then what happened then, pince nez, and then the Oxford frames, very similar. The Oxford frame used a little spring to hold the glasses on the eyes. And then it was in the 1920s that plastic first got introduced.
Tortoise.
And
Horn rim.
tortoise, and beautiful, beautiful. You know, you look at some of these from the 20s and you go, I would wear those. I mean, those are very cool. I mean, they're just incredibly cool glasses.
Wow.
And then we have the 30s, and then these were glasses that were called inventory glasses made by American Optical. The doctor would buy them in these boxes like this, and then he or she would put them together. The frames are right there, and you can see the different bridge sizes. And then the bows that went around the ear were what are called gold-filled material. What they were...
Expensive.
Yeah, and you could see these are all gold-filled as well. And
you don't have these cases locked?
No.
All right, we're going to edit that part out.
You don't have these locked.
When did male, female glasses start?
You know, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. You know, that's a good question, because they were the same for many, many years. These are just old ads, and then aphakic spectacle lenses. You remember those? Remember the old aphakic spectacle lenses? How thick and heavy, and
People just couldn't get around.
So here are some of the old optics books. We have the Irv Bosch refraction book that you and I were raised on. And that one's actually signed by Irv.
Oh, wow.
So kind of special.
Thank you so much for having me here today, Adam. I really appreciate it. I'd like to share my knowledge of what I have built with my business in hopes that it can help others. So today I will be covering a few things on how to launch an on-demand optometric practice, how to redefine the role of the optometrist in today's need for patients, and also introducing how to be able to increase access to care in a very flexible way for the patient. Of course, we'll have a little bit of time for questions and answers afterwards, and I look forward to them. So a little bit about myself. I am an optometrist who graduated from Illinois College of Optometry in 2004. I have been practicing for nearly 2 decades, and for the most part of it has always been as an independent optometrist and also as a private practice owner. About 5 years ago, my partner and I started a company called Big City Optical, which is a full-scope optometric practice with a retail component. Today, 5 years later,
But,
we expand 16
a lot of
locations
people still
across
having trouble getting into
Chicagoland
lectures. They
area.
have to go out. They have
When
to
I
actually
first
log out
started
and log back
Big City
in.
Optical,
I hope
it
we don't get
was
that many
quite
complaints.
humbling to go
their
back to
complaint.
those days
If
that
you
I
What?
feel the
recall
pain,
being
what
a
happened
student.
to me, I'm
I
sure.
needed to get as much business knowledge to succeed
very,
in
very
this
few,
endeavor.
but the ones that
So I
have,
surrounded
we just
myself
don't
with
understand what. That's why
experts
they have to
in
do
many
some
fields.
troubleshooting.
I talked to equipment vendors, retail consultants,
We must have a
technology
lot of
companies,
signups last night
clinical
and
care
now today
experts
because
to
it
get
just
as
was
much
a
as I
lot of
can,
people.
like a
And
sponge.
it's
So
good.
when you start
Good for
a cold
business, good for us,
practice, or
good for
in
the brand.
general start a private
So
practice,
you're
the
always worried about
biggest
the
thing weighing on you is
competition.
the return on investment. How
I
do
bet
you
you in
invest in
July they're going to go
technology?
back to a quiz.
What
They
are
won't be
the
able to
things
do
that
it.
you're
They can't give
spending your money
freebies,
on
and that'll
to
be
just
it.
get started? So for me, I think
See,
when I
I'm in
was
the lecture now. I'm
approaching this
watching it
question, thinking 5
to see
years
if it
back
goes
now,
on.
the biggest problem I
At
was trying
4:30,
to
it should go on
solve for
precisely.
was how to maximize patient exam
And
availability.
stream will
In the
start.
sense, how, where, and when the patient
Me?
wanted to receive
I'm
care from me.
looking at questions.
I wanted to become convenient and to offer
And now
options
Batman
to
is here.
patients
Oh my
in
God,
that
my kitty
on-demand
Huck
type of
has been
service.
upstaged by Batman.
So that was the idea of starting this practice. And
Right, you need to say,
as
"I'm
you know,
Batman."
there were certain circumstances of
It
the
won't sound
pandemic
as
getting in
good.
the way. And
It'll still
that
sound like an
idea of
optometrist saying
the
I'm
business
Batman.
model
It just
actually
won't come
helped
out.
for me
I
to
get it.
practice and expand during the pandemic. So today,
Well,
5 years
anyway,
later,
this is my
we are
Batman
spanning
helmet from
about 30-mile
1966, and
radius
I just thought
from
I'd take
north to
the
south
opportunity to
across
show
the
it.
very
It hasn't changed
congested,
much,
high
even from
density
1946.
Chicago.
I like it. I like it.
It was too small or too large when I got it. Now it's just a hint too small.
It means that your brain is too big. It means made your head fat.
So,
I just got fat.
So guys, I just showed everybody Mike's helmet. So, for his mask, his cosplay outfit, whatever it is. Hello, everyone.
Cosplay.
Oh my goodness. What a day we've had here.
Batman never made it to the radio, did it? I know Superman did.
Oh, Batman on the radio?
Radio series on.
I don't think Batman was on the radio. He had some movie serials in the 40s, and then the TV show hit in 1960.
And you'd have to have blam and pow, and you wouldn't have all those big
well, what would they do?
Circles with all those graphics come up.
If you wrote the script, the radio script now for Batman, with Superman, it was faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, able to leap tall buildings at a single bound. Look, up in the sky. It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Superman. That was the intro of every radio show.
You got it perfectly, yeah.
That was well done. I was impressed.
Because I'm an idiot savant. Nothing leaves my brain that I knew as a kid.
Well, I always liked Underdog.
Underdog was really good.
Hello, everyone. And welcome to CEwire, where we discuss classic cartoons.
Oh, we're raising the level of discourse by the minute.
We are. Well, Mike, it's good to see you again.
Were you with us? Was the Texas trauma with us when we spoke to you a couple
Yes,
of days
yes.
ago?
Mike was here. He participated in it. So I've been railing against Texas all day today.
Oh, really? Oh, dear.
So.
Oh, dear.
Yeah.
I went to school in Texas. I'm familiar with Texas.
So I just
lived in Houston for 4 years.
Are you familiar with their board? You must be.
I'm familiar with their board, not for several years now because I've been off Arbo, but I know several of their members.
Maybe we could send you in as a mole, and you could ask them. You could wear a wire, and you could ask them what's the deal with the.
He would never make it as a mole. He couldn't keep his mouth shut long enough.
That's probably true.
I can keep my mouth shut if I need to. Just a matter of if I need to or not.
Well, yeah, the word need there is the challenge.
I hold many trusts and confidence, but some things are just sort of obvious. And I think when optometry shoots itself in the feet, which is virtually every day, it's pretty obvious.
Yep. Sorry, I'm trying to help somebody on tech support here as usual. So, Mike, by the way, have you taken any classes today? Have you tried out the software yet?
I have not taken any classes today. I was actually working on some research. This is true.
So you're just a freeloader today.
I am on accredited CE. So I'm taking part in a group project, and hopefully we make a poster suitable for presentation.
Excellent. Tell me about your about what you're doing.
About what I'm doing with the poster.
Yeah, about what your research is.
This poster will concern the success of online CE as compared to lecture CE in effectiveness. And it will be presented at the ACCME in Chicago in April. April.
Interesting. I should talk with you because I still haven't finished my diplomate and I need to do that. And that is part of my topic. So
I see.
Work has taken my life. So
aren't we all interested in CE all of a sudden?
Oh, are you kidding? I've been doing this this was on my list for what, 6-7 years, and it's just.
Oh, I believe that.
Yeah.
I believe that too, but CE is, we really don't talk about it very much, and we're talking about it more and more, aren't we?
Well, because the pandemic is driving that conversation with people saying, why the hell can't we do this all the time?
That's right.
And it's amazing how it can happen when needs must, but then once some of the urgency passes, then everybody says, well, we got to shove all that back in the box. And I think optometrists are saying, I don't think so. I'm not going to have that anymore.
Was the public interest not served during this time, or was it sort of better?
Yeah. Kind of like being a little pregnant.
Yeah.
Well, let's look at it in my odd way, because my answer is I don't know, right? Which is a little controversial, but there's good live lecture CE, there's bad live lecture CE. I assume there's good online CE and bad online CE. So what are we trying to accomplish, and what makes it good? That's really the question, right? What makes it effective?
We don't have any way to gauge, judge, or test the progression of our field. We don't test ODs. We don't require them to do anything more than take CE, which they often don't gain anything from. So there is no way of measuring outcome in different platforms. There's just
really?
No way.
Does anyone do any research in this area?
How could
anyone in the world?
I wish we could. Maybe we should test all the people who attended CEwire versus a matched group of people and give them a general test
Are there other ways to see if your CE is effective?
Outcomes of the patients, but that's very difficult to measure on a national level.
You sound like a therapist asking questions that you already know the answer to.
No, he doesn't.
I do know the answers. I'm yanking you around. Yeah.
So what will you say?
Well, it would be a long lecture. And remember, I'm not really an expert, but there are entire journals devoted to continuing medical education and researching what works on physician learners, what doesn't work, what are we trying to accomplish. And it's actually a large emphasis. If you look at 3 ways optometrists get training or learn, we go to college, we sit in a lecture hall, we see live patients, and the third thing we do is CE. Which one of those do we do the longest? CE. What changes over time? CE. All the information we get. It's actually very important. So the idea that it's good enough to sit in a hall and read a newspaper or look at your phone is not really forward thinking, is it?
No. And I keep on saying our profession is one of the few that really doesn't have peer review. In other words, DOs, MDs, you see their work in the hospital. Other practitioners see it. But unless you practice in an institution or in the VA or something like that, people don't know how good you are, and outcomes are not measured. And so therefore, there's no way of knowing just how a person progresses in their education.
How do we know what optometric learners need to know?
Well, like I said previously, the way I practiced my last year of practice had nothing to do with the way I practiced my first year of practice. And I didn't go back to school, so it must have been from continuing education, reading journals, etc. So how do we know? You don't, but I think the progressive practices that do better, because of their outcome, either financially or in terms of the respect of the community.
Are there any ways for CE providers to know what learners need to know? Aren't you glad you're having me on?
No.
Yeah, you asked the tough questions.
Very much so. Keep it coming.
What's really fun is I'm not getting yelled at. This is rare for me, because most of my last 15 years is being yelled at. So at least I get to ask somebody questions and we have a real conversation. There's a thing called a needs. There's a thing called a needs assessment, and you can listen to what the learners want, which I think Adam will say, well, we already do this, because you might get people who say, hey, I really need a lecture on this, or I'm interested in that. In addition, you can look at data from the government, you can look in journals, you can listen to experts and see what they think the problem is. There are many ways to assess need. And this isn't unique to optometry. This is not bashing optometry. This is any healthcare provider. And the information I'm giving you, sadly, is not new. There's nothing new about what I just said. It's old. I'm old. It's old. It's old.
Well, I'm older than when you started that sentence, but that's another.
Well, like I said, there isn't, sometimes you just have to throw a little reality into things. What's a discrepancy analysis? This is a major CE meeting. What's discrepancy analysis?
I have no idea.
Right. What's gap analysis?
What you know and what you need to know.
Good enough. Good enough. How about if we call it where we're at and where we need to be? And that, again, doesn't have to be an insult to optometry or to a family doctor. If you look at the Academy of Ophthalmology on their website, on their CME, it will describe gap analysis. And they talk openly about gaps in eye care with ophthalmology. You might bring up, are patients with diabetes being dilated and treated appropriately? You might bring up gonioscopy. You might bring up a public health issue that has nothing to do with criticizing the provider. And by knowing where we're at and where we need to be, that's how you make improvements. And this is the whole idea of CE accreditation, which is totally different than saying, let's get some support and put on a meeting. It's a very different way of looking at things, but this has been going on across healthcare for decades now.
That actually was what the ABO did a lot in their modules. They identified areas of need for optometry. We had to complete certain modules, whether you did it with your practice and asking people about A1C and recording it, etc., or some other way of doing things. It was a good initiative, but of course, we won't get into the topic of board certification, but it's dying on the vine, if not dead already.
Right. But like, and we don't need to go, down the rabbit hole of board certification, but those type of learning activities are not bad. Yeah. They're not bad.
So the question is, as a practitioner gets older, I suspect that their ability to learn becomes more and more difficult. I think you can add knowledge onto what you already know. So if you're taking an ophthalmology course, stuff about the eye is easier than if you start lecturing on a whole new discipline that they have never learned in medical school or in optometry college. And so the question is, how do you teach them something brand new? We have courses here that are brand new to optometrists, right, Steve?
Oh, sure. And courses that are more diverse.
So how do you do it? Do you do it from a lecture podium? It can't be a complicated textbook because no one, they'll blur out. They won't read it. So should we have a classic comics version of a new part of medicine or optometry for the older learners? How do you handle them?
Well, I kind of disagree with you, Paul. I'll consider myself, in quotes, an older learner, and I think I'm still pretty smart. Most of the stuff that is new is not quantum mechanics, is not general relativity and matrix algebra. It's not hard to learn. It's whether you want to learn it. Fitting a scleral lens or learning about OCT angiography is not that difficult a subject. It's whether you want to do it or not. I don't think optometry as a rule is not a very complex field. Yes, to know everything about everything, to be an expert in anterior, posterior segment glaucoma and let's go binocular vision, low vision. It's hard to be a master of everything, but it's not difficult, I don't think. Well, do you agree, Mike, that it's not a difficult field?
So it's not, we can't use you as the average optometrist.
Oh, but you think of guys like Alan Panzer and Craig Thomas, who are my contemporaries. They're pretty smart guys, and they know pretty much everything they want to know.
For example, the chemistry of marijuana. Mm-hmm. It's a whole new field. And you get in a marijuana PhD. We have an optometrist here that's teaching the course. You get a PhD that's really serious and going, could the average optometrist handle that type of education?
Maybe, maybe not, but I don't think it's age dependent. I think it's
you have to be very careful what
aggressiveness dependent.
Apply to the practitioners so they don't fall asleep.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I haven't. Our Irish, what's his name? Our Irish PhD.
See, this is the problem. If you can't even remember the speakers' names, then we're in trouble.
John Nolan. Dr. Nolan.
Do physicians learn differently than students?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, the answer is yes. So can you tailor a course towards physician learning?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes. See, I've got Gretchen right where I want her. This is great. Mm-hmm. So what's active learning? What does that mean?
It's things like wet labs, things like that, where they're actually doing it with somebody observing them and maybe mastering a technique, a surgical or otherwise.
That's one answer. Yeah. You've got them engaged, right? Instead of sitting passively listening to someone drone on and on like me about CE.
Right, interactive learning where you're participating in some way. It doesn't need to be hands-on, but it isn't one-way communication.
Right, it might be case-based, problem learning, small groups, some sort of interaction, maybe even a simulation as you keep going on and on and on. And there's nothing wrong with lectures. So if someone actually did listen to me and said, I just want to sit in a lecture, it's my 2 hours of peace, there's nothing wrong with that. But as we go towards what's effective, what changes our practice, what changes our behavior. This is the direction things have gone. And again, really for quite a while. If you look at medicine, farming, nursing, physician assistant, on, and you look at the accreditation community, the things I'm droning on about aren't new. They just seem.
The problem that you're going to have and that we're about to run into today, literally today, is when people don't want to engage actively with the content, right? So we have a situation today where we have given people literally one of the easiest mechanisms they have to interactively engage after this lecture is done, right? They can go on and really mix it up and actively get involved in their own education. And I'm just going to sit back and see how many people actually do it, right? We've given them the ability with one click to start really mixing it up. And I'm kind of curious as to how many people
Well, what
will
if
do
you
it
don't have
versus
any
sitting
questions,
back.
though?
Oh, but there's got to be. I mean, if this is applying to your practice, you know, I mean, if this is going to actually change the way you do something, you'd imagine that you'd have at least one.
The speakers give a lot of information in that hour or 2 hours. And let's see how many people.
But think about it, even when we are in person, how many people ask questions at the end of a lecture versus how many people go up to the speaker after a lecture? Or conversely, in any sort of college or high school class, I mean, I know those are younger students, but how many kids raise their hand and say, oh, I've got a question, versus sending the prof an email or going up to the teacher after the class and saying, you know what, I really didn't get that concept.
Yeah, but
a lot of people don't want to ask questions like that because of the big fear of looking stupid.
True, but we've given people probably the lowest stakes way they possibly can to interact afterwards, right?
Yeah, but their name is still attached. I don't want to go ask, I don't know, Mila Brujic, a question, or an MD. I'm an optometrist and there's an MD lecture. I don't want to be the one person who asks a stupid question. I don't want to look stupid. And even though you think it's low stakes, to that person, that may not be low stakes.
Right.
This is why we hand these out before every meeting, so your identity remains a secret.
So Gretchen,
but to Adam's point, your name is associated.
So wait a second, Gretchen, but if I gave people a way to ask that question anonymously within that discussion thread for each lecture, are you saying that they'd participate more? Because I can do it.
I think that they might. They might. I mean, let's try it. Try it. Or here you go. Ask people, ask your attendees. I'm sure that you're going to send a post-conference survey.
Yep.
Ask, would you
it's
be
already
more
there.
likely
They can click on
to ask questions or to participate if your name was not attached to your question? I mean, think about it. When people get up and ask questions at the end of lectures, so it's not all of them, but a high percentage. This is anecdotal here. These are Gretchen's numbers. A lot of them stand up and they are self-professed experts on whatever the topic is. Sometimes they're looking to make the speaker look stupid, or they're throwing a political grenade in the room. We all know the kinds of people we're talking about. Kind of like you, Paul. You ask a provocative question designed to get a response. You're not saying, you know what, I really don't understand what you meant about when you're just talking about those adverse events for that glaucoma drug, or what you were doing with this scleral lens measurement. I'm really having problems with that. They're going to ask something else that's designed to be provocative and paint them in a better light.
Absolutely true.
Yeah, so I'm not wrong. It isn't people who are just looking for information. They're looking to be assholes about it.
They're looking to trip up the speaker and become more of an expert.
Now, not everybody, but you guys have all lectured. How many people come up to you with genuine questions afterward or contact you afterward versus how many people, hey, especially if you have an interactive lecture, there are some guys and gals who, let's have questions within the class. You don't have to wait until afterward.
Yep.
What's the percentage of questions that are genuine and percentage of questions that are designed to make the questionee look smart?
You've heard the word gunner, right? No?
Yeah.
The answer is probably the great majority are the latter, not the former. not
Yeah.
looking
So
for
if you make the questions anonymous, Adam, in this format, I'm betting that you will have fewer of those, and then you will have more people who are asking because they really do want to know. And I'm sure that you can go back and look at your own data with CEwire over the years. How many people really do ask questions and how many of them are genuine? I mean, you've got the data right here to conduct your own study.
Yeah, but it's a little bit different when you're doing it like for the last 10 minutes of a lecture or whatever. Like, I think this is the first real opportunity that we're going to have in a longitudinal way to allow people to interact. Because doing it at a webinar or at the last 10 minutes or whatever here is one thing. But actually living with the content over a period of months and having a mechanism whereby you can torture the person who gave the lecture for 6 months afterwards, something we've never had before. So,
this one is a little bit new, but just look back on the questions that you had at the time.
Although I will tell you this, Gretchen, for the webinars that I've been doing for the past 13 years, it's like pulling teeth sometimes to actually get people to ask questions, even when they know they're completely anonymous, right? Because I anonymize all the questions that people ask. So I think that's
because nobody wants to raise your hand, and raising a hand is like being in a trench in World War I. You're making yourself vulnerable,
right?
Even if it's anonymous. And that's just me spitballing this theory. But
we'll see. I mean, I might be able to do some A/B testing and turn it so that some places, some threads can have anonymous posts, and some can't within CEwire. I don't know. We could try it. Who knows?
Well, that's not A/B testing, though. I mean, a lot of it depends on the content. A lot of it depends on the speaker. So unless you have it truly half get anonymous and half don't, then you have some bias in there.
Yeah, you randomize it to the extent that you need to have enough power to actually mean something. So I don't know. We could try it and see.
Look at us. We're really getting into this conversation, Mike. I'm glad you're here.
I have another question.
Oh, no.
I know. I'm just going to aim it at you. And I know the answer. I don't know what's true. I don't have all the answers. Is there a way to assess effectiveness other than having a test? Other than having a quiz?
If people implement that anything that they've learned afterward, and I guess relying on either observation. For example, if you teach something in a class and then you're watching students in lab, are they using those techniques that you taught? So that would be observational. Self-report may not be very accurate. I mean, that's kind of a quiz.
Maybe even a panel discussion where, let's say, 5 or 6 people from the lecture just talk about it and you could see what they glean from it.
Sure. If we look at tech, some of the things I've been reading, we all have these things called cell phones now, and you can text. Could use texting to check in on somebody in 4 to 6 months and see if they started performing gonioscopy with increased frequency.
You could ask, but then that's self-report again, and there's an inherent bias.
Oh, your data could stink, but we're not, we're just trying to help. We're not going to fix the unfixable. We're not going to change everything.
So just by the act of texting might prompt someone to say, oh crap, you know what? I forgot about that in that lecture. That, I'm glad that you reminded me. I'm going to go do that now.
Yeah. And isn't that working towards effectiveness? It doesn't cure anything, but it's simple. It's relatively easy.
Right.
And I think you'll find this is the direction things start to go. I don't think we'll go backwards to advertising as CE and sitting in a lecture hall. There'll be some of that. Why are you shaking your head, Adam? What's going on?
I think you're correct in a lot of ways, but I wonder, and especially in fields like medicine or optometry for that matter, I think about the time that I spent at Alcon, and Gretchen, you've been down there too, and you've dealt with the pig eyeballs. There's always going to be that certain proportion of classes that really is ill-suited to this, what we're doing right now, or even being in a classroom, right?
Sure, it isn't a one-size-fits-all for everything.
Yep.
No.
Well,
And I'm just wondering sort of how that's being addressed, because I know in medicine at least, it's not really. So people who really care and want to learn can learn that way, but you don't have to. You can just go straight online and get your 100 credits or whatever and done.
I was speaking to Richard Whitland, who's an MD ophthalmologist who lectures for us. He's a good friend. And I said, gee, with all these new surgical techniques and new IOLs and new approaches to do these techniques, how do you learn it? Do you go to a hospital like you used to? He said, nah, I go online and watch a YouTube, and I'm good enough to be able to do it. And that's how surgeries are being learned now, from at least in ophthalmology.
Well, Steve, I mentioned Alcon before, and I did it purposely because they have a lab set up. If you really work with their IOLs and they like you, they bring you in and they teach you in their lab. That's right in their headquarters.
And why? They get better outcomes. It's better for them because obviously the patient will be happier and people find out about it.
So, I mean, to some people, I think that would sound alarming, right? That you have the company that makes the IOLs inviting you right in to work with them.
Years ago, about 4 years ago, I took a course. It was a wet lab in New Jersey on lasers, where we learned SLTs, YAGs, etc. Because we hopefully.
Wait! I'm going to have to interrupt you. Our next guest is here, Mike. If you want to stick around, if you can feel free, you can interrogate him. So we have Bill Tulo.
Who am I interrogating?
So this is Bill Tulo from Oculus. Let's see if he can connect okay here.
Bill,
how you doing?
Long time no see, Bill. Hey.
Doing good to see you.
Good to see you. I miss you.
I miss you too. Things have been the last couple of years.
Yeah.
We missed your last VOSOP meeting. You forgot to show up in January. We were all waiting for you, and we ate dinner.
I'm a bad patient.
How's it going, Bill? Did you have a good day with patients today?
It was an excellent day today.
Good. So what's it like in your neck of the woods with the pandemic and everything? Are you kind of like over it?
Yeah, I mean, at work, it's like it has been since day one of the pandemic. So at work, nothing's changed. We're still doing everything we did in the beginning, except that our schedule is back to its normal frequency. So things are, I don't think things are going to change in my life at work very much going forward. It's whether the things in the community change, I think work's going to stay the same.
Sure.
People wearing masks now still?
Yeah, we're still doing full masks for patients and for employees in the office, and I don't think we're going to change that anytime soon. I just don't see a need in being in small rooms for people with 15 minutes or more at a time. I just don't see a need right now. I mean, maybe things will change when the environment has changed considerably, but right now it just seems easy. I'm lucky where I work. I'm on campus at Princeton University, so there's I have never got a patient come in not wearing a mask or give me any pushback. So it's a non-issue for me, and I'm fortunate because I know a lot of my colleagues aren't anywhere near that fortunate.
Yeah. So Bill, I'm going to put up on the screen today so everyone can see what it is that you're talking about today, and it's a hilarious title actually, because it's a very confident title, right?
Yes,
like almost arrogant. I mean, it's the most
not
updated.
An updated, but the most updated. Yes. Yes, Clark convinced me that that since we are talking about things that have been published in the last few weeks or months, that he loved the most updated. So I said, okay, let's go with the most updated. It was
when I put that through Arbo, they were like, "You sure about that?" I'm like, "Yeah."
The problem is if you replay this enough times, it will no longer be the most updated.
Right.
So we may have a problem by fourth replay.
Oh my God. Yeah. So what is this all about? This most updated guide? What did you guys actually cover?
Well, we covered a few things. One is we covered that while there is now a real consensus out there that detecting keratoconus, it's necessary to look at the back of the cornea, that it's still better to look at the cornea in all your patients than it is to just wait for them to lose vision, because we know that keratoconus starts long before acuity is affected, long before astigmatism is detected, as far as asymmetry in glasses. So our whole mantra was you need to search for keratoconus and not wait for keratoconus to find you. Before we had cross-linking as an option, it really didn't matter whether we found keratoconus in its early stage or its moderate stage, because it didn't change what we did. We simply fit them with glasses until they couldn't see with glasses anymore. Then we fit them with contact lenses, and that pretty much was all we did. And if contact lenses failed, then we saw if there was a surgical alternative, such as Intacs or transplant. And that was really the methodologies. And again, whether you diagnose them very early on or in moderate stage or even in a advanced stage, it really didn't make a difference to their prognosis. Their prognosis was fairly predetermined. Now that we have cross-linking, and as great as cross-linking is wonderful about stopping progression, but what it can't do predictably is undo the changes that happen in keratoconus. So now it really behooves us to treat these patients early in their stage of disease, well before they've lost vision, because we can't reliably regain or restore lost vision. So now it becomes important for the optometry community, which sees 70 to 80% of these patients routinely, to search for keratoconus and not wait for keratoconus to fall into their lap. And while the technology that's optimal to search for keratoconus is either OCT or Schleimflug technology that looks at the back of the cornea, which is not available to every optometrist, incorporating things like understanding all the other complications or all the other signs and symptoms of keratoconus, and being ultimately sensitive to that, and maybe referring for Pennicamp studies or Schleimflug studies from another device, that when a patient has suspicion of keratoconus, and maybe that's inferior steepening on normal topography, maybe it's eye rubbing, maybe it's asymmetrical astigmatism, putting all these factors together, looking at the age of the patient and looking at suspicion and not waiting till acuity is affected, is really what we are trying to help people help their patients, because really cross-linking is wonderful, and treating patients before they lose vision is really where it's all at right now. And the hard part is finding these patients, because they're not, the practices doing cross-linking are not the places where the patients are being seen for routine care. So these patients are going to their optometrist, they're being seen, they're being fit with glasses and contacts, but they're not being diagnosed with keratoconus. And it's a real problem.
So you didn't mention one thing that, again, you can find very early in the game. I hope you mentioned in your lecture, because then it won't be the most, I feel like a gunner now, the genetic testing that is just become available for cases.
Yeah, we didn't delve deeply into that. The genetic testing is definitely helpful. The problem is if you ask an optometrist when they're going to send someone for genetic testing, they need to do all these other things. I mean, they need to suspect it first, because you're certainly not going to send someone for an expensive out-of-pocket genetic test without the other risk factors that go along with it, with maybe a family history, maybe eye rubbing that they're doing, maybe some other asymmetric astigmatism or inferior steep topography. So your point, Steve, is beautiful. Genetic testing really rounds out a lot of what we do. And especially if you're not going to treat the patient for whatever reason, if they're not progressive and they're stationary, I think the genetic testing plays a real big role in the non-progressive keratocone. But it's interesting. IKA, the International Academy of Keratoconus Academy, I just did a study along with a few other people where we looked at a pediatric population in urban Chicago. We scanned over 2,000 kids. And the data is about to be published in ARVO, and it shows that the incidence of keratoconus in childhood population in the US, which has never been shown before, is somewhere around 4 times higher than what's published right now on most websites of 1 in 2,000. It's closer to 1 in 500. Ooh. So this stuff is out there, and we don't see it because if you don't look for it, you'll come in, you have an eye exam, and you'll go, and we'll see you in a year, and you'll never diagnose it. So it is very prevalent in the U.S. It's very prevalent in virtually every practice, whether you see children or not. You're going to see patients with keratoconus. So I think the genetic testing, though, will play probably a bigger role going forward once there are multiple companies out there. The price comes down. It becomes possibly covered by insurance at some point. But that is it's a key factor, because then at least, especially once you establish it in the family, then you get the whole family tested, and the secondary relatives. It's really a good tool.
You can intervene way early in the game.
Exactly. But again, right now, because of the stage where we are in cross-linking, we're really not intervening till they're progressive. Because cross-linking isn't without side effects, and there are, I mean, again, especially now that we still have to take off the epithelium, Once we have epithelium on, we're probably going to be a little bit more aggressive in our protocols for doing cross-linking on maybe a plano eye that we know the other eye is keratoconic, and now we know that the chances of producing haze or loss of best corrected vision are close to zero. We'll probably be a lot more aggressive with those patients. But yeah, but the genetics will play into a factor. Because right now we really just ask the patient, do you have a brother, a sister, a mother, or father with keratoconus? And A, they don't always know what keratoconus is, and B, it doesn't have to be a first generation relative to have risk.
The other good question is, once it's approved for Epi-on, do you perceive ODs doing it?
Absolutely, but it's got, like everything else in our land, 50 laws, 50 states. So yeah, some states will consider it surgery. Some states will not consider it surgery. So yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of states that will immediately be able to do it, and in some states it's going to be contentious, and in some states like Massachusetts probably never. So yeah, but optometry will get involved in cross-linking once Epi-on gets approved. And right now the data is into the FDA. So fingers crossed, maybe 2024 we'll see, 2023 we'll see Epi-on cross-linking approved in the next year or two.
That'd be great.
I can only imagine the fights, state to state, that they're going to have as soon as it is approved. It's going to be a sort of a new front. I mean, I think it's going to. Well, I mean, I don't think there's a legitimate reason to challenge it, but I think it's going to be contentious at the very least.
Oh yeah, it totally will be.
Absolutely.
How could you consider surgery? I mean, there's
going to be a very high price point of entry also, so that's going to limit some OD excitement for getting into it, because it's a different device. It's not the KXL device that's currently used for Epi-off. It's going to have oxygen in, so they're going to use pulse oxygen, pulse light. It's going to be a little bit different in order to get the efficacy of the Epi-off as high as the efficacy of Epi-on as Epi-off. There's going to be a whole different device, and it's my guess is it's going to be significantly more expensive, and so getting into it won't be cheap. And since Glaukos and Vidro have the corner on that right now, they're likely to be the first one approved with Epi-on. It'll be interesting, but it's going to be messy. As everything with optometry is. Nothing's clean with optometry when we get an approval for something. So it'll be interesting.
You know, I have a question for you. You mentioned, of course, that detection is now really important, right? Since we can actually do something about it. Do you know how efficacious that's been? Are people actually being diagnosed younger yet, or are ODs still kind of behind?
ODs are still kind of behind. I think there's a tier of ODs that have access to the technology, but the big issue is unlike other countries outside the U.S., topography or tomography in general has not become a routine part of the screening process during an eye exam. When you go to the clinics in South America, in Europe, clinics are more centralized, medicine is more centralized. This equipment is often available in these clinics. In the US, there's hundreds of clinics in each major city, and everything is decentralized. So for them to be able to afford a $35,000 machine in every clinic, it's not realistically going to happen. So a lot of companies like Oculus and other companies are working to bring down the price of this technology so that at least as a screening device that more people will be able to incorporate it. But the big challenge has been, if you go into the average optometry office, if they're seeing 30 or 40 patients a day, adding 4 minutes to their exam to screen for this is significant. When you multiply that by 30 or 40 patients, it's a lot of time for a technician, a lot of time to slow down the office. So the challenge has been trying to figure out how to develop a screening tool that's quick and fast and will be easily incorporated into the normal workflow of routine eye care. Because if you wait to find other factors to then order the test, you're going to miss a lot of people. And that's really the challenge that we've been trying to solve.
Yep. And I'm kind of curious, Bill, you know, we didn't mention that you're the medical director at Oculus, in addition to, you know, seeing all the patients at Princeton. So what's been going on the other side of your life? You know, I haven't actually been out on the road very much over these past couple of years. What's going on out in the world of Oculus?
Sure. The world of Oculus has actually been an exciting 12 months since I've joined them. We've introduced 2 new devices, one mostly for ophthalmology, which is a new Pentacam AXL Wave. This does now not just tomography, but it also does biometry, axial length. It also does wavefront aberrometry and retroillumination. So for the cataract surgeon, this device it takes the place of your aberrometer, takes the place of your biometer, and it's one device in one that does all those things. So the Penacam AXL Wave has been really, on the ophthalmology side, the big new product from Oculus. On the optometry side, I'm really excited that we finally, after many, many years, got FDA approval for the Myopia Master. The Myopia Master is a device that combines keratometry, autorefraction, and axial length. And so for the optometrist doing myopia management, the Myopia Master is a fantastic device, a tiny, tiny footprint. Again, it combines 3 different technologies all into one. So if you're doing ortho-K or any kind of myopia management, it's really the device that I have this device, and even a 6-year-old sit for this. It only takes seconds to get the 3 measurements you need. And one of the problems with most biometers on the market is they're designed for 60-year-old adults for cataract surgery, not designed for 6-year-old kids who can't fixate for more than a few milliseconds. So it's really a great device for children. It gives a great printout for parents. One of the things, if you do myopia management, a lot of the conversations you need to have are with the parents, not with the patients. So it gives a lot of patient education, and it allows you to track the axial lengths over time, which is really the crucial thing if you're doing myopia management. If you can't track the axial length and you can only track refractive error, you're missing a big part of the risk of high myopia.
How's that being received, Bill, in terms of practices buying it? Free houses and the like, people who do a lot of myopia control.
I'll just say that we have a problem. We can't produce them as quickly as we sell them. So that's a nice problem to have.
Yeah, good problem to have for sure.
Exactly. So right now our focus is between the supply chain issues that we have and everything. These are all produced in Germany. So our biggest issue is fulfilling all the orders that we take. So it's been great as far as that aspect goes. I'm almost afraid if the big people like Treehouse Eyes has dabbled, but if the big people start ordering hundreds of these, we're going to really have to start building manufacturing facilities all over the world, because we can't make them as quickly as we sell them, which is, again, a great problem to have.
What's the price point? I'm curious, because I just retired, but I would buy this in a second.
Sure, list price is $28,900. So it's again, especially if you need to replace your autorefractor, it's almost a no-brainer. And it's just it's one of those devices that will last forever. It really has very few moving parts. It's just a wonderful, spot-on, great autorefractor, great biometer. And again, even if you don't do myopia management, if you're doing just axial length for other purposes, it's a great device to have.
Yeah, I put up a picture on the screen. The industrial design is adorable. I mean, this thing really is tiny, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's tinier than most autorefractors.
Pretty amazing.
You can be at Vision Expo East, Bill?
We will, yeah, and we'll have Myopia Masters at Vision Expo East. The other thing that's unique about Oculus, that's different than most other companies, is if you notice, we can use any computer screen, any computer. So we're agnostic when it comes to printers, when it comes to displays, when it comes to computers. We obviously supply one, but you can replace or upgrade or change and use any devices. So we're not proprietary when it comes to those kind of things. And we have DICOM output too, so that our devices can speak to your EMR and software and things like that to make it as easy as possible.
And one of the things that I know about you guys as well, because my OD out here, Dr. McBride, uses your equipment extensively since he does a lot of scleral fits, is that you guys are constantly tinkering and upgrading the software. I know that he constantly gives you feedback, and it keeps on rolling, so the support really keeps going on.
Yeah, one of the things that differentiates, one of the things I love about working at this company is that when I go out and visit different customers, whether it's ophthalmologists or optometrists, and I get feedback from them, the feedback is so awesome. I can go right back to my counterpart in Germany, relay this information, and literally within weeks or months, there'll be an upgrade to the software that often will incorporate these issues. And for an example, right now, one of the issues we've been told that is that we need some changes to our software for ortho-K users. There are some things that would make it easier for them. So we're building ortho-K software specific on the Penacam for ortho-K users. So this company is extremely responsive to feedback, and the software updates are provided at no cost to the customers that purchase the machine. So we're a little bit different than a lot of companies out there in that sense. Is that we're constantly trying to improve, and I love the fact that they're really responsive to feedback.
That's really cool, and I bet you all of the users appreciate that as well.
Yeah, I mean, it really helps build brand loyalty. I mean, most people say once they buy one Oculus device, they start asking, well, what else do you guys do? What else do you provide? Because all of our devices use a common database, so it makes it easier. If you replace your visual field guide, we have visual field machines that do the same exact threshold fields that you're accustomed to. So it's nice when all your devices are speaking with one database. You don't have to input multiple patient data multiple times. It makes things very easy. So yeah, I mean, it's a great company, and I mean, we're known for our hardware specifically because our hardware is so robust, and it just is really, really quality German engineering. It's really I'm proud to be associated with the quality of the engineering of these products.
Yep. What I love about you guys too, which I always find hilarious, is that like even though it's a German company, it's a big company. The U.S. operation, as far as I can tell, is very sort of small and homespun. Like you're up here in Seattle, right, which is where the sort of headquarters of it is, and you see the CEO of the U.S. operation setting up the booth when you go to the trade shows, right? Like it's very sort of like hands-on.
Yeah, it's truly a family company. Even the German part of the company is one big family, the Kirschable family, and they're the ones that own all the pieces of Oculus, and it's been a family company for over 125 years. And the U.S. component, Michael Wobler, is the only CEO you'll ever find at Vision Expo upside down under a table, putting the table together.
Hilarious.
So yeah, we all do everything. I mean, and it's only 50 of us. It's not a huge U.S. contingent, but it's a family. And it's a fantastic company.
Excellent. Well, thanks for taking the time here today, and I hope your talk goes well.
Yeah, it actually went well. I mean, we had 360 people, which was fantastic. It was
wow.
Yeah,
Great.
I was really shocked. I'll give Clark all the credit. He's a good-looking one. So even though our faces wasn't on, he's a good sounding one. But yeah, no, it was really great, and I thank you guys always for allowing us to be part of this program. This program has really become quite a phenomenal program.
Well, tying into what we were talking about before you popped on, how interactive were the attendees in your class? Were you getting a bunch of questions, or were people just sitting there?
In the second half, we got a fair amount of questions. The first half, unfortunately, a lot of people couldn't pop on. They didn't know how to scroll down. I guess our course was low in the field. I'm not exactly sure what they were talking about, but a fair number of people, once I think we hit the 200 mark, could not get in, and some of them joined as much as 20 minutes late or more. So there was some issue in the first half of people joining that was stuck in the other room from the other class. But once that got cleared up, they started asking lots of questions during the second half.
Right. Yeah, so we saw that today where some people couldn't actually, the lecture wouldn't start for them. All they had to do was hit refresh. But if they don't know that,
they just couldn't figure it out.
Yeah, so that was our fault for not actually reminding them, by the way. Hit this so you don't miss the class.
Let me ask about the questions people were asking, because we were having this conversation earlier. Were they sincere questions about not understanding something that you said and wanting to learn more? Or were they, as Steve termed them, the gunners in the room looking to prove how smart they are? What percentage would you say?
I'm used to the gunners. A lot of the gunners seem to show up to my talks often, which I don't mind, but we didn't get that today. We had a lot of good questions about, well, would you cross-link, if you have one eye with keratoconus and the other eye no signs or symptoms, would you cross-link the other eye? Great question. So I would say over half the questions were really good questions, and the other half were other types of questions. Yeah, sometimes but at least they typed the question. I always appreciate it when people ask the question, because sometimes the questions are better than the slides, and answering the questions and that everyone can see those answers are much better. So I was happy with the response.
Well, thank you for that little N of one for us to be talking about education and how people participate in online CE.
Do we not have great ODs in New Jersey? By the way, Bill, it's amazing. Have they all come from New Jersey?
That's what it is. It's the Jersey water.
Yep.
That's why we make good bagels and good pizza also.
There you go. All right, Bill. Well, thanks for coming out, and
Thanks
I'm
again,
sure
Adam.
I'll
Thanks,
see.
Steve. Thanks, Gretchen. Thank
It
you,
was good
everybody.
to see you, Bill.
Good to see everybody.
All right, catch you later.
Have a great day.
Well, guys, I hate to say this, but I'm going to have to step out too. I don't know if you remember, I said I had to leave early today because my daughter and I are going to see Hadestown.
Oh, wow. It should be good.
Yeah, so, but I will be back here bright and early.
In New York or Philly?
Are you kidding? I would have left by now if it were in New York. No,
Okay.
it's just Philly.
It's just Philly.
Well, it's a touring. I'm not seeing it on Broadway. I'm seeing a touring version, which is better than none. So, but Olson, you and I are going to talk. I want to talk with you more about this. And I'm actually really bummed to be leaving now, but
I'm going to leave too, I think, but I have an observation before you say what you say.
Okay.
You know, that gentleman perfectly described a knowledge gap and perfectly described a performance and practice gap about early keratoconus. You couldn't have a setup for a CE course and looking for changes in performance and practice and helping community health more than that. He nailed it.
Right. But a few hundred heard it rather than 40,000 who don't know what he said.
Well, you have to start somewhere.
That's true.
I mean,
well, you and I are going to talk, my friend. So for the rest of my peeps here, I will see you mañana, and it is 1 o'clock, I'm telling you.
Agreed. All right, Gretchen, so we'll see you tomorrow morning.
All righty, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Have a nice evening.
Bye.
Enjoy.
So Mike,
Yes.
In terms of outcomes with this particular lecture, as I was thinking about it, this would actually be quite easy to measure. You take the people who actually sat through the lecture, you have them study their charts to see if the average age of their keratoconus patients drops. Done, right?
You could do, you could come at it from a lot of ways. And honestly, if what we try, I'm not even part of this, but if what someone tries doesn't work, then you know what doesn't work. Then you alter your path for the next time. And that type of direction is where education goes. You know, it goes, this always sounds kind of offensive to people, but it's not intended at all. It's the difference between being a planner and being an educator. And are you really trying to spend your life trying to change patient outcomes? And it's a different way to look at it.
Yep. Well, I think also I know you weren't around earlier today, but we had one of the head guys at Arctic, so they make a genetic test for AMD, and apparently a lot of the existing physicians who believed in ARIDS and everything else didn't actually agree with the data that he found about zinc being a risk. And even though the data now was clear that, for a certain subset of patients, it's a risk to use zinc, a lot of people just were like, no, we're going to stick with what we knew. And I can't help but wonder if that's just human nature, where people know what they know. And God damn it, I don't care what these clinical trials show. This is what I'm doing.
But Adam, the numbers are so simple. If they did a group of people and they gave them AREDS 2 and 85% are going to benefit, that's going to give you a positive result, which it did. But they increased the resolution by determining, yes, it's good, but for a certain percentage, it's not good, and you have to take out the zinc, and you can get a better outcome, and you can measure that over time.
I agree with you completely, but as he was saying, there is still this not insignificant group of people who disagree, or they're absolutely not going to move on their opinion. And I wonder, in healthcare in particular, is this a problem with people that they're just going to shake their heads?
Yeah.
No matter what you tell them?
I think you're right.
I mean, I don't want to wade into dangerous waters, but I will, since only how many people are watching us? 30. So today, a large-scale study came out with everyone's favorite drug, ivermectin, right? Showing that it is absolutely worthless for COVID. 100% Do not. It does not do anything. Okay. How many people are going to be like?
One I put on ODwire.
It might have been. I just saw it. I just saw it on Medscape before. I'm like,
it's a left-wing conspiracy.
All right. So I'm like, how many people are going to look at this and they're going to shake their heads, they're going to cross their arms and say, no, I don't believe that.
No, it's what they want us to believe. They're feeding us this information.
So,
whatever.
Yeah, I just wonder, it's an interesting thing trying to measure, what you can actually change, but I wonder how much human nature is just resisting.
Well, somebody is vested. I remember when soft lenses first came out, Bausch & Lomb invested a lot of money with courses. They actually charged people to take their course on soft lenses, but a lot of the old hard lens guys just didn't take the soft lenses for a couple of years. It took a while until they started using them.
Yeah. Just to your point, Mike, in terms of wet labs, again, I was talking about this wet lab with the lasers before he came in, with YAGs and SLTs and stuff. And one of these stations we had to do was put a gonio lens on and kind of do SLT on a cow's eye, but also put gonio lens on ourselves. And the group of 15, there were 5 that literally did not put it on the eye. So here we're discovering in our wet lab how incompetent in a small analysis 1/3 of our field was. They never did gonioscopy. There's no way, because they just didn't know how to put it on the eye. So that's when you find out, when you have a peer review type group and you can see what people could do in terms of their basic skills, BIO, things like that.
Yep. And by the way, people are listening to us. They're responding in the chat about this conversation that trying to change doctors' minds is like herding cats. And it really is true. I mean, it can be really challenging if people believe what they believe and don't want to change. I mean, it would be the easiest thing in the world for me today when people had technical trouble on the site. I could have also just shake my head and say, oh, these stupid people, they don't know what they're doing. Our software is flawless. How dare they?
Yeah.
How dare they say that? But no.
I tested it once.
Right. So I mean, you have to go with what the data's showing you, right? But so many people are resistant to doing it.
Mm-hmm. Even a few years back, I spoke with Mark Bullimore about myopia control. We were talking about maybe measuring axial length, and the audience popped up and said, well, you're just going to find out their prescription anyway. What do you have to measure it? You know that if it didn't change, the axial length would change. And now it's become the forefront. So paradigms do change. Was Thomas Kuhn, you guys read Thomas Kuhn's book in the 80s, I think it was, about paradigm shifts? It's an old field, but science and medicine specifically.
I don't want anyone to move my cheese. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's a great book. I love that book.
Yeah.
You know what he's talking about, Adam?
Yes, I know what he's talking about, and I feel like we are primary cheese movers here with this conference, and people are very unhappy with us because of it.
Well, if there was ever a profession that needs to adapt, it's probably optometry. We face many different problems, and we'll get through them. It's not the sky is falling, but things are changing very quickly, and we just can't stay the same. It's not going to work. It's not going to work in CE, let alone practice or education.
Yep. A lot of things we're learning here, you think the schools are teaching? Absolutely not. It's too new.
And I'm getting more emails here about the credits today. So I think what we're going to have to do here in a few minutes, I may have to duck out of here early and compose an excellent email to everyone reminding them that they will get credits even though they're not showing yet because the computer has to
we're done with our interviews and we got a long day tomorrow, so we could cut out a little bit early. I'll go in all the rooms and make sure that I tell them to refresh and look at your what do you call it, credits at the bottom.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep videos running here too, and I'm going to actually stay in the chat room here, just so people can, have some interaction with me if they're getting upset about their credits or whatever. It's been hard today. It's funny. We had a confluence of 2 bugs, which have created difficulty communicating. The first is when people go into a chat room, the prior messages aren't there, right? So normally when you go into a chat room, you see the old messages. They're not. So when people freak out about their credits not being there, they come into the lobby and they don't see any of this old chat where I've described 80 times what's going on, how we're waiting till this evening to actually recompute all the credits for people. So yeah, so two bugs that are going to be squashed this evening. And what I'll probably also do is send out an e-blast to everybody and start a new thread on ODwire so we can all talk about the conference tonight. So if people have questions, they can get me tonight and we can chat about it. So.
In the chat rooms, I think the banner did stay up. In other words, the banner is about transcripts, the banner is about...
Yeah, so the banner has a little push pin in it. Do you see that? It's at the top. It's got like a little push pin icon. So it's like stuck to the top. What's happening, and if you want to get into the technical weeds of this, is if anybody out there cares, when you enter a room, right, it has to refresh everything. And so imagine 1,500 people enter a room at the same time. You'd be forcing the server to pull up the entire chat history for all 1,500 people. And we were worried if we did that today and brought up that chat history for everyone when they entered a room, that it would cause huge resource spikes in the server. And so that's why tonight we're going to go back. I'm going to work with the developers. We're going to regroup and talk about how we're going to make it so people could see those old messages when they come into a room without, destroying the servers and putting a huge strain on the resources. So we can't do that when it's actually running right now because we don't want to mess anything up for people watching the live talks. So one of those things. Like
during the conference, people do enter the room at 12:59 for 1 o'clock lecture. Everybody is coming in at that same moment.
Right, and so that's the big challenge we face. You get this really sort of spiky demand, and it's an interesting issue. In fact, my server, ODwire itself, which is where people are downloading the handouts from, was screaming out to me before because one of these handouts is like 20 megabytes or something. It's got huge pictures. I don't know if it was Friedberg. It's got huge pictures in it. And,
that's an example, Mike, of how we could gauge things. If people are downloading handouts, they're interested. They're not just mailing it in. So that's a good measure, at least.
Yep.
I see. Well, I have other plans for tonight. I have to go take care of those.
He's got to go fight some crime.
It's going to be a busy night here. It's winter in Minnesota, so I have to put on my thermal bat suit and go help the citizens. So thank you for having me.
And you're at all. Thank you for your piercing questions and making us think.
Well, who would know the answer to those? But it's another way to interact. There's a lot going on.
Indeed. Well, good luck tonight. Try not to die.
Have a nice evening.
I'll be fine. It's too cold to shoot straight, so they'll miss me.
All right. Have a good night, Mike.
Bye.
Oh my gosh. Well, this has been quite a day.
Okay, I think it's time.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think, we still have a bunch of people in, and I'm gratified that they're actually watching us here just bullshitting. I mean, Susan Resnick is here. Hey, Sue. She's in the room watching us, I guess, after her lecture. So I think she's just here hanging out. So cool. It's kind of nice to see everybody. And I hope that everyone, or most everyone, had a good experience. I know we squashed a huge number of bugs this morning. And more will be squashed tonight. But I think all in all, for the first run of this has actually been okay.
Survived.
Yeah, I mean, I was concerned actually, that the whole thing would just kind of collapse in a heap on itself because of the demand, but it's done quite well.
Okay, it's time for a nap.
Yeah. All right, well, why don't you go nap? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually get a video playing here. What I might do is put, again, one of those webinars on. Since, we're getting different people coming into the lobby, they haven't seen the old stuff. Maybe I'll show Luno's webinar from January. And at the same time, I'm going to start composing emails. And if anybody has any questions for me, Sue's lecture's tomorrow. I didn't realize. So she just took 2 courses. Nice. Excellent. Coming in and doing stuff. So very cool.
I'll go to all the various rooms and answer questions and diffuse any
problems. So Steve, the big thing that you need to stress to people is that their credits are safe. Right, we have all the data. It's just a matter of processing it, which we didn't want to do to overload the servers while people were on them. Tonight, probably I would guess by, what time is it now on the East Coast? It's almost 6, getting close to 6, 5:45. I think by 9 o'clock tonight, it should all be processed and in. So
one question that's coming up is they got the credits for course 3, 4, and 5, but didn't get it for 1 and 2. Did you dish me on those? And
no.
I try to show them, no, the software knows you're there and you'll get your credits.
So as they explained it to me, so remember, after each class, the way it was supposed to work, the software after each class is done does a script where it analyzes the data to give people the right credits. that runs after each class. Because there were so many people in each class, the processing was going. Next class is on. Next class goes through. Next class finishes. Old one is still processing. New one starts processing. More, right? And so you end up starting to have multiple processes running credits that the first one doesn't finish. So it stops, let's say 3/4 of the way through. Now you have 25% of people who didn't get their credits. The next one started. So for the hour two, started issuing credits for hour two, never finished. So a bunch of those were left out. So what ends up happening is you have a patchwork right now on your transcripts with some that are in, some that aren't. And so what we're doing tonight is, what we're doing tonight is after all this is over, is just rerunning everything. So.
And it doesn't have to be chronological of what you're getting, what's being posted.
Exactly. So it's almost like your transcript is moth-eaten. Like some things are in and some things aren't. And that just is the way the process is running. So once we get out of here and everybody's off these servers, we can actually run these scripts safely without interrupting anybody's experience. And then so by later tonight, they'll all be up there. So, and I hope in the future, we can run them closer to real time. I don't think that they knew how long these were going to take to run because we didn't realize how many people we were going to have today. I don't even know how many people we had today. Ultimately, 1,500 maybe, more?
I'd say at the first 2 hours, easily 1,500.
Right. So throughout the course of the day, we may have had 2,000 people come through, right? We just, I don't know.
Those people dropped out?
Yeah. So it was definitely bigger than I thought it would be for day one. So anyway, we'll fix that all up. We'll fix up the problem with the chat not being displayed when you come into a room because that's really important. You want to see some of the older chat, even if it was like the last 10 messages, right? You'd like the context for what's going on in a room. So there's that. So a bunch of minor little bugs, and we're going to try to troubleshoot the problems people had where the lectures wouldn't automatically restart. For the majority of people, the lectures did automatically start properly, but for some people it didn't. And apparently these guys have been working on it all day to try to figure out why, and tonight when we meet, they're going to explain it to me. So I think we've got that under control too. So it's been quite a day.
We made it through, though.
We made it through, yep.
Okay, I'm going to go to the lectures. You stay in the lobby.
Yep.
And Paul, go swimming.
Yes.
Okay.
Paul can go take a nap. So, all right, well, I guess that's it for me. Again, if anybody needs anything, I'm going to still be here on the chat. I'm just going to play a movie so you can watch something. And have a good night, everyone. Catch you later.
And the Zoom link is a different link, correct, for tomorrow?
It's going to be, different tomorrow. You'll see it in the spreadsheet, and then we can go from there.
Okay.
All right. See you guys later. Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another ODwire webinar. Now tonight, before we get started, let me just lay down some ground rules here for everyone. First and foremost, I know everyone here is asking themselves, where's my Starbucks card? And well, congratulations on making it out tonight, and that will be emailed to you tomorrow. So be on the lookout for it, and thank you for being here. Second thing, tonight, before we get started, I want to remind everyone that this is an interactive session. And you'll see on the right side of your screen, there's a questions box. Feel free to type into that question box. I will take your questions and hold them aside. And then at the very end of the presentation tonight, we're going to have a little Q&A with the panelists who are here. And speaking of the panelists, let's just dive right into this. So tonight's lecture is all about, as you can see on the screen, growing and scaling your practice with wavefront-based technology. Now, it feels kind of strange, actually, because of the pandemic. I know most of us are not traveling, right? And it almost feels like we've been in timeout for the last couple of years. But, despite the fact that we're not going anywhere, technology has moved on, right? And new products are coming out all the time. And in this past year, we actually started returning to conferences. A few of us, anyway, we dipped our toes in the water. And so at these conferences, there have been panels and a lot of really interesting talks that have been given that unfortunately many people haven't seen, right? Because so few people are traveling. But fortunately, through the miracle of technology, a lot of these have been filmed. And tonight what we're going to show you is one of these panels that was actually done at Vision Expo West, all about growing your practice with wavefront-based technology. The folks at Luno Technology recorded it. And it was a panel with some folks that I think everybody here at ODwire knows very well. We have Dr. Rasa, Dr. O'Connor, Dr. Gerson, and Dr. Hoff. You've all seen them before in in other ODwire shows, and they're here on the panel, and then we're going to do a Q&A at the end. And I just have to let everyone know that unfortunately Dr. Gerson can't be here with us tonight, but you'll see him in the video. So we'll go over some more introductions in the video itself. And again, if you have any questions, just use the question box. I'll hold your question aside, and then at the very end, we'll have a pretty spirited Q&A.
Welcome, everybody, to our presentation. My name is Dan McNulty. I'm president of Luno Technology North America. Our company has brought wavefront technology to the U.S. market way back in 1994. I'm excited to have on stage with me four clinical excellence leaders, each of whom use Luno technology products in unique and innovative ways. I'll go ahead and ask maybe the panel to start introductions. Dr. Ross, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure, I'm Dr. Rasa. I am the owner of Big City Optical from the Chicagoland area.
And I'm Greg O'Connor, and I've been in private practice in Malibu, California for 41 years.
Jeff Gerson, and I'm in practice in Kansas City.
My name is Michelle Hoff, and I'm a clinical instructor at UC Berkeley School of Optometry, where I just recently retired after 30 years.
I'm going to breeze through our introduction slides because I forgot. So there's Dr. Rasa. We met Dr. O'Connor. And if you see anything that you want to cover that we missed, because I missed the slide, go for it. Anything you want to cover? Shall I move?
You can move.
We'll move. Dr. Gerson and Dr. Hoff. Okay, so what we decided as our theme for today is pictures are worth 1,000 words. And each one of our users up here have submitted a range of pictures or images that incorporate our technology into their practice. So we thought we'd walk through different images that they provided and ask the particular person to speak to their image. Whose image is this one? Is this a Dr. Rasa? You want to speak to kind of why this image? What are we looking at?
Absolutely. So this image, as you said, is worth 1,000 words. And the way this is presenting is a typical pre-test area in my practice, downtown Chicago, where footprint is very expensive, and we want a small space and to be able to accomplish a lot in it. The way the setup works is that the patient checks in, they already filled out their medical history in the portal, or when they came in, that is already visible in my EHR. They're escorted to this pre-testing area. They're first analyzed with the lens analyzer, their habitual RX. Their wavefront is ran with the eye refract, which compacts the information from me on their refractive status as far as their uncorrected VAs, the patient's VAs with the habitual RX, and also the VAs with the eye refract wavefront information. With several subjective options given by the artificial intelligence and geared by my technician. We also have the prescription that is the manifest reflection suggestion. Then the patient turns around and we run the big part of the items that are required on the comprehensive exam, which analyzes the anterior segment. It gives us the idea of the patient's wavefront once more to verify what we just received. Also gives me the pachymetry, topography, anterior chamber angles. It gives me any opacities that might be visible on the lens, and also gives me the posterior segment wide field image of the back of the eye, and also the NCT readings that are recorded at the same time. All of this information is uploaded into my EHR within seconds. And at that point, before even meeting my patient, I already have a lot of data to review and to design in my mind the plan that how I'm going to address their chief complaint, the recommendations that I will make, answer their perceived problems coming in, and also discuss unperceived reasons of me seeing the patient, especially with the health information that is collected, and to make the right recommendations and consultation for the patient. All of this that you see here in this setup is taking less than 10 minutes to gather and be ready for me to review on my EHR.
That's kind of amazing. That's 1,000 words. One thing I noticed about this picture, there's one chair, right? I mean, you have a lot of instrumentation. The information that you just provided is extensive. And the patient is really, they're not moving. They're just swiveling.
Yes.
Which is really, really neat. And you're not in the picture. You're just getting the information from the cloud.
It is very socially distance friendly because the technician is able to direct the entire flow of this data gathering, stepping away 6 feet with the handheld Samsung iPad.
Impressive. All right. I think you got your work cut out for you, Dr. O'Connor. Is this your picture?
This is my picture.
What are we looking at?
What we're looking at is photographs taken from the two of my exam rooms in my second location in Malibu, which I opened about a year ago. I opened it to be more technician-driven and oriented toward a younger demographic, and Luno technology fit what I needed perfectly. What you see in the photograph on the left is in the foreground, that is the Visionix VX40 lens analyzer. And it's a very simple instrument for your technicians to learn and to use every day. They simply insert the glasses into the instrument and press a button, and the instrument takes over and does the rest. It has an amazing optical display that tells you everything about the lens optically, and it's just a wonderful technology for troubleshooting, particularly progressive edition lenses. Behind the instrument is the Visionix 120 Plus with the dry eye module. And as Dr. Rasa was saying, in Malibu, we as well have very high overhead. So you can see how compact all these instruments are. And in fact, the Visionix 120 Plus is basically 8 diagnostic instruments in one. So that is a tremendous space saver. In the photograph on the right is basically the iRefract system itself. My wonderful optometric technician, Jennifer, is holding the Samsung iPad that controls the entire operation. The patient has her head in the iRefract instrument itself, and she's looking into the compact digital eye chart that is very versatile. It can produce a number of different displays, including cute little videos for children to keep their attention. And all the technology is, again, done automatically. From the finding from the lens analyzer is fed in to the tablet that Jennifer is holding. She enters the age, presses a button, and the rest just happens. And then she conducts the manifest refraction based on the wavefront aberrometry in a scripted step-by-step method that results in very accurate refractive finding. And then the display has lensometry at the top, the wavefront aberrometry reading next, and the manifest refraction finding underneath it. And then unaided, if the patient comes in not wearing any prescription, and Jennifer can toggle among the different three and ask the patient what they prefer, and then she makes me aware of what they've chosen. This has really been a wonderful experience for Jennifer. She was my optometric technician before Luno technology, but you can really see her self-esteem build as she uses this really, I think, beyond state-of-the-art technology. And she feels so empowered that she's gathering so much powerful diagnostic data from the patient. And often the patients actually think that she's the doctor, and I don't really let on otherwise.
One of the things that really impresses me about you in particular is, look, you've been in the industry or in OD for more than 40 years.
Yeah.
Yet you're employing technology that's cutting edge,
right?
Empowering your staff. What is the response of your patients to this? Do they question the results? Are they uncomfortable, or how do they respond to the technology?
We've had it a year now, and we haven't had a single incidence of that. The patients feel very comfortable with Jennifer conducting all the diagnostic data gathering. They're very impressed by the technology. Dan and I were having a conversation before, and the genius who created all this actually did work on the Star Wars program for the Reagan administration way back when. And I said to Dan, wow, it's amazing how many of my patients, after they experience this, go, wow, this is like Star Wars. So no, they don't miss me at all. Doesn't bother me.
You're just in the back,
well,
waiting for the data, right?
Yeah, and I love it because, as Dr. Rasa was saying, it's all the presentation anymore. That's what's important. You have so many options now to tell your patients about that I think for you to be well prepared to give the presentation is where your time and energy should be focused.
I love that. Thanks for sharing. That was great. Next up, I think we have Dr. Gerson. This is your image. Why did you pick this one, and what are we looking at?
Yeah, so luckily in Kansas City, we're not quite as space confined as you guys are, but it's obviously still an issue. But kind of along the same lines as use of space, really, for me, a really important term is efficiency. And how can we create efficiencies in our office, whether it's with our space or it's with our time or our technicians' time. And so what I really like about this picture is it shows my technician, Kira, that she's using the lens analyzer that you described to read someone's glasses at the same time while someone's having their autorefraction done and the eight instruments in one. And so getting all those tests done at once with one instrument, with one press of the button, takes about 90 seconds or less. And so within 90 seconds, I have autorefraction, topography, Ks, pachymetry, and some anterior segment data, lens opacity data, NCT if I want it. And at the same time, Kira's reading the patient's glasses. So right away, we have all that information in less than 2 minutes. And so to me, this really what this picture shows is just a model of efficiency. How much information can we gather in how little time? And as we've already heard, having it all put into our electronic medical records so that when I enter the exam room with the patient and I pull up on the tablet, I already have all this information. And it makes doing the digital refractions that I do so much easier, because not only do I already have a starting point, I essentially already have my ending point before we ever start. So that's why I like this, just because of the efficiency that it really provides.
And I want to tease a future picture that you have with the digital refraction, but I won't because I think it's too good. But let's keep in mind efficiency and Dr. Gerson. So now this is an interesting one. Dr. Hoff, everybody knows a lens analyzer is a lens analyzer is a lens analyzer. They're boring and not that important. That's not true.
That's not true. Right. You're right. You're right. I do have to say I bring a little bit something different to the panel here. I am a lens geek, and I am happy to say I am a lens geek. I've been in the vision care industry for over 30 years. I started in vision care in 1984, and I just love anything that has to do with vision correction, and specifically lenses. By the way, this is my superpower. Glasses are my superpower, and I've had my superpower since I was 4 years old. And so I love to share anything I can about lenses and how lenses are made and what they do. And so when I got my VX40 lens analyzer at the university, I mainly bought it because we were putting lenses on a manual lensometer 6 millimeters apart and looking at what happened to the prescription 6 millimeters apart, spaced along. And I found this instrument and I was blown away. So a lens analyzer is not the same as a lensometer. As many of you know, manual lensometers require a high level of skill and training to get reliable information. Automated lensometers, same thing. It's a little more convenient because you can push the button and you might get a printout. It might send the information to your autorefractor or your autophoropter. But the wavefront lens analyzer that Luneau has, the VX40, is by far light years, to use the Star Wars analogy, light years ahead of itself. Wavefront is, you can measure a much larger area. As you can see, it's a 44 by 65 millimeter swatch of the lens. It's got a point matrix to it, and it's super fast. So again, you get the convenience of information in about 45 seconds. The beauty is there are 3 different maps. So you can see here that you can change the display excuse me, to see 3 different maps. The first map that you see, which is on the upper left, is the power distribution map, and that shows you the power along the lens from the distance prescription, which is in the green circle at the top there. That's the distance reference circle. The cross that's just below that is the optical center, or position of 0 prismatic effect. And then the blue circle at the bottom is the near reference circle, or where the optimal or greatest add power is located. So having those landmarks is very important, and I'll talk to you a little bit more about those later. But the next map over from that is the cylinder map. We call it the delta sil because it's the change in cylinder from the actual prescription, what's happening on the lens. So that map to me is worth its weight in gold. I've learned so much about lens design and lens performance and lens characteristics from that. The scale that's over there on the left hand or the right hand side, the delta sil scale, if you think about it in terms of colors, pink, purple, and coral are really friendly colors because they're the areas of clear, comfortable vision for your patients. So if your patient's looking through pink, purple, or coral, they will have a good visual outcome. The other colors, the yellow, the orange, and the green, I call those cautionary colors. And those are where your patients are going to have symptoms of blur or swim. And so you want to stay away from, or you can predict what their visual experience is going to be if they're looking through those areas. The particular shape of the map I'll talk to you about in a couple slides later on is really important. But also the distance between the top circle and the bottom circle tells you the length and position of the corridor of the lens itself. And lastly, the bottom map is your prism distribution map. That tells you what the prism is doing away from the optical center of the lens. And so, for example, the point-by-point distribution, you can actually touch anywhere on that screen and see what's happening optically on there. And so if I have a patient who has prism at near, I can touch that and see, are they seeing the prism at near? Or I can check the power all along the corridor and see how is that power or rate of change happening along that corridor. So not only is this instrument very easy to train your staff with, you could put somebody, who came from a different industry into your office and say, here, put these glasses in there, measure them. But your staff could grow along in knowledge as they learn how to read these maps. And that's kind of what we do. I mentioned that I retired from Berkeley, but I'm retired but working. I guess that's what we say. I'm retired but working. I work with some other lens geeks at Sightline Ophthalmic Consulting, and that's what we do is we teach people how to use the technology of this instrument to its fullest extent.
So Dr. Hoff is an optical Jedi, to continue the Star Wars analogy. Yeah, exactly. We have clinical application specialists at Luneau, some of whom are fairly well tenured, and after a 10 or 20-minute discussion with Dr. Hoff, their mouths are agape and they go, I never knew all that, So thank you for your knowledge. I look forward to some more slides.
You're welcome.
More pictures coming up. Let's advance, and I think next up is again a Dr. Rasa. Dr. Rasa, what are we looking at here?
So this is another picture displaying my practice and how 2 of my optometric technicians are displaying how to perform the eye refract readings. One thing that I have to really agree with Dr. O'Connor, this gives us a lot of empowering to our optometric technicians to be a bigger part of that comprehensive exam. And the patients definitely have a wow factor, and they see that, and they enjoy hearing that feedback from patients and taking part into that more kind of important part of the eye exam. This data, of course, is in the last 2 years that I've used the equipment in seven of my locations at this point, is giving me accurate, reliable, consistent data that has allowed our practice to have a remake rate of less than 1%. That leads to very happy patients and is a very big practice builder because they refer their friends and family to come and see us. So this picture to me is really representing that ability to grow and scale our practices because of the reliable, accurate data that we get. And also the technicians too, they're able to learn how to operate this technology very fast because it is simple to use, and it has been really taking a lot of anxiety for me starting a new practice and training the new staff on how to get started fast.
So, I've spoken with each of you a little bit about kind of the labor market right now, right? We're in this funny time where we obviously have COVID and a huge disruption of our labor force, and it's had Starbucks lines are really long. You can't find waiters at restaurants, and technicians. The churn of techs seems to across the country, regardless of demography, et cetera. It's hard to keep a tech. Can you talk to me about your experience with? You talked a little bit about it's easier for a new tech or a technician to operate the instrumentation. What's your experience been in Chicago with turnover? And normally that would be crippling for a practice. You might have to train a technician for 3 months or 6 months to start refractions. What's your experience been with the instrumentation?
Refraction takes years to master for an optometrist. So for somebody who has not went through optometry school to understand the intricacies and that art of refraction is difficult. So to train anyone to do it takes time. I think the eye refract really reduces that need for time to get somebody on board really fast and produce those results that are something I trust quite a bit at this point after having the experience of using it for 2 years. Now, this technology obviously gives us a little bit of an edge to be competitive for the technicians that are looking for a job too, because we offer this technology to work with, and we perhaps look a bit more Star Warsy, and most of our patients are young professionals that have the latest iPhones, they have the latest technology, and they're seeking other businesses or places where they go to be something of that as well. So for us to get more patients and to have the staff that wants to be part of it does definitely put us at a little bit of a higher edge than some traditional practices that might be struggling perhaps a little bit more.
And I still don't see you in the picture. You're still back waiting for the data to come, and you just trust that it comes. That's really cool. Yes. I like that. Any other comments, guys, or should we go to the next picture? Great. Okay, Dr. O'Connor.
Yeah, this is a close-up slide of what I had mentioned earlier, my optometric technician Jennifer holding while conducting the eye refract system. And as powerful and as this technology is, and the wealth of information it creates, the elegance of the way it displays the information in such a simple and straightforward manner, I find very appealing. As I mentioned before, on the very top you see the information fed in from the VX40 lens analyzer. In between is the patient's distance PD, automatically calculated, brought over from the reading of the lens meter, and then below it, the PD that the iRefract system finds. So you've got the distance PD very accurately determined. The next level down is the wavefront refraction finding. And the August 2018 ARVO study found that wavefront aberrometry was just as precise as refraction done by expert optometrists, but actually more repeatable. So that is a very, very accurate finding. Below it is the manifest refraction that is rendered after the technician goes through the scripted step-by-step method that Luneau technology has built into the system. And then again on the bottom is the unaided acuity. And my technician can toggle among the different options and determine which of the four the patient prefers. Below it, we actually have the findings of visual acuity and the keratometry findings. The middle tab, measure, will actually show you, among other things, the Zernike coefficients. So if you have a patient that still, even though you've refracted them 20/20, feels they're not seeing as clearly as they feel they should, you can check the Zernike coefficients to see if maybe higher order aberrations are a factor. And then the third tab can also show you topography and things like that. So simple, elegant, and very informative.
So for all the Star Wars front-end design that people are wowed by, you're still getting information that you recognize,
Right.
that's easy to interpret,
Right.
and it's at your fingertips.
Yeah, and this is very familiar to most technicians. They'll come in with a little experience, so yeah, makes them feel comfortable.
Great. Great picture. Thank you. All right, Dr. Gerson, you're up. What is this colorful picture?
Yeah, so really what this is showing is on the tablet that I'm holding when I'm doing my refraction, the two different modes that I can use for actually doing the refraction. So what we're typically used to is using a manual phoropter and reaching up and turning and spinning things and doing it that way. And with this, it's a tablet that you can hold in your lap or on a desk, a counter, whatever, and do the refraction from that. So someone mentioned social distance friendly testing. And so this makes so refraction, you can be as close or as far away from your patient as you want because you're not hands-on the digital phoropter, you're hands-on the tablet that's controlling the digital phoropter and is controlling the eye chart as well. So the image on the left looks kind of like a regular phoropter with different colors indicating whether you just touch it to make a change or whether you have to drag it to make a change. But so, for us that are used to using a traditional phoropter when we go to digital, a lot of times we want to do something that feels similar to what we're used to doing. So this allows us to do our refraction digitally, but on something on the tablet that looks like a manual phoropter. So really easy to control, very comfortably. And, we haven't really talked at all yet about the ergonomics of what we do. And this is something that really helps take into consideration the ergonomics when you're doing your refraction from the tablet. Now the image on the right is a different way of refracting. So instead of using what looks like a traditional phoropter, I call this a more analog method, where we're choosing either the sphere, the cylinder, or the axis in either eye or both, and then using the buttons or the little dial on the bottom to change it by a quarter, or in this case it's by a quarter, or we can change that to a half or a full diopter change at a time. So it's just a different way to do the refraction. One of the things I like about this is my staff really like this. And so, yeah, the one on the right. And because they find it to be more simple to do. And so the way that we utilize staff in our office is before I see a patient, they've had all the pre-testing that we've already discussed, and we don't use an eye refract, but my staff has already done a refraction using this. So they like the one on the right a little bit better. They find it to be simpler. And it's kind of easier to teach someone how to do a refraction on that versus the more traditional phoropter that we're used to. Everyone understands buttons, right? You press a button, it makes a number go up or makes it go down. But when you introduce all these different dials, then all of a sudden things are confusing. I think maybe we'd probably lose a little accuracy or some of the testing we can do with some of the more dials. But that's why oftentimes I'll use the dials and they'll use the buttons. The other two things real quick to point out are in the upper right of both these images is the eye chart as seen by the patient. So I can just be looking at the tablet. I don't have to be looking over here at the phoropter, then looking back here at the eye chart. I'm looking at one thing, and I have everything in the palm of my hands. And then on the bottom right are just different ways we can control the eye chart, whether we're using traditional letters or E's or pictures, or if we want to change the contrast or put up a red-green chart. You know, most of us are probably used to doing refractions with some sort of digital eye chart, and it brings so many more options. And again, all in one place. So that's why I like this. Again, the efficiency, I use that word over and over, that it brings by having everything kind of centralized in one hub, and that allows me to do things one way and a staff member to do it another way without having to make much change.
That's really cool. And how long have you been, or when did you transition to digital phoropters? Do you remember?
Yeah, so I've been using a digital phoropter for probably 3-ish years now, maybe a little bit longer.
And now it's your kind of standard practice.
Yeah, you know, we don't have them in all of our rooms yet. So, you know, when my techs ask me, which room do you prefer? Well, a room with the digital phoropter. That's where I want to go. Yeah. Easy decision.
Cool. All right, Jedi Hoff, what do you got?
Oh no, we're missing something. Click the button and see if it comes up.
You want me to? I think it's just automated. Do you want me to?
I don't know. Oh, there we go. There you go. Yeah, it had some animation left over from another talk. So this slide I chose because of problem solving. Problem solving can be a big issue for you and your staff. And one of the things is knowing how a lens is put together and how to diagnose it, but also how to take it apart. So I have a lecture that I give that's called Deconstructing Progressive Edition Lenses, and we pull progressive lenses apart into their DNA components or concepts, surfacing, design, aberration, drop, and then of course the power change or the corridor. And so if you have a patient who comes in and says, I'm having trouble with this lens, I don't understand why, or you have a patient that comes in with specific visual needs, you can talk to the patient, see what they're wearing, look and see how that lens is put together, diagnose it, take it apart, and then say, well, you know, maybe Mrs. Smith, because you're having trouble reading and getting to your tablet and some of the other things, I'm going to recommend a shorter corridor lens design that's going to give you a wider field of view for your distance, but it also gives you a wider field of view for your reading. And you can show the patient that based on the color chart. You just explain the color chart to them, say, look at where all the pink is. Pink and purple are your clear visible colors, and then the yellow colors are where you're going to have not the greatest experience. You could show them how that change is going to occur and recommend specific lens designs to the patients based on those lenses. You'll notice that the two circles on the left-hand image, those circles are very far apart. That means there's a very long corridor, and the patient's reading area is at the very bottom of the lens, so they're going to have a difficult time. They're going to do what I call the chicken dance. They're going to have to move their head up and down to find that sweet spot. But the lens on the right, you can see those images are closer together, wider corridor, and wider reading area. It's going to be a lot easier for them to get to where their reading level is, and it'll be a better visual experience. And as eye care professionals, you can do the best refraction in the world, but if you can't help them see with the device that they leave with, they're not going to be happy. And so to me, this is the end result. This is the superpower right here. And it sets the stage for all your referrals and your patient satisfaction and the growth of your practice. So having this technology to educate yourself, your staff, and your patients is so invaluable.
And that's what one of the things I appreciate so much about your knowledge is our focus at Visionics, or what I've learned in my 3 short years in the industry, is so much time and attention is spent on the refractive process, on things, dry eye, myopia management, all of which are super important. But when it comes to delivering the product, your superpower, we end up sometimes saying, well, just give it another week. See if you get used to it. And you know, with your knowledge of the data that we provide, it really just is that last mile, which is the most important mile of a marathon. Is this the right delivery of the care that I've reflected or prescribed for you? And I think you just put it in such a great way. It's a really important topic and one that I really appreciate.
Well, what's really important is that, you know, these guys they're getting all the great data and they're making all the right decisions. They're getting good refractions and things. And then you're following it up with this technology. And like Dr. Russa said, she has very few remakes or redos or rechecks because of the technology that she's using in the exam room. And then having the staff and making those recommendations, those lens recommendations are very important from doctors in the exam room that follows it up with the staff in the optical, being able to troubleshoot, or it's maybe not even as much problem solving as there was before, but it's so much easier to problem solve when you have this type of information.
Great, thanks for that. All right, next up, we've got, didn't mean to jump. Hold on a second, did I jump? Sorry, I clicked too many times. Dr. Russa, this is you.
Yes, so once again, this is a lot of information on one screen, but what this screams to me is that I've changed the way I practice optometry, and I do encourage a lot of my colleagues to rethink the way they practice optometry. I'm no longer a data gatherer. I am here to consult, educate my patient from all the information that is presented to me. I can restructure my exam flow, that 30 minutes that I have with the patient, to spend a bulk of my time interpreting this data and educating them on their perceived and unperceived reasons for coming to see me yearly, by just having this at my fingertips before I even see the patient. So on the very left here, it gives me the information on the patient's uncorrected VAs, their VAs through the wavefront reading, their habitual RX, and also the suggested manifest refraction. I can put my logic together and already know what my final prescription will be for that patient and how successful they will be to see out of that final prescription. In the middle, we can see the front of the eye analysis here. In this particular case, I can see that the patient has pathology on their corneas, and I can already design a plan in my mind to talk to that patient ahead of time. On the very right side, we have a little bit more on the anterior segment. Let's say my patient is interested in LASIK. I can talk to them about their corneal thickness. I can talk to them about angles. Most of them don't even know they have anterior chamber angles in their eyes, so that's something new that they find out. Of course, any pathology on the lens, there might be some opacities. Maybe we want to talk about why they're not correctable to 20/20 vision. Maybe there is a start of a cataract. And then, of course, I can see some pathology in this case in the patient that we scanned the retinal imaging here. So there's a lot of information here, and let's face it, the eye care world is changing. There's a lot of changes that are happening in optometry and how we approach eye care today versus what it was when I first became an optometrist 2 decades ago. Today, we have more patients. We are the primary eye care physicians. And in order to really practice to the best of our abilities, we really need to have all this information already here for us in order to spend that time with the patient, educating and consulting them.
Dr. O'Connor?
Well, Dan, you said the theme of our panel discussion today is a picture is worth 1,000 words. Well, when you look at some of the displays that Visionix technology creates, I like to think when I show one of these pictures to my patients is worth $1,000. And the reason is, on the left, you see the product of a wonderful anterior segment camera that really captures the tear meniscus, the lid margins, the lashes, everything in great detail. Then to the right of that is the Efron clinical grading scales. And you can show the patient in terms of the level of red eye, the level of dry eye, the amount of blepharitis they have, and meibomian gland dysfunction. And so when you tell them they have these problems and they can see where they are on the scale, then your recommendations are complied with on a much greater basis. And in our second location that we developed, we put in a full ocular pharmacy. So we sell all the products that we recommend to our patients. And just for convenience sake, they usually purchase them right there. They really want to come back then for the progress evaluation because they want to see how much they've improved. And all these conditions, remember, are chronic conditions. So once they return to your office out of convenience to run in and purchase the product that you recommended, they might see a sunglass they really like. They might make an appointment for a family member. So that's how I say this can really actually produce a lot of revenue down the road.
And I think I've heard that dry eye candidates may take the first course of medicine and then you don't see them again.
Yeah, very common.
It seems like this actually draws them back in so they can see their change over time history. Is that right?
Oh, absolutely. In Malibu, dry eye is a real issue. Maybe you know from the news the wildfires we have, how dry and windy Malibu can get. But it's also sort of a laid-back community where people go, dry eye. But when you show them this and you show them and tell them this is, if you don't do it at this level, you're going to go on to this level. And trust me, this is really an uncomfortable level. To your point, Dan, yeah, they get the message.
Motivation, right?
Motivation,
That's cool.
You bet.
Great, thanks for that. All right, Dr. Gerson, you're up. What are we looking at here?
Yeah, so what we're looking at here are some comparison maps that I can show my patients from the autorefracting unit. And so the one on the left is essentially how somebody sees uncorrected. So it shows an eye chart, and then it shows on the bottom right of each of them, it's supposed to just be a point of light, but it shows how they see or perceive that point of light. On the right is showing, well, through refraction and corrective lenses, this is what your vision should be in each eye. And this is also what a point of light should look like. And actually that point of light one actually resonates with a lot of people. We'll talk about that instead of, when you're driving at night, if your glasses aren't on or if they're not right, instead of seeing that point of light, that it's kind of a bunch of rays coming out. And that's something that surprisingly people can really kind of relate to. But again, I just like this because it's really showing people the benefit of having proper eyewear. It's also sometimes really useful with parents and kids that they'll say, well, gosh, I didn't know that they, do they really have an eye problem? Are they really not seeing very well? And obviously this is one where it's fairly dramatic. But even in ones where it's not this dramatic of correction, even if it's only a half a diopter or a diopter, it can really illustrate to somebody how much of a difference it can make if you have eyewear that corrects your refractive needs.
And so do you use this frequently with kids to help the parent understand what the kiddo actually sees?
Yeah, we do, just so that they can understand. And sometimes with some parents, and I think sometimes it's even a cultural thing, they'll want to delay glasses and say, well, I want to see what happens, or do they really need them? I want them to try to work their eyes.
It'll get better, right?
Right. And so by having something like this, it's able to show them, well, this is how you should be seeing something, and this is how they are seeing it.
Thanks for that. All right, Dr. Is there animation on this one? Or?
Oh, click it and see.
There is.
Yeah, just keep clicking. Sorry, I didn't check my animation. Here we go.
I think that's it.
Right, okay. So, we practice by evidence-based optometry, and I'm always looking for, something to support what I think or what I feel. And I think you mentioned, Dr. O'Connor, you mentioned a study that came out about wavefront refracting and how And so this study came out from Optometry and Vision Science, and they studied the comparison of progressive edition lenses for general use to personal computer lenses. And they sampled a bunch of people. I can't remember the exact number of it. I think it was like 85 or I don't know. But anyway, the subjects, 84% of the subjects preferred occupational lenses to general wear progressives when working on computer. Computer-specific lenses were statistically chosen higher. And it's interesting because the subject said that only 14% of them were actually told about computer-specific lenses, but about 80% of them said, I wished I had known about it. And so, you know, I guess the take-home message for me, and I'm shocked to say, is that, you know, my colleagues are not talking to their patients about their visual needs and explaining these task-specific lenses. And so there's studies out there that support that, but then we can also use not only the marketing material, which you see on the right-hand side, but you can also use the imagery from your lens analyzer on the left-hand side to describe how these specialized task-specific lenses are going to work for the patients. And so I think it's really important that we keep asking those questions. You know, how am I practicing and how can I support the way that I practice through evidence-based, through my industry leaders, and also through the instrumentation that I have in my office.
And end up supporting your patient's needs, right?
Absolutely.
Just,
yeah.
If I'm on the computer all day, I want those.
Yeah, that means that 76% of the patients are not being offered task-specific lenses. Can you imagine having to use a progressive lens and work on your computer like that? The chicken dance.
The chicken dance.
Yeah, it's awful. It's awful.
Which is great at a wedding.
Yeah.
Right. All right. So our time is running short, so I'm going to click maybe more quickly. Finally, we get to see Dr. Ross's face because so far we've seen only data, and I'm so happy to hear you talk about why that is. What are we looking at?
Yeah, so this image here, I have to tell a tiny bit of a backstory here. 5 years ago, when the idea was born to start Big City Optical, my partner and I, we brainstormed a model of optometry where we imagined a neighborhood optical that provided very high quality service and easy access to eye care. Today, we span 15 locations across Chicagoland area. 5 years later, part of it is through the pandemic. And ability for us to grow this way and to provide that high quality of care, obviously technology helped, and the ability to do the remote exams. With all of the description that I described of how I'm able to have the data at my fingertips while taking a look on EHR and everything already uploaded before I even see the patient. In this case, I'm seeing the patient through a HIPAA-compliant way via Zoom. I'm in the exam room with them, and we discuss the chief complaint. I pull up on the screen all the images that I have. I discuss with the patient my plan and the recommendations that I am making for them during that visit. The entire visit is about 30 minutes. Most patients we're very concerned about their time because we live in the fast-paced world, and this has allowed me to grow a cold start without the anxiety of the very high overhead cost before I'm able to hire a full-time optometrist to take care of the schedule once it starts to build up.
So at a cold start, you might have a technician running tests. You may be at a different location. The patient goes into the exam lane and boop, you come up on the screen. That's great.
Yes, and this way I'm able to take care of multiple practices on a daily basis. I might be in one of my locations that is a mile away and take care of another location or perhaps two when we are only seeing about 5 patients per day at a cold start. This has really allowed us to grow at a rate that we have been.
Thank you for that. All right, next up, I think we've got one for Dr. O'Connor. What are we looking at?
Dan, what we're looking at here is a wonderful feature on the Visionix VX 120 Plus or 130. It shows you the retro illumination feature that displays any opacity of the optical media. And I would just like to editorialize for a second and say I'm a great admirer of Dr. Rasa. I really feel that she's a pioneer in the profession of optometry and showing how the independent optometrist can not only survive, but thrive. So I'm going to take lots of notes and follow Dr. Rasa's career. But to her point, and what I think we're trying to emphasize today, instead of just being data collectors, we need to be in a position to interpret as much data as we can and educate the patient about all their options. I think back 40 years, Dan, when I started practicing optometry, I think of the choices in spectacle lenses, basically glass lenses, standard flat top 28, 35 bifocals. Progressive edition lenses were just being introduced. CR39 lenses were just being introduced. In terms of contact lenses, PMMA lenses ruled the day. Soft lenses were just coming in. Well, today, think of all the options an eye doctor has to educate his patient or her patient about. First off, all the spectacle lens options, as Dr. Hoff has so carefully educated us about. This is important to educate the patients about. And then we have all the contact lens options today that we can help so many more patients with. We have all like vision therapy options if you have the right eye system. There's a lot of way we can help people now with binocular vision and traumatic brain disorder problems. You have all the refractive surgery options now. You, as a medical doctor, are making now medical decisions, and you have to explain to your patients the pros and cons of the different pharmacological choices that they have to address their issue. And then finally, you have nutritional options to educate your patients about. So your time should be spent analyzing what's presented to you and preparing a presentation for your patient than just collecting this data. Now, in the bottom slides there, those happen to be images of my eyes. And I think without this technology, even myself, I'd had monovision LASIK 22 years ago. Dan and I'd seen beautifully all this time, but about 6 months before this slide was taken, I knew something was different about my vision, but I'd refract myself and I still saw 20/20. So when Deidre Huff came to my location to train my staff and myself on this new technology, we discovered those are opacities, and those are the reason that I am not seeing the way I thought I used to be able to see. So subsequently, I've undergone successful cataract surgery and have had extended focus and multifocal implants, and I see beautifully. But this would be the type of thing that I think a busy eye doctor could easily miss and just say, you'll get used to it. You'll get used to your new glasses. The new prescription will make all the difference.
And if you're not screening for it, you're never going to find it.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. Great. That's a great story. Thanks for that. All right, 6 minutes, 4 slides. This one is one of my favorites.
Yes. So it's the reason it's your favorite, and you've teased me about it, is because I love to do a refraction with my feet propped up on a drawer.
You don't have repetitive stress on your ankles or anything?
No stress on my ankles. Because I mentioned ergonomics earlier, and I think it's great and important to be able to do things comfortably.
Yeah.
And so I think most of us, very few would argue that yes, it is comfortable to do a traditional refraction on our shoulders and our arms. And so I would tell you, I love to be able to hold the tablet in my lap, prop my feet up on a drawer, and do my refraction from there. And my assumption, of course, is the patient's looking at the eye chart, not taking a peek and seeing me propping my feet up. But it just makes work more enjoyable. I think anything that you enjoy, you're going to be better at.
Yeah.
And then once you're better, you also enjoy it more. They go hand in hand. So this is just kind of my way of being more comfortable and enjoying what I do more. And this wasn't just a stage photo one-time thing. This is what I do literally every day.
That's cool. That's a brilliant application of technology. I love it. Personalizes it.
Yep.
Dr. Hoff?
Okay, well, I'm going to use this as a spoiler alert or maybe a preview of coming attractions. This is kind of a lengthy description to this, but if you've been following what I've been saying about the types of lenses, and this is the delta cylinder maps that you get for the different types of lenses, you can describe, you can, these are all my lenses, by the way, my general wear progressive, my full range near variable focus, my power boost, and my intermediate near variable focus lens. And there's a story behind each one and what I do with them, but I'm going to leave that for tomorrow at Friday between 1 and 2 over at the booth, I believe it is. We have, I could tell you a little bit more about that and how you can increase your multiple pairs prescribing using these types of slides and how you can learn from them as well. So, but I personally have every one of these lenses. I use them all on a daily basis, and I've learned so much based on this technology. So I will leave that as a teaser for Friday.
Good, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hoff, and to the entire panel for a meaningful discussion so far. I think that is our last picture. Let's see, it is. Do we have any audience questions? Anybody have any burning questions?
So there we go. So thank you so much, panelists, for the great discussion at Expo, and I'm glad that we were able to record it and now show it to everyone here tonight. So we can go over a little bit of Q&A right now. So for everyone who's here, remember on the right side of your screen, you'll see a little box that says questions. Feel free to type into that question box, and then we can engage the panelists and they can answer any of the questions that you might have. As I mentioned before, Dr. Gerson isn't here, but the rest of the panelists are. So hello, panelists. How are you doing this evening?
Very well, thank you, Adam.
And by the way, we also have someone from Luno here tonight. We have Melissa Renfro, who's like the expert on all the actual technology. So if they're product-specific questions, we'll have her answer those. But the first question, and the one that I think a lot of people, it's on their minds, is sort of the ROI behind all of this, right? The cost of the products and so forth. And I think, you know, Dr. Rossa, maybe we could point this one at you, since you're up to what, like office number 15 or something now?
Well, tomorrow I launch my 16th location.
Wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
Yikes. Well, so, you know, with 16 locations, and that's over a very few number of years, it's kind of amazing. And so maybe you can speak to us a little bit about the costs of actually implementing these systems.
Absolutely. I'm sure that it's on everyone's mind when they start a practice or expand a practice. How do you justify that return on investment? For me, the biggest driver is to enhance the patient experience. For me, it justifies the practice building and also growing that brand name that I'm creating. So the technology would have to allow me to have a consistent, reliable, repeatable, and efficient way to gather these results. It has to take up a small footprint, and it has to have ease of use. So those are probably the biggest pointers.
And so one other question that I think that people have or have had, you mentioned actually in the panel that learning to refract can actually take quite a while, right? It's sort of what optometrists are best at, right? Out of all the professions, this is something that optometry almost has a monopoly on. And it's something that optometrists are really proud of. One question that we get constantly, or that people ask, is, you know, if I implement one of these systems, am I going to get rusty? Am I going to forget the art of refraction? Is this something that goes away? What's it like on, you know, sort of your daily experience with that?
No, I think this technology just gives you a supercharged power to be able to do it in a very efficient, consistent, and reliable way. So it gives you that ability to shrink the time of the refraction data that is being collected and actually give it to what I perceive is a more important part of the eye exam, which would be interpreting that data and consulting and educating our patients on the different options that are out there today versus previously. So this refraction gathering via the eye refract to me was the missing link that I was able to incorporate into the practice. Of course, we already used retinal imaging and OCTs and visual fields and all the different type of technology before, but the refraction part was still something that I had to rely on myself being able to do in office. Now with the eye refract available, I can shift that to my pretest area. And you really don't forget refraction because, to be honest, not every single patient is going to be 100% okay with just the eye refract. I still use my traditional 4-opters for a lot of the binocular testing, or I actually do it on the eye refract as well because it gives me those options. So myself, I still do probably about 10 to 15% of the refractions within the practice because it is a little bit more intricate.
Right. Question here sort of about setup time. And I guess, Dr. Rossa, you're up to, office number 16, right? So you've been really pushing these things out relatively rapidly. How long does it take actually to get one of the systems implemented and then get the staff trained up?
So the staff training is very little actually, and with the problem of labor shortage and onboarding, we want that to be as easy as possible. So that's one of the reasons I went with this technology is because like anything, when you incorporate technology, for example, most of us are most familiar with integrating EMR. Those systems they give us a lot of usage, but initially just to plug it in and start using it, you can do it and you keep learning over time. Same thing with the eye refract and VX650. You can plug it in, you can have the staff start and collect the data and learn over time. So there really is no downtime. You can start the day of them being introduced to that technology.
Right. And I think one other question that we had here, and we've been talking about it a lot, is telehealth. You have with all those locations all around Chicago, you're obviously not in all of them every day, right? So you're able to sort of act at a distance. What's that been like for you once the system was implemented?
Yeah, so the patients have to have the ability to have easier access. In order for us to take care of the increased number of patients that are out there and give them the options, it really allows us to take care of more patients. And what I've noticed recently is maybe during the pandemic is they want different options. They want to be seen either right away or they want to be seen evening hours or weekend hours. So the option for the remote exam allows us to do that. It may not be for every single patient, but for our practice, it has been a really great option for the patient to choose of where, when, and how they want to be seen.
Right. Oh, got an insurance question here if you guys are willing. So a question about retinal photography. We saw in discussing using retinal photography with these systems. Can you bill insurance when you make a medical diagnosis with the pictures that you take with the systems, and have you been billing for medical insurance? So Dr. Ross, if you want to jump in, or Dr. O'Connor, feel free.
Yes, I can answer to that one. So recently I've seen a patient who is type 1 diabetic. He's young and he just wanted to come in and get the contact lens updated. He was about to do it on some sort of online platform, and we were able to get him easily into our schedule, and he came in for a remote exam. I was looking over all the data gathered, and I've noticed that he is definitely experiencing diabetic retinopathy, and changing his contact lens prescription would not do, and it would not give him the results he wanted. So we were able to right away put together our protocol to send these images to our retina specialist and have them evaluated and set up an appointment for him right away to be seen. Also, care coordination was put together for his primary care physician to be aware, and all of that is very simple when you have the EMR and all the technology available to do that. So yes, you can bill for these images to either medical or however you end up billing. Of course, for a patient like that, follow-up care is needed. So there's going to be more visits that you can start medical type of billing.
Yep. And somebody actually just made a comment here. That it sounds like, teleoptometry is definitely here. Perhaps it's time for a national optometric license. So I agree, but that's for another talk. But yeah, so Dr. O'Connor, now your mode of practice is really different, right? You have your 2 locations out in Malibu. And one question, you started talking a little bit about dry eye in the panel before, and I think you have the VX120 Plus dry eye, and I'm sure that we can go over sort of all the different kinds of models and stuff. But having the technology in your practice, did it really change sort of the way you manage your dry eye patients?
Absolutely. Historically, what we've had are like Schirmer tear tests and applying different dyes through strips and evaluating. Patients really, especially here in Malibu, don't like that. And so to have a totally non-invasive, easy, pleasant experience for the patient where you can really demonstrate with that Efron scale and show them pictures of their eye, it just makes dry eye management much easier for the patient and for the doctor. Once they see for themselves where they're at on that scale, it really saves a lot of time. It's very difficult to try to explain dry eye to a patient or blepharitis to a patient, or especially meibomian gland dysfunction to a patient. That's why the pictures are so effective. And again, we try to make the treatment for it very accessible by having a full ocular pharmacy. We found, especially during the pandemic, a lot of our pharmacies, if people go in, we recommend an eye drop, we recommend this, or if it's prescription, the pharmacy doesn't have it. So we have it, and we make sure we have it all the time. And we, so the patients love it. They love the convenience of being able to just come into our locations and get what they need to manage their dry eye, and then to monitor and see how successful they are. So yeah, it's totally changed my approach.
Right.
To the best patients, for sure.
Yep. And there was a comment here just quickly sort of about the pandemic as well and the incidence of dry eye. I think we're all kind of zoomed out at this point, right? Sort of sitting in front of screens all day. And I don't know if you've actually seen it as well, sort of an uptick that other people are noting.
Well, yeah, that certainly sustained our practice through sort of, when things are really shut down in Los Angeles. People were still, their eyes just dragged them into our locations because they were really hurting. So digital device, eye strain, and dry eye really was sort of the meat of our practice there for a while during the pandemic. And so, yeah, it's and also the masks, wearing the masks, the mask-induced dry eye. That's a real issue too.
Right. And so a question here. So again, Dr. O'Connor, your mode of practice is a little bit different. You had a practice that was already established where you then implemented this technology. And question about sort of staff pushback, right? So we all know that, you know, buying the piece of equipment is the easiest part of this, right? it's actually implementing it and using it and making sure nothing becomes a paperweight. So how did it go with your experienced employees, you know, who were already used to working in a certain way when you implemented the new tech?
Oh, they were thrilled. They loved it. And Deidre did such a beautiful job. She you know, it was really, really fun. The training and everything, we made it very, very enjoyable. It really, there wasn't much. I mean, it's so straightforward, really. And the technology is so sophisticated. I mean, the technicians, you know, their minds were blown too at the amount of information that, you know, they now would be empowered to gather for the doctor. You know, I never liked that term pre-testing. What was that about? Pre-testing? It's like is that pretend testing? You know, it kind of is demeaning. Oh, you go do the pre-tests. I'll do the real tests. This is very serious information that they're gathering, and they can do it in a way they feel confident in doing it. The no technology makes it very straightforward for the technician to gather this information with confidence, and so it really builds the esteem of the technicians. So it really, there's no pushback coming from my staff at all.
Right, and Deidre was physically in the location as well, or did they do a lot of the training sort of on the internet as well?
Yeah, she was physically in the location for a couple of days.
Right. And then sort of
very accessible after, you know, like, here's my cell phone. If you have any questions at all, don't hesitate. And we took advantage of that, and we didn't hesitate. And she answered immediately. It was, you know, so it was really, it was a joy to implement.
Yep. And again, these instruments are mostly are entirely internet connected too, right? So they can be addressed remotely if you're having issues.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which of course leads to another question that people are asking, of course, is what happens when the internet croaks, which, you know, for some of us, our internet is not as reliable as others. You know, I'm no stranger to this, actually, you know, having Comcast here. What happens if the internet dies? Does the equipment work? I mean, how does that work if something dies?
No, it's dead, you know, so, you know, firstly, Malibu, people are used to it.
Right.
Okay, you know, we'll just come back another day or whatever. But we also have manual backup, and we have, you know, manual instruments available to do, you know, at least the baseline exam for the patient, and then they can come back at a time where the internet's up for the rest of it.
Right. And again, sort of in the same vein, you know, we saw pictures of the interface, which is tablet based, right? We saw Dr. Gerson, right, with his feet up.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think we're all experienced now with iPads. We've used them long enough. We know that stuff happens, right? You know, I've probably dropped 3 of them so far in my life. How does that actually work in your office? Do you keep extras around, or do you tell your staff to be super careful? How does that work?
No, we keep extras around, absolutely.
Right, and so these are kind of like standard tablets. I know somebody mentioned Samsung, I think. So these are sort of off-the-shelf tablets that they just program to work with the system.
Correct.
Excellent. And let's see some other questions. So we already mentioned sort of EMR, but actually I'll ask that as well. So, you know, we heard about the EMR integration before. Was that like a huge to-do? I'm assuming that for most EMRs, you know, these integrations have been done before, so it's probably not that difficult. I don't know if Melissa's still around. Melissa Renfro, who's, you know, one of those great folks who walks people through setting the system up and helping them. What sort of EHRs do you work with? Or I guess you probably work with them all, right? So is it have you run across anything that's unusual, or is it pretty straightforward usually to do the integration?
Hi, Adam. Usually it's pretty straightforward. Most of the most common ones, iFinity, Crystal, Practice Management, some of the MD ones like NextGen, we work with all of them. I mean, sometimes it takes just a little bit more if we haven't worked with them before, but our IT department will get on remotely and make sure that they've got everything set up, and then we just connect with their IT department, and between the doctor's IT and our IT, usually it's pretty seamless. So at this point, because we've connected to most of them, like you said.
Yep. Excellent. All right, so let's see if we have any other questions coming in here right now before we let you guys go. So we have a couple of VX40 questions. So, and again, this is probably the piece of equipment I think that people are least familiar with. Lensometers are, this is something completely different, right? People are used to the dusty old thing that they have in their office, but this is something very different that's high tech, right? The lens analyzer. And sort of questions for Dr. Hoff here, I guess specifically, since she's the self-proclaimed lens geek. So a question: why do certain prescriptions have more aberrations than others? I think you started talking about it a little bit in the presentation.
I did, yeah. So when we're working with variable power lenses, off-axis aberration is inherent in the lens design. And you can take a single vision lens and put it in the lens analyzer, and it's going to look completely kind of pink. Then you can take a aspheric lens, single vision, put it in there, and then you're going to see that as the periphery flattens out, you're going to get that off-axis aberration pattern going that's going to be kind of concentric circle-ish looking. With our variable power lenses, the beauty of that is you can see the pattern of the lens and distinguish a general wear from a near variable focus from a power boost. And that's really great because then you can check and see the characteristics and how much of that off-axis aberration or swim or blur that your patient's going to experience. So it's, it's so much more, light years ahead, to go with our Star Wars analogy, of a manual lensometer, because with the manual lensometer, you're only looking at about 6 to 8 millimeters of the lens itself. And so you really can't understand how the lens is performing in 6 millimeters. And we don't, unless we have tunnel vision, we don't see in 6 millimeter, field of view. We have a much bigger field of view. So the lens analyzer, like I said, gives you about that 44 to 65 millimeter area on the lens that you're analyzing.
Right. And question here, does the VX40 measure prism?
I love that question. A lot of people will shy away from prism and go, oh, prism. But the answer is yes and no. So if you remember what prism redirects light, and prism is a relative, has to be relative to the optical center. So yes, there is a prism distribution map, and you're getting a moment in time or an area of analysis on that lens. And the lens does give you the optical center of the lens, which is that plus sign that I indicated in one of the slides that we looked at. And so yes, you can see where the optical center is, and you can see how the prism radiates out from that optical center. But remember, again, prism is relative, and it's relative to where the patient's looking on the lens. So if you know the interpolar distance and the patient's, well, not the interpolar distance of the lens, and you can actually input the patient's PD, which I think you can do in the single vision lens mode, you can kind of check the prismatic effect, and it does give you vertical imbalance. But at this point in time, the best way to measure prismatic effect is still with the manual lensometer. But that, like I say, that's just at this point in time. I know that there are going to be some advances, hopefully, in the future with the lens analyzer that lets you do a little bit better way, have a little better method of checking the prism, but not to put pressure on Leno to improve on that. But I mean, this instrument gives you so much more information, and you know, this is just one little facet that we could probably make some improvement on. But in the long run, the idea that you can see the performance and characteristics of a progressive lens is mind-blowing.
Absolutely. Question here about how long it takes, and again with the VX40, since you know, this is probably one of the instruments that most people are not familiar with. If I had to guess, you know, and how it works and everything else. So I'm very glad, Michelle, you could sort of go over this with us. How long does it actually take to analyze a lens, and is it difficult for the staff to actually use the device properly?
Well, I mean, to physically analyze the lens is about 45 seconds for a pair of lenses. And I like to call it, not to be demeaning, but it's like a PhD. Push here, darling. Put the glasses in and push the button, and that's really all the training you need to get information. So that's really quick and easy. But then you can grow along with the instrument once you understand how it works and you have the knowledge of optics behind you. You understand lens prescription and you understand optics, then you can grow. The doctor can grow, the opticians can grow, the staff can grow, and learn more and more and more about what these lenses are and what they do. So it's a great instrument because it works for the new staff member who just walked in out of another occupation, and it also helps that staff member grow in their professional career.
Right. This is kind of a funny question. So in the talk, someone was paying attention. The remake rates were down to 1%, I believe, was said somewhere in the presentation. The question is, of those remakes that are in the 1%, what's the usual reason? They're the most common reason now the remakes are required.
So I can jump in on this one. It's primarily adaptation. So depending on the design of the lens used, or as Dr. Hoff explained, you can produce the best prescription, but adaptation is usually where the patient may have a hard time, either first-time progressive or a change in prescription that is taking time. So, you know, for me, kind of took a long time to understand that the prescription, the most perfect prescription, has to have a great balance between comfortable and clear vision. You can make someone see super clear, and they may not be comfortable with that. So that balance is where sometimes we have to adjust and remake. But from ability to be able to see the best that the patient can, this equipment is definitely going to allow us to do that.
Right. Excellent. Well, it looks like we are just about out of time. I think we just about hit 90 minutes. This is actually pretty long for a webinar, but you know, thank you to everybody for coming tonight, and thank you to our panelists. This webinar, an archive will be made available. So since there are more questions than we can answer here, when this webinar is over, this week you'll be getting an email with a URL that you can go to watch the presentation again and ask more questions. So again, panelists, thank you so much for being here tonight.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much for having me.
Have a great evening, everyone.